the power like Big Chuck.
What's the status, Free?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
They took the trees, our fruit trees, and then sold us back the fruit. They took the water next, the rivers, the rain, the springs that fed civilizations for thousands of years. They took the water, bottled it, and sold it back to us. They took the land that existed long before any human being drew lines around it, and told you that if you wanted to stand on it, you better have a payment plan. Am I the only one this drives crazy? Everything you need to survive, water, food, shelter, was already here. Nobody created it, but somehow you were born owing for it. And why does a free life sound like such a crazy idea? Why does simply existing without debt, without bills, without permission, why does that sound like a fantasy? Who the hell convinced us that this is how it's supposed to be?
My mother always raised me to operate on respect. I learned to stay calm, people's ignorance I deflect. It's okay to be wrong, I'm not always correct. I have to obtain patience, my balance is key. It's very important to balance out my chi. God and Satan, good and evil, reside in me. When it comes to the Bible, they speak allegorically. God is the energetic source, and you are the temple. For the soul to experience the physical, your flesh is the rental. As I look within and speak to my higher self, while people look outward for saviors and help. The throne of God is within your skull, under your scalp. The pineal gland is a crystallized beacon. Your voice ejects sound, your eyes project what you're seeking. Your spine emits electricity, same as a Tesla coil. We can use Earth's energies that we kill over oil. All those foreign entities that occupying our soil. The Committee of 300 to stabilize our country, keeping us in debt, slaving for valueless money. It's called freedom, cause if you think you're free, you a dummy. We need a revolution while we live in revelation. Monsanto sprays pesticides on crops and vegetation. Pay attention to the grips and symbolism of the Masons. Donald Trump's a dark magician who tricked the entire nation. While the police extort, harass, and collect, they say they protect and serve for the one world global net. The real terrorists broadcast on your TV set, convincing the masses that there is some outer threat. Falling for the okie doke, later you will regret. The all-seeing eye cameras never blink or miss a step. We live on a battleground between heaven and hell. Always watch what you speak, cause when you speak you cast spells. There was cymatic healing from the sound of bells. Look at the elite, they worship L's light. Warlocks and wishes, they gather at midnight. Warming up for 3 a.m. the blood ritualistic type. People are so lost, they vote for their oppressor. When people stand the ground, we're called the aggressor. I stick to my plan to accomplish my endeavor. It's the calm before the storm and then heads will sever. Fuck the government.
I'm the cook. I'm the cook.
All right. So, I have some very disturbing videos like this one.
All day, every day, therapist, mother, maid, then a virgin, nurse, then a servant, just an appendage, lip to attendant, so that he never lifts a finger, 24/7 baby machine, so he can live out his picket fence dreams. It's not an act of love if you make her, you make me too much labor. All day, every day, therapist, mother, maid, then a virgin, nurse, then a
And what really bugs me out is the president even said, Donald J. Slump said, why fight it? You can't stop it. The data centers are going to go up regardless. I didn't realize how bad it was till I started researching into it. I mean, entire lakes are drying up. 180 billion gallons a year, that's fucking insane. But you can't take a shower. You can't wash your clothes. Because why? Because that fucking computer needs the water.
This is a video of a woman standing in what used to be the Great Salt Lake, you guys. It is drying up because the data centers. Look at this. How long until this happens to the Great Lakes or any other big source of water? Look at this, you guys.
Hey, so this is what's left of the Great Salt Lake. I'm in it. I would be what would be in it.
They guzzled up all the water, you guys.
Yo, this is the other Twin Lakes. This is the other one, and she doesn't have any water. She has no water. I don't really know how to process this. I heard about this on TikTok, but I thought the girl that made the video was exaggerating. And now that I'm on this side of Twin Lakes, I'm on the Twin Lakes side, closer to Independence Pass. I knew the water levels were going to be low, but this isn't low. This is empty. This is empty.
So now another lake that has gone completely dry, you guys. Twin Lakes, Colorado, drying up. The Great Salt Lake, drying up.
Folks, I'm currently standing in the Rio Grande River right now. This is what it looks like right here. All dirt. All dirt.
Another body of water completely drained by an AI data center, you guys.
You're looking at an environmental catastrophe, what this is. The new Meta data center in Los Lunas, New Mexico, takes 75 million gallons per year to cool down the data center. And this is what we're left with. Another data center is being built in El Paso right now, a Facebook Meta data center. How much more water is that going to take? This is going to be, folks, this is apocalyptic.
And this is beyond apocalyptic. I could probably go for 8 hours putting videos of lakes that are drying up all out on the west. And it's going to work its way towards here. It's going to be like that movie where there's no water anymore. I forgot what movie that was. The oceans would be dried up next. But we'll just sit back and watch it. That's the sad part.
Dear America, please pay attention and have a look at this map. In this map, you can see all the disappearing water, and you can also see the sonic booms that have been happening all around your country. Just take a look at this and tell me, why is every single sonic boom in the exact same place as where the disappearing water is happening? Take a look and tell me your thoughts. When you take the two images and you put them on top of each other, they're in the exact same place. Wake up. What's going on?
City Boy TV. Ay, papi.
But I want to know. I don't know about no sonic kabooms, but I know about what I said when, I think it was in Oregon, when all these people were winning these data center things and it was getting denied and they were winning and they were all happy. And I remember in my live stream I said, watch, you're going to flood them or burn them out. And that's exactly what's happening. They got all excited for nothing. They're fucking roasting them right out of there.
I'm just putting these two here for comparison, so you can see it with your own eyes. I mean, if it's all burnt, they can allocate the water wherever they want. Remember, they got to make these decisions by the end of October for 40 million people, 7 states, 11 national parks, 30 indigenous tribes, over 5 million irrigated agricultural acres, all of our winter fruits and vegetables. If it's all burnt down, it's going to be easy to make decisions, isn't it? And if the decisions aren't made in October by the 4 or 5 people that get to decide all of this, then guess who gets the river in December? The federal government. It doesn't matter, blue or red, it doesn't matter. It's the federal government. They're all in it together. They're going to burn it all down for billionaires and data centers.
Very disturbing, man. Very disturbing. Imagine, the whole river's drying up. Yo, that's wild, man. That blows my fucking mind. Don't run now, Dom. I remember Dom the other day was like, how do you know it's all true? Well, I'm going to show all the evidence. I'll probably be here for a year. News ain't talking about these other countries rising up. I wonder why. One of the, I think it was Italy. They burned that motherfucker's house down, yo. And I'm thinking, fuck, what are we doing wrong? Yeah, the question is it gaslighting or not? I personally don't think it is. I will. Don't worry about that, Don. Don't worry about that. Let's see. All right, boom. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Spokane, Washington. Was it? Yeah. It was Spokane, Washington who won won against the data centers, and guess what? They're burning that whole fucker down right now. They were like, psych! You thought you won. Roasted them right out of there like a fucking burnt toaster. That's fucked up, man. It's like you ain't gonna win. Even if you think you win and you beat them, they'll just burn you out, flood you out, fucking go in there and kill you. You know, we
I
should
think
have
that's
raged
gonna,
all out war a long time ago.
I think that's going to be the revolutionary moment is when everybody who is caught up in their own little thing, and at the end of the day, it's everybody's in their own little ego bubble, right? I think the real moment of revolution is going to be when we all individually have that moment where we finally realize that yes, we are affected by the people around us. It's not just about what we doing and our little thing. No, we are collectively in this fucking shit bucket together, and that's when the revolutionary moment's going to happen. When we finally say, you know what, my own little stupid plan, my own little thing, it is all affected by whatever. But so I do need to get involved. I do need to make sure these motherfuckers ain't up to no good. I do need to take some stock into what's happening around me, and that's when the revolution's going to happen. That's my opinion.
Like these lakes, man. I looked up these lakes, especially the Twin Lakes in Utah. Them ain't no small lakes. Those things were huge. Some lakes had 550 million gallons or some shit like that. I was like, get the fuck out of here. In Florida, a lot of the lakes are disappearing. It's like, yo, they don't care. You know, I wonder what their go-to plan is gonna be when everything dries up. What are they gonna do next? How are they gonna cool the data centers? Are they gonna go to the oceans? Probably. Then
They're
they'll
gonna
be
make us more
feeding
wonderful.
insects and fucking we'll be eating each other. You know, because underground is where all they got their foods to grow underground and their springs. There's underground springs. They got all that. And on the surface, it's a complete war zone. That's wild. The Rio Grande River is gone. I think about that. Like, maybe not the entire river, because there's probably dams on the river, but still. I'm gonna take a look into how far up. Look at this shit. I think this is the video right here. I think this is the one from Oregon.
Just did in Spokane, Washington will make you sick to your stomach.
So you guys should pass a policy that puts a ban on data centers in our county because we have real problems.
This is wild, man.
There are so many reasons why this fire reminds people of exactly what we saw in Lahaina, Maui, and Paradise. The speed at which this fire tore through the city left people with almost no time to evacuate. In some neighborhoods, police officers had to go door to door just to get people out.
I think it has to do with the powers and the things on your house. Oh yeah, the cops are the saviors. Yeah.
Get them. Go save some people, folks. Oh,
The
man.
cops were the real saviors. They'd be arresting the government.
Dude. Ground zero. Look, we got homie right here asking someone to please get out. Hopefully they're out. That guy over there, too.
Hey, sorry guys. Yeah, police. Look. Yeah, you're about to lose everything. It's all burning down. You gotta leave. So.
It's funny, but it's not, yo.
Sure they're out.
Yeah, the government decided they wanted.
It's going in so many different directions. We don't know how it started. No one's telling us shit.
Common sense here, lady. Direct energy weapon.
A lot of people didn't even have time to move their expensive cars or get their pets out of the house.
I never thought I would have to make this video. Last night, in the Old Trails fire in Spokane, Washington, I lost my house. And not only did I lose my house, I lost my truck, and in the back, I lost my Camaro. My house is completely leveled. My neighbor has a first responder in his family, so that's how I got this video. No one's allowed in my neighborhood, but it's all gone.
Yet people kept reporting that there were no firefighters on the scene even hours after the first homes started burning down.
Well, that's our house right there. It's about to go down in flames. That's this one right here? Yep. That's our neighbor Larry over there. It's on fire right now. That's Barb. Next to her is Charm. The one over from that is my childhood friend Sam. It's all on fire and there's not a single responder here.
Yeah, well, guess what? You might have won against the council,
But all in all, they're gonna get what they want. You thought you won. The cops are like, you lost. Time to get out of here.
And now these guys get to spend the next 2-3 years of their life getting back to where they were 2 days ago.
It's crazy,
Because
man. How many
other
times have
people
we
got,
gotta let this happen over and over and over?
hey, we got to beat China, bro.
Look, I hate to say it, but we got to start plucking the ace in the hole.
Huh. To get physical, bro.
Get some ghillie suits. The U.S. government in 2020, even a lady said this. I'm gonna play the video in a minute. She even said it. She was like, in 2020, the U.S. government knew the U.S. people ain't gonna do. They were like, let's turn it up all the way. What do you know, man? No one still ain't doing that. Lakes are drying up, rivers are drying up, the whole country's burning down, and people are like, I gotta go to work, man. All the fish
So
are
it's all
dying.
coming to a head right now. This COVID shit is, thankfully, people in other countries have not let up on it. And the COVID storm is.
Shit in court with COVID. That shit in court.
Yeah.
That's a smoke screen. That's a distraction.
Yeah,
Ain't never gonna happen to Fauci. Come on.
Yeah, but not everywhere else. It's happening.
They're blowing smoke up everyone's ass as a distraction to what's really going on. The news ain't talking about lakes drying up or in other countries in Italy are rising up.
Yeah, and what else? What else we ain't talking about right now? What is all this a quote distraction from? If we to look at it as a distraction, what's the one thing we're not talking about?
I don't know. You tell me.
Epstein shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Notice how everything, even COVID, kicked off after the Epstein thing blew out. So I'm just saying, if you look at the timeline.
Well, I got a video on the Epstein. This guy has a good theory about flock cameras. I hope I downloaded that one. But the next couple of videos I got are of countries rising up. I don't know. I think this video looks kind of old. I think this might have been. I got to look more into this Asian one.
Stop up.
Because, I mean, think about it. Look at Asia, man. I don't know, man. It just seems that people are happy over there. They don't ever try to rise up or have any complaints. Maybe because they'll be executed if they try. The surveillance they got over there is supreme. You even fart, they'll know it. They'll know what you ate. All right, I'm gonna play this one.
Traffic cones, suitcases, and laser pointers. These are just some of the objects that have been made into tactical gear by demonstrators in Hong Kong. Protesters have faced a heavy police crackdown. They've tried to extinguish tear gas canisters with water bottles, using traffic cones and metal bowls to snuff out the gas before it spreads. On the front lines, many demonstrators wear makeshift armor. Saran wrap becomes skin protection, while garbage can lids and luggage are made into shields. Protesters have adopted a strategy they're calling Be Water in order to evade the police. It means that they move quickly rather than occupying a single location. You can see that in this video. A large group of protesters entering a train station so they can travel to another area. And here, riot police have just arrived to disperse a crowd that has already left. Anti-government demonstrators, most wearing masks, have also established new ways to hide their identities. Laser pointers and spray paint are used to obscure security cameras. And some people leave single-use transit tickets at train stations so that protesters don't have to use the card registered to their name.
Very interesting. You can learn a lot from the Hong Kong people will come together. That's strong. America can't even do that. That blows. You see all them people that came together? That's fucking wild, man. And they all had laser pointers. They knew what to do. Because the lasers actually fry the camera. It fries the interface somehow. So just get a bunch of, I forgot how many lumens you need. I think 1,000 lumens, and it'll coat the fucking camera. But America used to be this revolutionary country. We're a bunch of fucking cheeseballs now. I seen a video of this guy saying that there was a 4 or 5 star general on this naval ship. They allegedly asked him to throw bombs at American soil, and he refused. I don't know how true that is, but when Trump started saying that there's Iran terrorists in America, I already knew a false flag's on its way. Because that's what the American government loves. They'll kill you and your mother in a fucking heartbeat to get what they want. They'll probably kill their own mother. Fuck. You know?
You killed my grandma. Fuck these motherfuckers.
Yo, this guy
There
put
you
out a
go.
real good video about that. I gotta find it. Hold up.
Motherfucker, when I asked
I
you,
knew you'd want to see this. That's why I downloaded it. I said, yo, where is it?
anybody want to ask me how I know this shit's real, I got the most real, the most formal, the most official looking document in my fucking possession is a motherfucking death certificate that tells me how real this shit is. That's what I'm saying, man. When it affects everybody and everybody realizes they are affected by everything else and they do need to get involved, that's when we'll have a revolution. Until then, everybody's trying to fucking be in living denial and lie to themselves. And
Yeah, it's me.
yeah, it really is. But hey, it's coming. It's happening. Whether
All right.
don't even need our participation at this point. It's already in motion.
Put your seatbelt on for this one. You ready for this? This guy fucking blew it out the water. This is about the fake, what's his name? Fauci fucking trial. I plead the fifth under the U.S. Constitution. I wanted to slap his ugly ass face off. But listen to this.
Everybody's asking me, if there was no virus, then how did everybody die? And the truth is, they were murdered in the hospitals. That's right.
Stop, you.
I hate when this thing starts off. 5 minutes in.
Everybody's asking me, if there was no virus, then how did everybody die? And the truth is, they were murdered in the hospitals. That's right. They were fucking murdered in the hospitals. Nobody died from COVID outside the hospital, only inside. So they turned up the radiation. They made everybody sick. Everybody then ran out and got tested. The tests were all rigged to give off false positives. So everybody thought they had COVID. Meanwhile, nobody had nothing. The people with the weaker immune systems, the older folk, ended up in the hospital. Once they were in the hospital, they were intentionally given bad medication that made them worse, to the point they had to get put on a ventilator, and then the ventilator fucking killed them. And that's what they did. They fucking murdered everybody in the hospitals. Your grandparents, your friends, your family, they were fucking murdered by these fucking cunt motherfuckers. This cunt motherfucker right here and all these fucking cunt motherfuckers, they're all in on it. It's a one world government. The whole world got bent over and fucked right up its ass by these fucking cunt motherfuckers. Now go tell all your fucking friends.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's insane, bro. That's insane.
Fucking forward. That's
But
how I
hey,
like.
have you heard about the statement of this gentleman? Watch this, bro.
Story.
Huh?
Okay? Now, this is what you need to listen to. Something very extraordinary. In the late 70s, around 78, 79, right? Okay? This is what happened. A lot of people are not aware of. America dropped the first chemical war bomb in Cambodia and killed 2,600 people in a village. And they got busted for this. This became international pressure and was on TV all over the world, right? But you can't even look it up on Google.
Wow. I'm thinking about that. What's it? Once again,
You know
bro.
how
many war crimes
the Okay? US has committed? Now, this is what you need to listen to. Something
even on
very
their own
extraordinary.
people.
In the late 70s, around 78, 79, right? Okay, this is what happened. A lot of people are not aware of. America dropped the first chemical war bomb in Cambodia and killed 2,600 people in a village. And they got busted for this. This became international pressure and was on TV all over the world, right? But you can't even look it up on Google, right? A lot of people my age will remember this. So what happened here is America got busted for testing the first chemical war bomb in Cambodia and killed a village and wiped out a village of 2,600 people. And it hit international news all over the world, right? Huge issue. America busted for doing this. And of course, America was never going to admit to that, just like everything else, right? They lied their teeth out about everything, right? So understand this. There was only one professor, right, that could build this bomb, this first chemical war bomb, right? Now, that professor, I will give you his name, as known as Uncle Fester. Uncle Fester was the most dedicated scientist and professor with NASA, who was working with all the scientists from Hitler on meth programs and made many different types of amphetamines and meth. He was the king and he was the absolute leader in constructing new recipes for all these things.
That's
Meth,
wild. Right. You know No, what's crazy? I Look, said you know what's Uncle crazy part Fester. What about did it? it mean? This Huh? gentleman telling, right, that now if everybody wanted to activate their pineal gland, he is saying a one-time activation. What was the chemical? Let me pull up the chemical real quick name, bro. One-time activation, bro. And you can activate your pineal gland and you are now like an antenna and you will receive all of this knowledge and all of this thing. They call it a... what's the... graphene oxide. And if you mix it with gold... Mixed it with what? Gold. G-O-L-D, gold. Oh, gold. Okay. Yeah, graphene oxide combined with gold. You are now the antenna, that frequency that you are looking for, and you are now receiving all of this information. But let's finish what he was trying to say.
is also practically the same as a chemical bomb, with just a few little twists. He was also a chemical bomb expert who created the first chemical warhead and the first chemical bomb that done this job. Now, America could not take responsibility for this. They couldn't take responsibility for this because this was really ugly. So they claimed, right, that somebody else did it, right? And somebody else set all this shit up, not them. And the only way they could get away with this, right, the only way they could do this was actually point Fester out as if he was the one that built the bomb and sent it to some underground network, some terrorist network that dropped it. So I want you to consider this. Fester was a Nobel Prize winner. Okay, he was dedicated his life, right, to his research and all the things he was doing, right? He wasn't the type of person who was evil in any way, shape, or form, but they were going to use him as a fool guy. But I want you to pay attention to the story, right? Because you need to be aware of something about Fester, right? And understand what really happened here, right? Because it's extraordinary. So it's all over the world, right? It's all over the world, right? And this is becoming so big that they want to watch the court case inside the courtroom so that no one gets cheated. Okay, so Europe, right, put on international pressure to see this case on live TV, and so did the whole of Asia, right? So this became a very complicated issue, right? A very complicated issue, but it had to be dealt with immediately. So let me tell you something, right? This is exactly what happened, and this is exactly why you need to seriously be aware. Seriously be aware. Fester goes to court, and you don't go to court without a lawyer, right? Unless you're a barrister or something like that, right? Unless you're completely confident within yourself, right? Fester comes to court without a lawyer, and he's green, right? He's the most green person you could ever get. But this is what happens. He's accused for killing 2,600 people and facing the electric chair, yet he's innocent, completely innocent. I just want you to think about these things, right? Because in my opinion, this is constructed, right, perfectly. Okay, perfectly. And I know more about this, and I'm about to let you know that later in the story. That's going to blow your mind away. My connection with this is unbelievable. So Fester goes into court, and this is what he says. He says, Your Honour, with all due respect, okay, I just want to say something to you. I'm the head scientist that creates this. It is my duty to do an outline of submission with the recipe and all the components that goes into this. It is my duty to write out this outline submission and what the recipe is, and I'm the only one that knows it. It is my duty to take those documents right through Parliament House to deem those documents and to deem this product to be illegal and also to be dangerous. And since that process has not been done yet, and I'm the only one that has the recipe, and such documents have never been filed, for argument's sake, if I was guilty of doing this, right, under the Fifth Amendment, I have a right to build those arms and sell it to anyone without questioning them. Okay? But the fact is this outline of submission with this recipe has never been filed to Parliament House and has never been deemed to be illegal, right, or dangerous. And considering I'm the one and the only one that knows this, isn't it to stand
Hey,
basic
according to the
common
Fifth
sense that
Amendment,
if
you
there's
could
no
sell guns to anyone.
Look,
That's what,
let me
that's
tell
what
you.
it's
Let me tell
saying.
you. Here is the first video, bro. And he's talking about the chemical, right? Watch this.
because you're going to go into this and you can research these things yourself. Now, these are the facts we need to understand about graphene oxide, mRNA technology, meth, and methamphetamine, right? And amphetamine. I want you to listen to me carefully, okay? This was used in the days of the pharaohs, the great gods, and all these things. I've gone into many explanations about Plato, the greatest philosopher of all time, who studied human beings more than anybody. He's the greatest philosopher, and any philosopher ever since has only been footnotes of Plato. Consider the biggest problem in the world today is that people suffer the human conditioning. That means the whole world's going crazy, right? And I just want you to understand what the truth is, okay? Jeremy Griffiths, the number one biologist today, studied Plato and the human conditioning for 45 years. So consider this, right? Just consider these things. He's owned by the 300 top scientists in the world for the IPCC reports, the ones on climate, the ones that tell you what the primary problem is that you're not even aware of, because the politicians all over the world, scientists and professors, doctors and media systems can't face this, can't even wrap their head around it. But the biggest problem for climate is we cannot change mankind from the way he thinks, okay? And he suffers from human conditioning by thinking of reverse psychology 95+% of the time, and many people are going into brain lock beyond the point of its own, thinking psychologically, mentally, 100% of the time, completely disattached from their own soul and sold out. Think about this. That's what's happening. Now, so consider this for a moment, right? Jeremy Griffiths, the biggest biologist today, wrote the book Freedom, The Cure of the Human Condition That's Going to Save Humanity. And believe me, I know exactly what I'm talking about. It's going to save humanity. Okay? The truth's going to set you free by thinking in the right mindset as a loving, compassionate creature. And freedom, right, is living in the truth, that you're in the wrong mindset. Okay, consider these things. You suffer the circumstances with a mental institutionalization, massive hypnotized state, and you suffer from stress, fear, anxiety, confusion, frustration, delusion, ADHD, psychosis, or paranoia every single day, and live in denial about it exactly the same time, as if you're happy, and as if you're free. But humanity's never been more unhappy. They've never been less free. And there's never been more negative vibrations spreading all over the world with people living in massive delusion, believing in theories rather than facts. Humanity's lost beyond comprehension, and that's why this story is extremely extraordinary. Now, they suffered the human condition in the days of Noah and became very evil, and God created the great flood. The Pharaohs took 440,000 Israelites into slavery for 400 years and socially engineered them back to front when stripped them from their faith system. They went psychologically mental and started to suffer the human condition dramatically. Moses took them across to the desert, and
He's
they sat
gonna
in the
reveal
desert
it
for
right
3
here,
generations
Charles,
for 40 years,
about the
suffering the human
graphene
condition
oxide gold.
psychologically, mentally, and completely disattached from their sixth sense and their own spirit, right? Consider these things. For 40 years, Moses goes back to the Pharaoh and gets bread with graphene oxide gold that they use. then they restore their faith system to conduct, to light, power, and energy, and then they have faith in God, right, and get their priorities right, and stop suffering the human conditioning. That's
What do you think about that, Charles? This is what they use to activate the pineal gland. And a person will never ever get sick ever again a single day in your lifetime. But the compound has to be mixed with gold. What do you think
So you
about that,
think
Charles?
graphene oxide and gold
Yes.
open the pineal gland?
Yes.
why this is so extraordinary that you need to pay attention to. People suffering from all sorts of mental disorders, from stress, fear, anxiety, confusion, frustration, delusion, ADHD, psychosis, or paranoia, got activated in such a way that they were free from all these dark entities. And I just want you to consider that, because this might tell you a lot of things about life in the time that you're in now. One-time activation.
You see, all the diseases, all of the mental health issue, all of the problem
So
in the
what
body. One-time activation. The Pharaoh used it. They last over 999 years old.
So where do
Go
we obtain this stuff?
Graphene oxide gold is the highest conductor in the world, right? And also has tools of immortality. You can Google and study these things through.
You see that, bro? You see that, bro?
Yeah, but where do we obtain it?
We're gonna get through it. We're gonna get through it, bro. I'm giving the information. We're gonna go get, man.
Scholar reports and all this, and I can guarantee you, gold, right, is classified, right, as a molecule of immortality. And we create two molecules of immortality from the back of our pineal gland with graphene oxide. What? Iodine graphene oxide. So I want you to consider that. I want you to consider that you create this, a conductor to sevenfold wisdom and knowledge, right? That makes your body cells receive 7 times more information in the most positive fields. But you have to be in the right mindset and have absolute faith in your human instincts that it is your spirit, right? That's trying.
What do you think about that? Now, go ahead, Charles.
I was just thinking about graphene oxide when I was looking into it, how when it gets in your bloodstream, it binds together to create a highway.
That's right. So now when you mix it with gold, right? You are now, bro.
To guide you through your third eye, your pineal gland, through your feelings. You feel things between right, wrong, good, and evil. And that's what I want you to have faith in, right? Because we're stripped from this. We're completely stripped from this and socially engineered not to have faith in this. So understand this, right? You're a creature of feelings. And by following your feelings, right? By following your feelings and everything you can feel the truth and heartbeat with adrenaline, and no one can manipulate you. When you have faith and confidence within yourself, right, to understand the abilities that you can do and the access that you have, right, you can do extraordinary things. You just got to have faith and confidence within yourself to understand.
The Pharaoh used it to unlock this thing. The kamikaze, the soldier in Japan during that moment, bro. Oh my God.
Understand these things. But these people don't. And that's what you've got to understand, because that population is growing dramatically, right, with psychological, selfish, egotistical behavior to be competitive. And you know it's true. It's happening all over the world. Moral values crashing. So, graphene oxide, right, gold, was used as a conductor, right, and the great gods of Egypt had superhuman abilities, right? They were known as gods because they could do extraordinary things.
That's the key, okay, Charles?
Yeah.
I know a lot of people now are think that because you are the antenna.
I know that.
Go ahead.
But
This is the key, Charles. This is the key.
would you rather do the graphene oxide and gold,
Hey,
or
mix
put a
it.
chip in
Mix
your
it together,
brain?
my brother, and then now you have the everlasting forever youthness within.
But gold is also used, right?
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
I'm not just gonna buy graphene oxide and gold and just throw it together. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
I think you can Google this. That's what it's used for in the modern world today. It's used to create hybrids. Graphene oxide is used for mRNA technology. It's also used for gene editing. It's one of the most extraordinary things in the world that you need to pay attention to.
You see that, bro?
This is hey Boji.
You
This
see
is what
that,
you
bro?
were.
Go ahead.
This is what you are using, right?
To keep you young. To keep you young. All of that. You'll be open.
No matter what you believe in. I don't recommend taking things. I don't recommend you take drugs or any of these things. I'm trying to explain something about you that you have the natural ability to do. And that's why you've got to pay attention. I'm one of the biggest mentalists recorded on the planet that knows more about this than practically any other human being on earth does. So,
Sir.
then the
Go ahead.
Israelites
Go ahead, my
were taken.
brother. Go ahead. This guy,
No, no, let it
I'm telling
play.
you, bro. I'm telling you. Go ahead.
No, let it play.
Back into slavery by the Persians and the Greeks for 300 to 400 years, and exactly the same thing happened where they were stripped from their human abilities, stripped from their sixth sense, and went psychologically mental, and again were activated with graphene oxide gold. And I just want you to consider these things because they.
Okay? Okay? He giving you a calendar date from the beginning until they try to suppress it to us.
Knew that by then. That's one thing they did not.
So Boji, how long have you been using this?
I'm 55 years old now.
So I want you to understand something. In the days of Jesus, the whole public went mentally crazy.
And Charles told
Mentally
me that
crazy.
I look like 20 years old, so I'm just letting you know.
They all stoned him in the streets.
How
The
long
most
have
perfect
you
human
been
being on
using
earth that was here to guide you with love, care, compassion, loyalty, honor, respect, moral, empathy, and remorse. And he was very confronting. He didn't come here with
Not.
chocolates and roses. He came here with a sword to divide
Sorry.
mankind.
Go ahead.
Okay. So can you answer a straight question?
And that's what he stood in.
How long have you been using this?
One-time activation.
Okay, you don't want to answer a question. Okay, I'll
No,
stop
no, no, no.
trying to have
He
a
even
conversation with
explained it
you.
to you, my
We've tried
brother.
we've
The
tried it
perfect
3 times.
compound.
Thank you.
Look. The
Thank you.
perfect
Now
compound is
I'll just
one-time
listen to the video.
activation.
Okay, bye.
One-time activation. Forever.
Good and evil, right? Understand that. And evil exists in everything, especially when you talk about religions to control mankind, working with the governments, right, who wants to control you with authoritarian control and behavior. And Jesus stood against the system, and they were known as outlaws, right? Everybody stoned him in the street because the whole public, right, in the Roman days were also unique to be psychologically mental. And that's why you see so many people stoning Jesus, and only 11 people believed in Jesus until he resurrected. Consider that. So, what I'm trying to tell you is that there's even a
Yo,
section,
Jesus
right,
is so
where Jesus
stoned,
goes
bro.
and feeds 5,500 people, right? Okay, 5,500 people with bread as well, just like Moses. But where did that bread come from? Because they activated. They activated, and from that moment, they had absolute faith.
Okay? Okay? This is history recorded, okay? So you guys pay attention to. Graphene oxide gold, one-time activation, no nothing every day that you're talking about is forever.
Absolute faith within themselves and stop suffering the human conditioning. Isn't that extraordinary? Because I think it should be very extraordinary and you should pay attention because this has been used throughout the whole history, right? So I want you to consider something very carefully. In 1885, the Japanese created the kamikaze, and that was the first time they created mRNA technology with a bioweapon, which was methamphetamine. 1/3 iodine crystals, which is graphene oxide sheets, which is mRNA technology. So consider this. Meth also does what? It's a truth serum, the most powerful truth serum in the world that proves who you really are, right? That proves who you really are when made laboratorily correct. So you can also pick out human beings that are very loving and compassionate creatures, and most people who take meth are. But you don't know that. You only know about the evil ones. Believe me, most people take meth, right? Okay, they follow their human instincts because meth only manipulates your mind with your serotonin and all your endorphins. It only manipulates you to activate, right? Okay, when you take methamphetamine, you're pumped with adrenaline, right? And you become activated, right? So when you consider something, 0 to 7, you're activated consistently, and you don't suffer any mental disorders. At 3 years old, you mastermind a computer game. By the time you're 7, you do it instinctively with an undeveloped brain to think with, and you can't be manipulated. So let me tell you something. You create these molecules to conduct, and you conduct to 7 times more positive bound energy, where you receive 7 times more information, and that information
He was just saying that that's what the Japanese, the kamikaze, those are the type of chemical that they had in their system. But graphene oxide gold mixed because they only had the sheets. It's not complete. So that's why they behave this way. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah. I mean, dude. Good stuff. Yeah. Any more?
Unlock the pineal gland.
I was just sharing the guy in the chat with this right here.
That's right. One-time activation, bro. Charles?
Injustice Design had mentioned this, so I looked it up.
One-time activation.
Yeah, I don't. But once again, where do we find this stuff and how do we use it? That's the problem.
Google it. It will find and do your
Well, you got to
research.
make things difficult, man.
Charles, I already give it. You know what I mean? The key. You're just gonna have to open the door from here on now.
Or just figure it out. Put 100 grams of fucking. Just what if?
Bro,
you put
now
too
your
much? That's the
antenna. It will.
problem.
Every time you inhale, it'll be like.
Yeah, I'm right in the
Every
grave.
time you inhale. You walk into the room. Every time you inhale, information come in from the
Hey, so
every.
how about answering questions? Do you stop answering questions when you take this in? Is that what happened to you too?
No,
You
I
can't
don't.
answer a question. I mean, that's what happens to you too. You can't have a conversation. You don't answer
You'll be
questions.
all
You're just
knowing.
so fucking high.
You'll be all knowing.
It doesn't really matter anymore.
All
So
knowing.
Yeah, we
All.
cannot do that, right, bro?
there's Naga too.
Bitty bitty bing bong.
One-time activation, guys, throughout the history, starting from the pharaohs.
We got to activate when you inhale this stuff right here. This is what you need to inhale. Nothing like a morning dose of aluminum and strontium. Brightens my day up. All right, I got to play.
Oh yeah. Let's finish the other video. Let's finish.
You're completely confident within yourself, right? Fester comes to court without a lawyer, and he's green, right? He's the most green person you could ever get. But this is what happens. He's accused for killing 2,600 people and facing the electric chair, yet he's innocent, completely innocent. I just want you to think about these things, right? Because in my opinion, this is constructed, right, perfectly. Okay, perfectly. And I know more about this, and I'm about to let you know that later in the story. That's going to blow your mind away. My connection with this is unbelievable. So Fester goes into court, and this is what he says. He says, Your Honour, with all due respect, okay, I just want to say something to you. I'm the head scientist that creates this. It is my duty to do an outline of submission with the recipe and all the components that goes into this. It is my duty to write out this outline submission and what the recipe is, and I'm the only one that knows it. It is my duty to take those documents right through Parliament House to deem those documents and to deem this product to be illegal and also to be dangerous. And since that process has not been done yet, and I'm the only one that has the recipe, and such documents have never been filed, for argument's sake, if I was guilty of doing this, right, under the Fifth Amendment, I have a right to build those arms and sell it to anyone without questioning them. Okay? But the fact is this outline of submission with this recipe has never been filed to Parliament House and has never been deemed to be illegal, right, or dangerous. And considering I'm the one and the only one that knows this, isn't it to stand to basic common sense that if no such document has been provided and this has not been deemed yet, then therefore I cannot be charged for this in any way, shape, or form, and I'm not guilty until such time that it's been filed and deemed to be dangerous and deemed to be illegal. Now, with the world watching this, Fester wins the court case on technicality. There was no choice in that because he was innocent, regardless of what the circumstances was. So consider this. The USA, he's working for the USA for the government, and anyone who works for the government has their taxes taken out automatically. Everybody knows that. He had worked for the government for more than 20 years, right? And he was the #1 scientist in these projects and worked with the scientists, right, from Hitler, right, who were the head scientists with MDMA, right? And they created MDMA and all the different products of meth and amphetamine. So consider this. This is the situation. America then says, we're going to put him away. Don't worry. We're not going to let him get away with this. So they hold on to Fester. Then they charge him on 6 counts of tax evasion. And they want to give him 10 years for each count, one on top of the other, which is 60 years. And they promise the public they're going to do this. So 3 weeks later, Fester comes into court charged for 6 counts of tax evasion. And this is what happens in the tax evasion case. And this is going to get your attention beyond your comprehension. Fester comes in and Fester says, if you put me away for this, I'm going to give you the biggest drug problem, right, that's going to smash into Europe and smash onto Florida shores, and I'm going to dead set going to give you the world's biggest problems with drugs, right, that you cannot comprehend and you cannot control. I want you to think about this, okay? Fester threatens the US government and the president himself that if he gets put away from this, he's going to give the world the biggest drug problem. Right? Consider that for a moment, right? Then Fester gets put away for 60 years. As far as the public knows, as far as everybody else knows in the whole world, they think that he's just put away for 60 years. But I know different. I know very different. Right? So, now I want you to listen to me very carefully. His wife and his partner in NASA, and I'm not going to go into names, I'm just going to tell you a very simple story. 2 of his top partners inside NASA working with him moved into Ormo, Australia in 1980. They started 5 massive criminal networks immediately. At this time, I want you to understand something. Amphetamine was sold over the pharmaceutical counters up to 1978 at exactly the same time, right? And this will make you realize it's part of the plan. Okay, it's deemed to be the safest drug in the world, and truckies all over Australia and many people in the building trades, they buy it over the chemistry counters, over the pharmaceutical counters without a prescription. And it's deemed to be the safest drug. More than 80% of our truckies, right, and our whole industry was on amphetamine and buying it over the counter without a prescription. And these are the facts that no one wants to tell you. These are the facts. This was in 1978. 1978, right? And then they brought a law in against pseudoephedrine because pseudoephedrine was deemed to be dangerous. It's a synthetic drug, okay? It's made with chemicals, right? And it's man-made. That's why it's called pseudo, okay? Ephedrine comes from a plant called mayang, right? The original source and the organic source comes from a plant called mayang, right? When made laboratorily correct, it has no human side effects. And I just want you to consider that for a moment, okay? Now.
Go ahead, Charles.
I wish that guy would get to the point, bro.
Yeah.
If you want to get gold in you, you can do it. You can get colloidal gold. If that's one of your goals.
Well, we already got gold in us. I mean, in trace amounts anyway.
Yeah, you can put extra. It's supposed to help with balancing the brain activity.
I'm not putting no graphene in my body. That shit binds together and kill you.
Well, the problem with graphene is it shreds too.
You ever see in the sky when all them black things were zooming around like bugs? That was the graphene oxide being controlled.
Apparently, it's like little razor blades inside you.
Yeah, that's not what I want.
That's why the promoter said you only have to use it one time, right? Like the
snip some graphene oxide.
Yeah, it's a huge investment opportunity at the moment. You can invest in graphene-based healthcare, which is sick.
Sniff some graphene oxide, take a couple of shots of some gold leaf, you'll be all right. You'd be like fucking one of the X-Men.
Yeah. They'll tap right
You'd
into
be
you.
sparking lightning bolts in no time. No, I would have to see some hardcore evidence. I already seen the video of the military saying there's fucking zombies in America. And it's a proven fact that they round them up and incinerate them. Hey, that's coming from the military's mouth. They were sitting in the truck, military truck, being interviewed. So, I don't know how that's happening. Maybe something in the food, but I sure as fuck don't want to be no zombie.
Well, my favorite movie ever, my favorite horror movie ever is Return of the Living Dead. And the whole
Man.
movie. It's all the
They might
government's.
have figured out how to do it, man. They might have figured out.
They get enough technology in you. They can transmit and cure any disease to you.
Yeah, that's true with frequency.
Yep.
And I've watched videos from the 40s or 50s where they would take dead dog heads and they would shock them with electricity and the eyes would blink and the mouth would open and all types of shit with dead carcasses. They were able to move the muscles and bring it back to life.
Yeah.
I was like, man, so imagine what they could do, with certain frequencies. They can probably make dead bodies rise. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. I suppose you could get enough electrical conductivity into it. Yeah.
And another thing I just want to say is I'm glad to see a lot of people on Instagram talking about these so-called 5G towers and how it's controlling the weather, and that's the problem. They want people looking at Flock. Yeah, Flock's the problem, but the real problem is the towers. Those are the major weapons. I get it. Flock, yeah, they're a little problem, but not like these towers. These towers are the major problem. All of them.
And the radar systems like Doppler and RadSat, they're a huge problem as well. RadSats are generally used to steer storms.
Yeah. I mean, they were showing how in Canada the fires, I got the video, I'm going to play it in a little while, how the fires lit up in a straight line instantaneously. And the guy's like, how does that happen? Mother Earth don't just light fires in a straight line and then direct the smoke.
We got reports now of guy in Timmins lit 12 fires. So there's eco terrorists out there. There's idiots, and I don't
know if I
the conditions. The conditions are perfect for forest fires because we haven't cleaned up.
These are just
but they need a fall guy.
Yeah, those are just patsies, man. So that you believe, so that you think people set them on fire. No, it's Jew, it's HARP. It's technology.
Don't look over here. Look over here. This guy did it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think it's the James Webb direct energy weapon. That shit ain't no fucking telescope. That bitch looks like a giant ray gun ready to direct the sunlight and torch the fucking realm. Not only are they sucking all the water up, they're torching this bitch. We're fucked. I hate to say it, but it's not looking good for us, man.
Well, they still need somebody to push the buttons. So you can be a button pusher.
Anthony Fauci looks like a button pusher. Anthony Fauci's a scumbag.
we are all okay, bro.
Yeah.
Maybe you are because you're a magic potion.
Everybody signed up to be a robot polisher?
I seen a video of this guy said you make tar. He said you mix tar. I forgot what else, and you throw it on the robot and it'll fuck everything up. Like, people in Europe are already 80 steps ahead. I love the people in Europe, man. In America, we're like a million steps behind. People are eating glazed donuts, drinking Coca-Cola.
Yeah,
but at least you got the Second Amendment, right? And you got some ammunition. Start using it.
And great toilets. Plush like a motherfucker over here, man.
And air conditioning.
You could take a shit in fucking in class. Yeah, I agree with you, Void, man. If these videos I'm going to show in a little while are very true, it blows my mind that in Italy, the leader of Italy, they burned his crib down. Like, these people weren't playing. And I think about, God damn, they ain't even armed. They don't even have guns. And these people came together and were ready to stomp this guy out of his fucking house. They're like, you know what? Enough's enough. But in America, people are like, nah, I don't got time for that. I got to go to work, man. Massa said I got to be there at 8.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
America is really spread out, right? And Italy is quite densely populated. I think that's a factor too.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well,
and also Italy's got
if they
way
knock
more
the
history.
grid out, we'll need a who was that dude in the history that delivered messages? Allegedly, what was his name with the horse? Fuck. The sun is right.
Paul Revere.
Huh? Paul Revere. Yeah, we're gonna need a Paul Revere.
Yeah, well, I mean, you will just be arrested. Like this guy is shouting in the street, right? This guy's shouting in the street, fucking old time Harold.
Karens
He
will
must
call
be
the police.
Yeah, people will call the police. They will not listen to you. No.
It blows my mind how in America the government is poisoning us and people still bootlick. I don't know, man. I think I'm living in the fucking Twilight Zone. You could show people evidence till they're blue in the face, and they'll still be like, nope. The police are good people, man. So is the government. We gotta vote.
It didn't say so in the papers. It didn't say so on the news on TV. So you must be crazy, James.
Yeah. We're lunatics. But the lunatics have been right over and over, and yet they still don't set it.
We're ahead of our time. That's it, bro.
We were right about the vaccines, on and on and on, about the chemtrails. And yet, I guess people are more comfortable living in the illusion, I guess, right? Thanks, Mark. Yeah, Paul Revere. Imagine riding a horse from the East Coast to the West Coast. That would suck. Your fucking balls would be sore.
The illusion is dissipating.
Yeah, it is, but it's taking a heavy toll, man. Like, lakes are disappearing. Like, I didn't believe that shit was that bad until I started researching out west. I'm like, God damn, entire lake.
Yeah, we might be Easter Island before we really fucking get it, but that's what's
550 million gallon joke. Just gone. You can't take a shower, you can't wash your dishes, but a good old data center can cool down all day long. It blows my mind that we even put up with this shit. Those data centers should be roasted into the ground, stomped out. Whatever we can do to fucking fuck those things up. Yeah, I said it. Do something.
My engine doesn't cool with water. My engine cools with a cooling fluid, right? You think
They're building a huge one in Utah, right?
Do you think it's any different for data centers? They don't need fresh water. That's just man. That's just this water is going somewhere else.
It could be. Say that again, boy. You're kind of breaking up a little bit. Let me mute up.
Okay, so these data centers aren't using the water and then dumping it right somewhere in a place there. It doesn't evaporate. That's not how you cool engines. You cool engines with a cooling fluid, something that's even more efficient than water, and you can use it time and time again. You don't have to use fresh water and dump it. in a place,
Part of the,
you know, that, come on, that's not.
part of the problem is it'll take like water from the river, right? And they run it through their shit, and it's cooling down, so it's heating the water up, and then they're dumping the heated water back into the waterway, and this thermal pollution that causes algae blooms, and it kills animals, and it does all shit to the downstream ecology, right? So that's part of it. Part of it. That's why nuclear plants are
Yep.
bad. That's why they're not good to use. That nobody talks about the water. But as far as this other shit, if
Some of them use cooling pools too, and those pollute as well. Cooling pools are not good.
evaporation, yes, there will be some evaporation. If it is as hot, and like you said, if you got a cooling pool, there is some evaporation happening.
That would be sweet if they blow themselves up, they overheat. But
yeah, I think they are also using more water in these industrial projects, all this oil drilling, chemical drilling. Louisiana,
you put a 50 cal in a pickup, I'm in, man.
like Louisiana politicians have already been involved in signing away and more attempts to give away our water rights to Texas, right, which is right next door, and it's all about the fracking and chemical oil drilling.
I just seen that this morning. Yeah,
that's been going on behind the scenes. So
all these waterways, it's just amazing how, and if you think you're gonna win, like I said earlier, they'll just burn your city out. Oh, you guys think you won? Psych.
Well, I will say one thing.
Your shit'll be torched.
Another thing that's not getting talked about anymore is this fucking Iran Strait of Hormuz thing. Apparently, I don't know if people have been keeping up with that, but Iran's making moves, and they about to run the Middle East, and might be asked out as far as cheap energy and gasoline and diesel and all these other chemicals that they need to do all these little projects that they're working on. They need these chemicals, so
yeah,
shit's about
that. They're going to kick the U.S. They want to kick the U.S. out of the Middle East, and they have a good chance of doing it. But we still have Venezuela, we have Canada.
The U.S. are terrorists, man. The U.S. government is fucking terrorists.
They just don't have light crude. We have to get that.
I'm not going to make our government look good and be like, oh, yeah, no, our government are terrorists.
Right,
They'll
but
do whatever it takes to get what they want.
We need to pay really close attention to that diesel situation, the diesel specifically, because diesel is a specific component that doesn't come out of all wells in the same.
We have our own gas and stuff in Texas and all that, and Louisiana stuff. I really don't get.
Yeah, but not this diesel.
Yeah, not the right kind.
Diesel is what runs shipping 18-wheelers and shit and tractors.
Yeah, Canada has lots of heavy crude, but we don't have light crude. So
yeah. And the light sweet crude is what you want because it takes the least amount of
This all seems like it's by design, man. Like I even think Iran might be in on it because that's what they needed to do to collapse our country heavily, and South America too.
Just look at the 10 regions by the World Economic Forum, right? That'll tell you. It's North America down to Venice, down to Cuba. There, or where is it? Anyways,
Colombia just got hit with a
major. Yeah, Colombia, right?
They just got mad.
Like the Yucatan, yeah.
Yeah. So they'll take
you just think Colombia.
And then you'll have a European oligarchy, Russian, and an Asian, and a few others.
But look what's happening here. You got Venezuela was leveled. Now Colombia was just leveled. That's not counting other countries that they haven't talked about. If only Venezuela got leveled, that's odd to me. You know, I personally think the military is doing this. These are some heavy earthquakes. Like they were showing an old world church crumbling. It takes a lot to crumble one of them granite churches. You know.
I mean, 7.5. That's quite something. That's 7.5 on the Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. And the military got frequency weaponry for fucking sure, man. They could make that shit probably a 10.0 if they wanted to. They could create tsunamis. The military has tech people couldn't even understand. They'd be like, no, man, that shit ain't true. Nope.
Yeah, there, the World Health Organization has a great map for it.
Problem, reaction, solution. They'll create a problem, they'll level you, and then they got the solution, man. They'll send in Israel and the US, and then they'll steal all your children, and they do that time and time again, yo. It's fucking crazy.
Well, as soon as we blow the lid off this COVID situation, what happened to all of us right in front of our motherfucking faces, we'll get most, if not all, the people involved in fucking the rest of this shit up too, bro.
We need to just start lighting these motherfuckers up, man. I don't give a fuck. I feel like it's now or never. Imagine the U.S. becomes a wasteland. This is all the movie script anyway, but I'm gonna make a movie about how the U.S. dried up. And then we killed all the politicians. That's a good movie.
You guys got a bunch of minerals under all the cities you got, so those got to go.
Yeah. It's like why we name all our national monuments and parks after fucking devil shit. Since the first one they named was the devil something. Devil's Tower, I think, was the first one. Devil this, devil that.
Yep.
Remember those snacks called devil dogs? No.
That's what they call Marines. Devil dogs.
Yep.
What the fuck wants to be called a devil dog? I don't.
Them days, snacks were good, man. They weren't made with all these chemicals and all this bullshit, man. Now snacks are made with all poison.
Goyim foods.
Goyim. Eat it for a week.
Goyim.
And you'll be underground.
That was hilarious.
It's wild shit, bro.
Eat it for a week and you'll be the devil's tree. These Jews are killing us from so many angles. I mean, these IOs. All these metal companies that spray chemtrails are coming from Israel. Those are the main headquarters. So, in Google's saying there is no joint collaboration with the U.S. military and Israel.
Of course not.
You know, that's treasonous too, man. What are we joining with other countries?
They already did it on the army level. You could look at it. Fucking, they did that one already, like a year ago or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, we're getting fucking ding-donged right in our face, man. Left and
Once
right.
it happens, right, then you're forced to make a choice. Like all of us that live in America, especially, like by default, it's like, oh, okay, so now I have to buy in with this Israel is my fucking best friend bullshit, or now you just made both of y'all are now my fucking enemy, right?
Yeah.
That's the choice that they gave us with that one. And it looks to me, I got two fucking enemies, bro. I'm fucking sick of looking at them. They
God
move.
tells me every night to form an army, and I'm like, with what? My socks? These pussies don't want to fight.
I can see a motherfucking wolf, and it's got a little sheep's fucking thing on its head. And they trying to say, no, it's a sheep. And I'm like, I see the damn wolf, bro. And there's two of them now. One of them's got an American flag, one of them's got the Israeli flag on his fucking back, and I see a wolf.
Which is what Donnie and Ben. I put them in one of my new rhymes, man. Donnie and Ben, they sleep in the same bed together. They have pillow talk. Fucking faggots.
Fuck boys. Little fuck boys. Little elitist fuck boys.
And they eat children together too, probably. That's disgusting, man. Look, I wouldn't lose an inch of sleep.
Yeah, these big, powerful men, right? These big, fucking accomplished, fucking 6 foot, fucking big, bold motherfuckers walking around dictating the world, and then behind closed doors, what are they doing? They're fucking, they're getting their rocks off, dominating little teenage girls and shit. These little fucking pieces of garbage, bro. That's what's running our fucking little
Now they're into
fucking.
boys. They're into
Both, all of it. Just
yeah, now they want to surveil you in your bedroom.
preying on
in your bedroom, but whatever they do in private will be private.
Yeah. Do as we say, not as we do.
Check this video out real quick. I got 2 videos. They're only a minute long, but I just want to know what y'all think about this. If you think this is real or bullshit.
This is Albania. It's all over the internet. This is what happens in other countries when people like Ivanka and Jared decide that they're going to build a luxury resort on what they would consider very important environmental and public lands. This is what the fuck happens. But not here. Not here. We just do what? What are we doing? Because we've already proved to our government that we're not going to start a revolution, even though they're all pedophiles and they rape children. I'm on public land. I'm going to die. I'm going to die on public land. I'm going to die fighting for water. I'm going to die fighting for land. I'm going to die fighting, making sure you understand that this is how you take down the fucking Death Star. Right here. Right fucking here. Not with your vote.
I think this is Venezuela or Colombia. They're getting robbed. Hell yeah. It's all mad robbed. Bing bong. You damn, they're fucking lighting off it. Where are these rocks coming from? Take people! You ain't got no weapons, just a rock to keep you stuck. These cats don't want to drag. Well, you look at him trying to drag his boy out of here. Oh, they got him back to the corner this far. Yeah, this far. Once they got him back to that plane, too, Don.
I don't know what country that is, but good for them. They were fucking them up, and that's all that matters.
It was like a 5-year-old video. I think it was from somewhere in South America. Sure, it's Colombia.
Only in America. We'll vote them out, guys. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Like that worked the last 80 years. We'll just walk away.
Oh, you
and they'll disappear. We'll walk away and they'll just go away.
Tucker Carlson's going to save America. Start a new party.
Oh, yeah.
No, if we started a revolution, they would shit their fucking pants.
You like all
this? They're not expecting us to do anything. I'm just saying.
Hey, bro, you
I'm
like
not
all this?
saying to do anything. I'm just saying, if the U.S. started, these people wouldn't know what to do. They're not expecting it.
You need to research and bring up that fucking shit where they made that Freemason party back in fucking 1800s at some point.
Cats burn their house down, yo. They ain't playing. Now, shout out to Albania for that. The other video I played was Hong Kong. That was back when that video is old. I think that's when Hong Kong was supposed to go back under China rule, and they weren't having it. They were fucking the China police up. I don't know how it is now, but yeah, that's when Hong Kong came together, and that was back, I think, in 2020, around that time. 'Cause I remember watching it and be like, damn, only America could be like this.
Well, when it is, everybody just fucking takes a shit on it. Like, oh, it's all paid. It's all fucking said. You're all stupid.
If we were to do anything, it needs to be strategic, man. It can't be just burning shit down for no reason. That's stupid, man. You need to do strategic military moves.
It just needs to get to that point, bro, and it'll take care of itself. It's getting there.
Well, the
I ain't even stressing it anymore. Like,
when people are hungry, they'll do that.
Even taking hostage, like, say whatever, that they ain't no government don't give a fuck. They'll replace that piece of shit tomorrow. I don't have all the answers, but I know one thing. I'm gonna do deeper research into all these lakes. I'm pretty sure I could do an hour video. I was gonna do it today, but I'm pretty sure I could spend a good hour showing all the lakes that are drying up. If the whole entire Rio Grande dried up, that's insane, man. Like, even to see all these fish dying, I look at that and be like, and then all the moose that are dying and the deer because of the tick, it's almost like a strategic move to kill as many fish and as many moose and deer as they can so people won't be able to survive off the grid. That's what it seems like they're making a move. And it's not even just off the grid. They're dumping ticks on farmland. I just don't get how people ain't shooting these copters out the sky. Maybe they didn't have time to get a weapon, but for a helicopter to land on your property, not land, but hover and dump ticks, that seems like trespassing to me.
well, you can't believe anything.
God.
Anyway.
Nobody picked the ticks up and had them tested, as far as I've seen. So it could all be just bullshit. Right?
I would have shot that copter out the sky and got his face tested.
Here's the whole thing, bro. If your fucking local news agency reported that story, you go to them and you ask, why did you report the story about the ticks? I want this verified. I'm not so sure you fucking gave me accurate information. They can say, well, it was the AP, it was the Associated Press release, AP release. Okay, well then you look at the AP and then you could spend your time, you could stop right fucking there and you could look at the Associated Press and Reuters and all these news agencies and say, where are they getting their fucking up to the second fucking information about world events? Everything is based, the Wall Street, fucking every news agency is reporting what comes out of these 1, 2, 3 little fucking entities, right? We call it the news and information. It's all coming from a handful of places. Rupert Murdoch, all these type motherfuckers. Once you get there, bro, we can stop there. We can audit that shit. Audit the information right at the fucking top, and the rest of this shit takes care of itself, bro. It's COVID and everything. That's how they ran COVID. That's how they doing this war. You know, when they set up the Associated Press, it was a conglomerate of about 5 American newspapers at the time, and 4 of them were based in New York, and 1 of them was in Washington, D.C., but they formed this Associated Press conglomeration in a response to what? The Civil War, as a way to what? Disseminate wartime information more quickly and over a wider area, right? And so here we go. Now we live in the world of fucking up-to-the-date information by Associated Press and Reuters, and look into them. Reuters especially is just owned by this one Canadian family since its founding. It's the Thompson family that owns and runs what we call Reuters, where we get all our fucking information and news from. So is it real or is it not? Well, we need to go there and ask them. That's who's giving us all this shit. All of it. In our land. Go ahead. That's my point on it, bro. It's all about the fucking information, right? Start at the top of that shit. Where's all this shit coming from? Who made fucking... Why are these things the IMF, World Bank, all this fucking horseshit? It all exists in this matrix of paperwork, legalism, and information. There's your seven-headed hydra. And it's the thing that feeds on itself. One thing, the fact that one thing exists justifies the existence of the other. And then this hamster wheel of hot potato.
Right.
Who's responsible? Who's running shit? Don't matter. It's all fucking churning. Wall Street's getting rich today. They loving it. It's a good day. I'm having a good day too myself, but I'm not fucking getting rich today like they are. Off of what? The information. Up to the minute, guys. Get it on your fucking ticker.
Yeah.
Get
so we can make lots of money off your investment money.
Yep, everything that's happening today, tomorrow, what might happen 5-10 years from now. They're all fucking... It's all based on information that may or may not come out.
Yeah. Well, they're making a lot of money off of devaluing. A lot of people in politics are making money off of devaluing the Canadian dollar. So we can expect to go down even more. It's going to be great.
Yeah, buy gold, guys. I'm telling you, buy gold.
Yeah, gold or silver probably. Well, come and take that away too.
I can't buy nothing anyway.
Strategic resources, right?
Yeah. Repatriate.
Yeah. Yeah, if they say they need it for a wartime effort or something, you know, they just come and take it.
Yeah, it looks good on paper. Everybody feels good. Oh, my net worth, I got this, like my credit score, my this and that.
Yeah.
Don't mean shit. Don't mean fucking nothing. You turn the lights off. It's fragile. So, house built on quicksand.
Yeah, water's a good idea there, Mark. Indy's got that covered. He's got a well. They'll have to poison the well.
Yeah.
Dropped out. Boy dropped out.
Badass filter.
Look at this. I Googled, I said, list all the lakes drying up out west because of data centers, right? AI Overlord says no lakes are drying up because of data centers. While the booming AI data center industry in the arid American West consumes millions of gallons of water for server cooling, scientists and hydrologists emphasize that large-scale agriculture, multi-decade mega droughts, climate change. They're blaming climate change, not the data centers. They must think we're fucking morons. Like, this is why...
Well, then why build
shit?
Climate change is real.
Google lies more than Donald Trump.
Well, that's the future they're giving us. So,
Bill Gates says that climate change is a little, we were looking at the extremes and we'll probably adapt now. So it's okay.
So right now, fucking at least 50% of the information that runs the stock market right now is based on this concept about climate change. Yeah. Whether it exists or not, what's the cause, what's the future going to be because of it, or how it affects everything. And you see how they're a little fucking good. It's like, fuck it. It don't matter if it's real or not. Yep. It don't matter what the truth is about it, I should say. It's real enough that, hey, motherfuckers are profiting. They got businesses that are created. just to respond to this thing that may or may not even exist anyway. So who gives a shit?
Can I invest in it? Let's make it happen.
Exactly. Is it on paper? I can write on it. Good. There it is. Fake numbers, this and that, whatever.
Yep. Put out some fake studies, scare people, get some investment ideas, and then get some dollars.
To be living on a dead planet, what good would it do to have millions of dollars if you can find nothing with it?
Yeah.
Of value, you know. Like if everybody had $1 million, it wouldn't be shit because you couldn't buy nothing because everybody would buy it before you. So what's the value?
Yep. Well, climate change is a natural thing, so it happens.
Yeah, so let's build data centers.
Yep. Spray the skies and fucking pollute. We're going to do something to the oceans, I think. We're going to try to make the oceans cool. Put a bunch of chalk in there or something.
Yeah, the oceans will be next.
They got the red dot number 40 somewhere, so they're going to dump it in the ocean turn red.
Yeah, got to reflect that sunlight, you know. By whatever investment dollars we can figure.
Man, I was looking into this red light therapy shit last night. I was looking at on their website about a device, and it's just expensive as fuck. But I think there might be some money to be made in that. I think I was thinking about emailing them and saying, "Hey, I got this eye condition. I'd be willing to be a test subject for." They don't have one specifically for the eyes. They have some other shit for the knees and kind of other shit. So hey, you can make one for the eyes. I'll test it out, and if it works, I'll open up a red light therapy fucking clinic right here on my land, and you know what I'm saying? Like,
well,
whatever.
When I was a kid, I was sent for eye therapy, and there was a series of different colored lights that they projected, and I would stare at them for several minutes. So there might be some validity to that.
Well, they're saying people that are using these, this guy that has the specific type of lights out of a doctor in Australia, that people are using it for other things like these bed beds, but they're reporting better, like they wear glasses and shit, and they're reporting their vision is correcting just by being around this red light. So it's been like this thing that they discovered by accident.
Mm-hmm.
People's vision have been, because they were telling people they need to like, huh?
No,
Do
my
what?
bad.
Oh,
I was just looking up they gave me a list of all the drying lakes. Oh, I should have put in the U.S. My bad. This is all over the world.
well,
Anyway, my bad. Go ahead.
my buddy has been sending me text messages over the past few months about he keeps an eye on shit too, and like we've been experiencing this quote drought that they've been calling it for a year, right? But the Mississippi River has been like at and near flood stage for a lot of time this year, because he would send me random text messages about, they say we in a drought, but for some reason the fucking Mississippi River they're having a fucking, it's like they had an excess. I don't know where all that water came from, what's going on with that, but just another little data point to factor in with.
Yeah.
Might be draining water from one area, and I don't know what the fuck. You know, it's like they're so willing to carry out real things to make a lie look real. You know what I mean? Just like with COVID, they had to kill a few people to make it look real enough for the rest of us, right? To send a message to get the job done.
Yep.
So you can't put anything past them as far as they'll legitimize anything that's going on right now if they have to with some real shit. I mean, because they're a fucking rabid dog and they're caged in a corner and they've been exposed for what they are, and more people fucking.
That's what I mean. They won't hesitate to kill us in a fucking heartbeat.
So
they already are in many different ways. You don't need a gun to genocide people. You just poison their water.
What's going on? Anybody that sits down and reasonably and logically analyzes, sorry, what the fuck is going on? you're going to come to that conclusion. It's like, oh, I can't rule it out. It seems very plausible. My own government is fucking.
Yeah, it blows my mind. People be like, "Nuh-uh, nope, the government wouldn't do that." Are you kidding me, Chuck? That's what some of my friends tell me.
Like I said, when you reasonably and logically look at that from, that's where it leads you. Every fucking time. You know, getting away from it. It's like 9/11. It was all in your face, bro. COVID, all in your face. Still all in your face to this day. It ain't like, oops, yeah, we made a mistake. You can forgive us. So we forgave them. Let's move on. Nah, we didn't even do that.
Our politicians are so invested in vaccines that we can't talk about them in Canada. I can't say anything about them really, because we're building Moderna plants, right? And Justin Trudeau and Carney are all invested in that.
Too bad, yep.
Burn them down. Burn those plants down, yo. We need to take our country back. Fuck these motherfuckers. If I ever disappear, just know, I didn't disappear by accident.
Anyways, they'll have to go.
And of course the vaccine worked, because if it didn't work, why would they be building new factories right now to build more of them? Yeah. Right?
I seen a sign today at CVS. It says, get your shot today. Or no, it says, get shot today. And I'm like, that's what it said. They forgot to put the other words. It says, get shot today. I'm going to go up to the sign with a marker and put, get your poison shot today.
Well, vaccine uptake in Canada, last I heard, which was a long time ago, but it was really down. It was around 14% of people that were interested at all. So
that me with independent?
That's pretty good.
And you can't, if you really think back the last 6 years, everything that was said, every time that they got on TV with their stupid little faces and they fucking said some weirdo shit about how we need to fucking do this thing right now, type attitude, they intentionally wanted every single one of us, bro. And you gotta know, you can see it on their face now, that they disappointed. They couldn't get all of us. And that's a crack in the fucking shell, bro. It's a crack in the wall, bro. We need to exploit that.
That's why they're putting it in food and
if you got a certain percentage of your fucking patients vaccinated, you got a bonus. You don't want your bonus or what? Right?
Let's see the chat. What's up, Frame9? Jack's dreaming. I haven't looked at the chat. Hey, Candy. JK. Peace to Mark Basket. Peace of the whole chat.
Now you tell me what happens if they come out with hemorrhagic fever, right? Where you're fucking
hemorrhoidal what?
Where you're bleeding from your eyes, nose, and mouth,
and your ass.
And your ass, yeah. You know, is that going to scare people enough? I think it would.
I would probably shoot myself.
I think people would be running up trying to get anything they could to fix themselves. or protect themselves, right? Again, right? You need protection. So what are they going to give you for protection?
We got this vaccination.
I ain't. I'd be gladly checking out of this motherfucker with some fucking bloody asshole fucking. If that's what it is. Fuck this shit.
People should look at the Great Salt Lakes and Wikipedia, and you could see how big these lakes were, and now they're no more. It's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, the Salton Sea. Yeah. That has no water really going into it. Other than
these lakes are huge. Wow. 1900, the original Saltaire. Man, I hate the government. I just that piece of hate in my heart, I don't think I could ever get rid of it. That's the sad part.
Yeah, I get to live for the rest of my life with the fact that, yeah, my grandma was fucking murdered by everything that was growing up to fucking believe otherwise. So yeah, I get to live with that. Ain't no fucking going away from that. Ain't no fucking moving on from that. Huh. It is what it is. I got it. I accept it. I accept it, and moving on to the next stage of grief, which is eventually fucking I'm gonna slap somebody for something one day. It'll happen one day, I'm sure. Hopefully not.
Slap them with a whole clip.
Yeah. Got a big fat slap just waiting.
Oh. I got a picture of the Great Salt Lake from 1888, and people look like they're having a ball. Now, this shit don't even exist anymore, yo. It's fucking insane, man. You know, and these people who build these data centers don't give a fuck. They really don't. They really don't.
No, they're still coming out weekly of companies.
I mean, I didn't realize how big this fucking lake was until you look at it from the satellite picture. This thing is fucking huge, and it's all gone. I mean, I don't know if people can fathom. I'm gonna download a picture. This thing is big as a Great Lake, one of them. So imagine what they could do with the Great Lakes. Now, where's all this water going? Is it evaporating, or that's the question?
It's just evaporating.
Oh my god. Oh fuck, we're fucked. That's probably why they were looking for underground springs too.
One way on a one train track.
JK said it's utterly sickening, all the fake science bullshit that's going on, like doctors science, you got to take a vaccine now. We have millions of people that are sick by
Pokey poke poke. Pokey poke. Put your left hand.
people will still line up after all that happened in 2020. People will still line up. I wonder how many ding dongs going to CVS to get these jabs. I hope nobody. You know, and what happened to all the elderly people? You know, I really don't see elderly people anymore, to be honest, seriously.
Well, it's I think it's a reflection more of the psychology of people who probably for the first time in their life when this COVID thing happened, it gave them something to feel. I think people have been so numb and lied out for so long that this thing came along and they finally felt, here's my chance to prove I'm a good person. Here's a chance for me to atone for my sins. I'm going to get back. I was a shitty person and now I can get back. I can do the right thing, and I'm gonna take this little pain, this little sting, stick it in me and squirt, just squirt it in my arm, and it feels so good to just be a part of something and squirt it.
I'm really into it right now are the boomers.
Yeah,
very low percentage of them as well. So,
well, I will say this: that I'm proud of this thing that they call MAGA, the Republican Party, that it has definitely been fractured, divided down this fucking pro or anti-Israel shit, and dealing with the TPUSA and the whole thing, because that's a very dangerous thing setting up with this Republican fucking MAGA fucking pro-Israel shit. We could all be fucking over with if some people.
Things are going to happen quick on that front because of the waning support. So they're going to try to ramp through anything they can to help Israel.
There's been small victories along the way. We sitting here looking at the fucking boss in the face, bro.
Yeah.
That's
all right.
Well, if they join the Israeli and American military, does that make you guys guilty of war crimes under the ICC now?
Let's say that last part again. You cut up.
Oh, I said if you guys join Israel, will that make you both guilty of war crimes under the International Criminal Court?
Right. It's like guilt by association now. It's like, oh yeah, we're the team now. No. That's why I'm at arm's length with all that shit.
Yeah. And what happened? You know, fucking.
Alright, I'm okay.
Yo, what the fuck, StreamYard? You're really pulling my pisser today. What the fuck, man? Oh my, man. StreamYard, you gotta be kidding me. This is like a 1982 fucking... Man.
How about we all go join secret societies, you know? Just go in there and say, you know what, I'm on board with you guys. Let's fuck the whole world over. Fucking kill everybody and poison everything. Unless you fuck it
go
all.
in there and be like, y'all ain't
Tell
seen
them we
nothing
gotta
yet.
kill everyone, including you. That's what we gotta tell them.
So y'all thought y'all had some fucking evil ideas. Wait till y'all get a load of me.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man? I had this one good picture, you know, and StreamYard always does this. But first, look at this from a satellite. This how big the lake allegedly is from the satellite. Now, I don't know if the Twin Lakes are both of these, but I don't think so. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Oh, AJK, yeah. Remember they showed us videos of them hauling people's pets out in big bags? I don't know if that was real or not, but...
Of what, these lakes?
No, we're in China when the pandemic was over. They were going and collecting people's cats and dogs, stuffing them in big fucking bags.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? Look how big this lake is. Like it's hard for me to fathom that this entire lake is gone. I mean, this thing is fucking huge.
How about the fact that they were telling us that the hospitals were overrun with unvaccinated people fucking dying?
Yeah.
And there were empty hospitals.
Yeah, they were killing people on purpose. Those ventilators, man. I know they killed my roommate too.
Yeah, my grandma.
How was my roommate set to come home and then was in a coma the next day? It don't even make sense to me still. I'd be thinking about that. Like, son ain't right, man.
Well, they put you in an artificial coma to put you on the ventilator. Because you were on the ventilator and the lake would be freaking out.
What's up, Wayne? Wayne hasn't said a word. Wayne's in the cut like peroxide.
Wayne's World. Excellent. Party time.
What's up?
Most high. Some of that stuff I think.
I always say that, but I know what he's gonna say. The Most High. Look at this old. This is the old world right here. Look how beauty this architecture is. It's all by design. Everything works in unison, from the water to the electricity to everything. And then this stupid fucking white man comes along, right? The 13 families, and they destroy everything. They should get their heads cut off by a guillotine. Those fucking pieces of shit. But what do I know? I'm just an observer. Listen to this guy real quick.
The fog of war is thick. The United States is about to attack, drop a bomb on its own soil.
Here we go again when my video starts. 8 minutes in. Like, it skips the very important part.
The fog of war is thick. The United States is about to attack, drop a bomb on its own soil, and frame Iran for it, to rally the troops of America to go off and fight for the pedophiles at the top. That's right. An intelligence leak has come through. The reason that Joseph Sumar relieved his duty of the USS West Virginia nuclear submarine was because he was approached by Pete Hegseth and the higher-ups in the Pentagon to carry out this mission, and he refused. He flat out told them that he refused to carry out that mission, that he would not drop bombs on American soil when there was no threat. This is what's coming. Just as the Black Swan event that happened in 9/11 was portrayed and was done by Israel and the United States so that they could attack Afghanistan and blame Osama bin Laden. None of that was true. Just as none of this, which they are saying on the news about Iran, saying that they are planning to attack U.S. soil with nuclear weapons. That is all a false flag. It is a false flag created by the United States government. This is what's coming. But the United States government has relieved that nuclear submarine commander, and the new one will definitely drop the bomb on American soil. This is what's coming. Do not be fooled. And to hide this, the United States government will 100% sink that submarine to the bottom of the ocean, and you'll never see any of those sailors again. That is what the American government is willing to do, to hide their hand when it comes to underhandedness. So this is what's coming. There's a false flag. America will bomb the United States to frame Iran for it, so that the United States can rally the troops and send hundreds of thousands of American men and women off to be killed to fight Iran. This is what's coming. Prepare your families. Do not be deceived. It's a false flag and a hoax created by the United States government. Prepare your families. We don't know where the bomb is going to drop, but the
probably drop it on a school.
Who knows? I've seen something where in LA, the same guy who put insurance on the Twin Towers, well, he owns buildings in LA, and he just put insurance on one of those buildings. So I don't fucking know, but who knows if all this is true or not? You know, people from our generation already know to expect false flags. Yeah. Especially when Trump came out and said, "Oh, you know, Israel's gonna have, what did he call them? Something about them in our country. What did he call them? He called them, whatever he called them. He said they're gonna cause mass hysteria and bomb stuff in our country. I already know. I was like, oh, here we go again. Ain't nobody gonna bomb shit in our country but our own government.
I thought you guys had top tier surveillance and secret services, right? But suddenly people will be able to get away with all kinds of crimes.
They'll still get away with it.
Oh yeah.
You seen the video I showed? I should have kept that one. Where the young man, they got this tech where they got filters where he snapped his fingers and then he became a woman. And yeah, you could move around, everything, grab the tits. You could be a woman, and all you gotta do is change your voice, and no one will ever know, man. They got tech, man. If the government really wanted, you know, even that young man for Kirk's death, you know, that's a fall guy. Just like I think the guy who allegedly set the fires, they're like, look over here. They don't want you looking at direct energy weapons. They always got to have a fall person for everything.
Something to make it plausible for their story, yeah.
Like, that young man's going to do, if it's real, imagine that young man's going to do life in prison for something he didn't do. Let's just say it's real, right? And the young man, they just snatched him up.
Well, they let them go.
They set him up and everything, and that young man's going to do life in prison for something he never did. Yo, imagine that shit. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, these guys, they get off.
Man.
Yeah. We get light charges, if anything.
They even said that, you know, a lot of the evidence for the guy who allegedly shot Kirk, which is a crock of bullshit. The whole thing is fucking staged. Kirk's still alive somewhere.
Hey, bro, I'm just gonna say this. I can't get past the fact that that motherfucker, when you look at the picture that they showed us, the first little picture that the news showed us of this Tyler Robinson dude, why does he look like a fucking spitting image clone overlay of motherfucking Oswald? I just can't get past that. I'm sorry. I just can't get past that.
What? You're talking about the one in his college dorm room that has
I'm talking about
Valhalla Island?
No, I'm talking about the picture of his face that they showed us. This
yeah.
And I look at this picture and I'm like, that looks like a picture of fucking young Oswald. Go look at a young fucking Oswald. It looks like. So I don't know what the fuck this shit, but I don't believe any of it.
They could generate fake pictures, man. They could do so much to deceive the people. Like Wayne always says, man. That shit's, it don't exist. Just like bringing Fauci into the fucking thing, ain't shit gonna happen to that clown. He ain't gonna do not a second in prison. You know, all the people that are up there hounding him and stuff, they're in on it too, man. They're just creating a smokescreen to make it look like they're doing something about it, but they're not. None of them will ever go to prison. If the people who dumped C8 into the Ohio River and gave thousands and thousands, probably more, hundreds of thousands of people cancer, no one knows the true numbers. And they didn't do a lick in fucking prison. What makes anyone think Fauci? You know, even the people who killed them in the hospital ain't gonna do a fucking second in prison. It's a joke, man. Fucking joke. This whole country is a fucking joke. These people genocide anybody. Yo, the Zios are the true Nazis, man. The Germans weren't the Nazis. It was the fucking Jews, man.
Dr. James Wickstrom said they unalived General Patton for this.
Here's what General Patton had to say right after the war. Listen carefully because they murdered him. Sullivan, who was the head of the OSS, which was later called the CIA, was ordered to send killers in to destroy General Patton so he wouldn't get back to this country because he knew of what was going to happen to the German people because his intelligence group broke the code of Churchill, Stalin, and Roosevelt. And he tried to get to Berlin first to save the German people. Here is what this 4-star German hero said, and he saved hundreds of thousands of German lives. Berlin gave me the blues. We have destroyed what could have been a good race. We are about to replace them with Mongolian savages. And all Europe will be communist. It said that for the first week after they took it, Berlin, all women, German women who ran were shot. And those who did not were I could have taken Berlin instead of the Soviets had I been allowed by Ike the Black Jew. General George S. Patton, July 21, 1945. The day after a big 5-ton truck driven by an OSS man hit Patton's vehicle, Patton was taken to the field office and given the needle. The very next day, his good friend, 3-star General Johnson, was murdered also by the OSS because he knew what was going on because he was a good friend with General Patton. I understand history. Don't come to me with your foolish remarks and your stupidity. It's stupid.
Patton did say we fought on the wrong side of the war. This guy's fired up. What do you guys think? Was Patton right? Did they unalive him for it? Apparently they didn't want him to get back stateside and spread the word. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy to think about. It's kind of telling that we aren't even supposed to ask these questions. To even ask questions like this, you'll get a label put on you. You should always be able to question history. You should always be able to question anything. When they start telling you you can't question something, maybe that's a sign to pay attention. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Very interesting.
Share, subscribe, leave a comment down below.
One thing I've learned about his story is the United States is very good at propaganda and blaming the other countries and having people look outside of the US when the problem's right in our fucking face. You know, they blame the Germans, but it was the US fault. They blamed any other war they ever been in, the US started it. Makes me wonder about all these false flags like 9/11, fucking Pearl Harbor. What else? I know there's more. I wonder what started World War One. I forgot. I'm gonna have to look into that. I mean, look at the Berlin Wall. Anyway. Alright, this is the one I want to play. I gotta get rid of some of these videos. I think I downloaded too many, man. This is the guy. Is this the one? Is it this video? I don't know. Let me see.
Okay, who's got the naive baby federal version of why a forest fire would all start in a fucking straight line, all at the same literal exact time? Gotta know. We're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least 10 separate fires starting in a straight line all at the same fucking time. This is the Canada wildfires from last week, bitch. Just explain this to me. Here, let's watch it a couple times. Come on, just tell me how this happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, here we go, boys. Get the forest fire started. Yeah. Please explain to me. How do clouds, how does nature do this? How does it do it in a straight line all at the same time that creates an entire fucking smoke fog blanket that just engulfs the entire country for a week? Tell me. Come on. Come on. Oh, what was it? Thunder and lightning? Did thunder and lightning go in a straight line? These dumb bitches did fucking 9/11 to us, and we still got a bunch of goofy bitches rolling around thinking that, a couple planes can knock down steel buildings. Oh, literal wind can knock down building 7 in a controlled demolition. Guys, forest fires just start in a straight line all at the same time. Blah, blah, blah. And look, there's not frequency waves over here in these fake fucking clouds. So real calmly, guys, please enlighten me, educate me. How does this happen? Just tell me. I'm a dumb guy. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't know how to start forest fires because I'm not an Israeli. So, just tell me how this happens. Love you. Goodbye. Cause you know what this looks like to me? A fucking land grab. It looks like Lahaina. It looks like, hey, you know what's up here? A lot of copper. You know what they need for data centers and stuff? A lot of fucking copper, boys. You know what the Great Lakes were, right? They used to be giant mountains of copper that were quarried out, and they fucking, used all the copper probably to create all the free energy buildings that then the fucking colonizers destroyed and ruined, so we don't have any fucking free energy. So what's up here? Is it a bunch of indigenous and poor people's land that they want? This is easier than a genocide. This is easier than killing a bunch of people and taking their land. You just light their houses on fire and make them move. But this smells fucking fishy. It smells like fish, like lizard fish, dude. I mean, dude, just look at how perfectly evenly spaced they all are. Beep, 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 beep. It's just incredible. I can't get over it. Anyway, and two, the frequencies are probably like sucking the smoke over. It's like got a fan on the fire. Love you. Bye.
Toasty!
Yeah, they can create high and low pressure zones and get winds to go in the right direction so that it'll fan the fire.
The Jews let the direct energy weapons go. The city goes. Toasty! Alright. He said, I don't know how to light fires. I'm not an Israeli. I only got a couple more, I think.
Y'all aren't ready for this one. Exodus took place in America, and the true Nile is the Mississippi River. Moses was born here and was buried in Utah. Pay attention to this one, because I'm gonna be sure.
Yeah, it starts 6 minutes.
Y'all aren't ready for this one. Exodus took place in America, and the true Nile is the Mississippi River. Moses was born here and was buried in Utah. Pay attention to this one, because I'm going to be showing you how much of the Old Testament actually took place here in the Americas. When Moses split the Red Sea, he was leading the Israelites into California. For centuries, California was depicted as an island in all the older maps, even labeled with having a Red Sea. So if cartographers of the past were really mistaken, why do so many maps have this exact same mistake with such detail? Now by the 1770s, California begins to look like what it does today, but can't go back to its natural state due to so many dams and levees holding it together. There are over 1,500 dams in California alone, literally holding back an entire sea. Now, the Mississippi River is the true Nile. The Nile, the fake Egypt, does not match the description in Isaiah 11:15. It said the Lord smite the river into 7 streams. But the Nile we're given in Africa only has 2 major tributaries. And what is the largest river complex in America? The Mississippi. It's the only major river on Earth that matches the description with 7 massive streams. There's also many Egyptian named cities across the Mississippi, and these are just the ones alongside the river, not considering the rest of the country. Now let's read about the death of Moses in Deuteronomy 34, which shows us his final journey and burial being in Utah, or Judah. All the locations mentioned are found here. This one puts the nail in the coffin. Then Moses went to the plains of Moab, onto the top of Mount Nebo. So a 70-hour walk from Moab to Mount Nebo. Okay, to the top of Pisgah. Pisgah, Utah, that is over against Jericho. Boom, Jericho, Utah, right across Mount Pisgah. And if you're not mind blown yet, you need to drink some wake up juice. But hold on, we still got more places to verify. And then the Lord showed him the whole land from Gilead onto Dan. Gilead, Utah to Dan or Daniel, Utah. Same thing. All these places are in the same vicinity to Mount Nebo. All of Naphtali, or Nephi, Utah, as in Naphtali being one of the tribes of Israel. The territory of Ephraim, right here. And now, you won't find a Manasseh, Utah, on the map, But there's a reason for that. The town no longer exists. It didn't survive. But there was a Manasseh in Utah. Give it a quick search and you'll see Manasseh is said to have existed right next to Ephraim. And what do we know about these two tribes? They were brothers. So of course they'd be right next to each other. Remember, it says Moses could see the whole land of Judah, or the whole land of Utah, from the top of Mount Nebo. This is what it looks like 12,000 feet high. And sure enough, you can see all these sites from this mountain. Now let's take a look at their little fake hill, Mount Nebo, in Israel, Palestine, which is only 2,000 feet. And it's not even a mountain, it's labeled a ridge, a hill. So why are you calling a ridge a mountain? You mean to tell me Moses could see the whole promised land from this little hill? It doesn't come close. That is a real mountain. There's also many more biblically named locations throughout Utah. Moses Rock. They told you Mormons named these places, but that's the cover story. That's the hijack. Mormons just knew they were setting up in the ancient lands, and they even talk about Indian tribes being descendants of the Hebrews. And while I'm not saying they are, it could explain all these ancient Hebrew artifacts that have been found throughout the US. Many of these tribes were at least in connection with the Israelites. And once you start to compare not only their cultural similarities, the artifacts, or even the linguistic similarities between the Native American languages and the Hebrew tongues, you will find a mountain of evidence. But that's a story for another time. America is the true promised land. And you know there's a spell cast when people can't see what's right in front of them.
Hebrew tea, Hebrew coffee, Hebrew good drink. Yeah, I need to, you probably haven't, but there's a channel on YouTube, I think it's called 432 The Drop. And it's this guy, I used to watch him a long time ago. I haven't seen him post, probably haven't posted in a while, but he did a good series of videos that sound like you might be right at that point where he was talking about the early Americas, and because they talked about the people here being the copper colored people, right? There's a big debate about what the American Indians are, the Aborigines, or what, who, and what. But he used to be on all that. You might want to look into him. He's got some old ass books that he went through and read out. But they talk about Utah and Udall and everything he was talking about there. And 432 The Drop. But who knows, right? Right now we're ran by a bunch of goddamn pedophiles and liars and fucking thieves and crooks and despicable motherfuckers, bro. And they fucking shit up. Fucking their natural beauty and social order.
Yeah, satanic, cannibalistic pedophiles.
Pedivores, yep. Boom, 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 boom. I'm not a pedophile.
Pedivores, I like that. Funny.
Yeah, pedivore.
That should enter the lexicon as an actual word. We should promote that.
They call that putting roots on you. You ever heard of that before?
Got to kick a root down.
Like people put roots on you, like.
A ruse. Clever ruse.
Somebody put roots on you, they did voodoo on you.
Yeah.
So if you think you comprehend stuff, a root can be planted inside of you. And you'll move like programming, putting roots on you.
Yeah, it's like bad. It's like stupid thoughts taking the shit in your brain. You have to.
Yeah, stuff you can't prove, but you move on it like it's proven. Like they put roots on. That's how you make a thrall. You ever heard of a thrall?
not only, yeah, moving on it is bad enough, right? But not only that, just the fact that we have to even consider this shit, that we have to even think about
Yeah, they put
things.
roots on you.
You wanted to share something, Max?
Oh,
It's like
it was old. That's old.
it's like how
Conversation has gone on that.
like if you're watching something and then you get interrupted by a YouTube ad, right? It's like no matter how you feel about it, you have to confront this thing that just entered your space. This YouTube ad.
Put roots on you. Yeah, they plant the roots inside of you.
Right. No getting away from it, really. Unless you do what, right? Unless you take the vow of silence and you fucking meditate like the Buddha or the monks.
Don't comprehend it. Because you can see what kind of roots they
What do they call those rooms in the castle, right? There's a word for that. I can't remember the name of it, but like where they would exile a king to a certain chamber, or sometimes the damsel in distress would be in the tall tower room.
Dungeon.
No, it's not the dungeon.
He's talking about the tower. He's talking about the tower, right?
There's another word for it, though.
Yeah, it is. I forgot, though.
That's just a fun thing. I can't think of it. That's fun.
Yeah, they drop these seeds from their fruit, and if you take in that fruit, that seed will take root in you.
Seeds are good for you, man. Seeds have a lot of electro. Like, if the fruit has no seeds, it has no benefits to you. There's no electrolyte or nothing in it. It's fucking worthless. But the seeds are good to eat too.
Yeah. Artificial planting. Yeah. A lemon tree that's made of plastic.
Charles, if I ask you, Charles, just in casual conversation, if I just say, Charles, do you know what a rampart is?
No.
Right?
Not offhand, I don't.
But you're right, exactly. So, but how many times have we fucking recited that shit in our lifetime? That's the fucking national anthem. Talks about a fucking rampart. I had to look it up myself like 3, 4, 5 years ago. I had to say, what the fuck is a rampart anyway? I had to look it up.
Oh, I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Castle or a strong.
Yeah, it's like a design in the wall that they use for a strategic purpose, like you hide behind a wall for shooting arrows or some shit. Like it's like the little part of the wall on the top that sticks up. That's the rampart.
Yeah, they put that seed and root. Yeah, and they hide behind that wall you made up in your imagination.
I just gotta play one video, and I got a couple more, but I'll wait till later to play them. But
it ain't no one there.
Ain't got nothing to do with none of us.
Yeah, even in the bombs bursting in the air, they had bombs. They had mortars back then that would burst in the air and send fucking shots.
It was all programming.
I hated that bombs bursting in the air. I was like, what the fuck? I don't like no bombs bursting. I'm not trying to blow
shit was all lies to get people to worship their country and back up terroristic fucks.
War is good.
The only war that's good is when you're toppling down tyranny. And that would be every single government worldwide needs to be toppled, eliminated. And
that's what I'm saying. That's roots, right? That's root planting, right? Like they put roots on you.
Roots.
So that's
all right, I'm gonna play this one last video.
If you got time, watch this.
What wish to say? Well, what's your story? I'm not from here. You're not from here? You're from up there? Yes. Really? None of us are from here. Strangers in a strange land looking for that city not built by the hands of man but by the hands of God. Mankind's hungry and lost. He's paid too high a cost. Humanity. But Yeshua HaMashiach Between two thieves, Jesus on the tree, died for all humanity. If any man be in Christ, he's a new creature. Old things have passed away. Behold, all things become new. They that call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Yeshua, Hamashiach, Yadonai, Yahweh. Breathe in. And let me hear it. Yahweh. You say, Yahweh, your way, not our way. Your way, Yahweh.
I've heard that 432 drop channel I talk about. He talks about that the actual word is more of the like how you say Hawaii. It's like the Hawaii. It's like the it would be the voice that you make in astonishment and amazement, like wow, right? It's like
a
Hawaii.
frequency, right? You got to say it a certain way. Yeah.
Right. And
That's why I played that. It's very interesting because I've heard before Yahweh, and they were explaining that it's the breath of life.
Right.
And yeah, that always interested me. I never lost that thought for years. It always stuck with me. And when I seen this video, it reopened that thought.
Oh yeah.
Is the God of thunder. Is the God of weather. So Yahweh is the God of the environment that control the environment. So when you gotta pay attention when there is a tornado, right? When there is a hurricane, and you can listen to the wind, how the wind itself, right, whistle, right? You can hear it. The Yahweh in the wind is a force, is a force, that's shown itself, right? So
Yeah,
it's an
his
invisible
origin was a storm god. His
is
origin
a, it,
was a storm god. So yeah, yeah.
so when they call in on Yahweh, they're calling on the destruction uh side of Yahweh, because Yahweh represent all, right? God said that can there be evil done, right, in a city that I have not uh uh ordered it, right? And God said, I created good, I created uh evil. I, the Lord, do all these things, right? So when you're looking at God, you have to understand God is the all, right? Is not a one-sided God that only does good or only does bad. This is where people come with the duality, right? With the devil, right? And
Been
God.
years. Anyone hearing interference, man? Or am I bugging?
it's doing that thing where the voice is going burr, 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 burr.
You burping. You burping.
Yeah, got it.
Now it sounds like
I like
sounds
the
like
birds in the background.
that
Yeah,
sounds
Yahweh was a storm god in his origins, apparently.
like storms.
His wife
Yeah,
Asherah,
Naga made a
even
very good point on that.
yeah, even
I think
Asherah.
we all supported this hypothesis. I think we all came with
But
supporting evidence.
I think 99% of the weather, though, earthquakes and all, are all man-made, man. I think this place was a paradise at one time, and there was no hurricanes or fucking earthquakes or.
No, yeah, all weather now is not natural.
They all
You
artificial
fuck
intelligence.
with one place, it fucks with the next. So.
Yeah, yeah.
So
A tornado
so
is like a
so
teeth.
So we
teeth.
calling on God, to bring us destructions. But every time we call on God, it's for
There's
destructions.
a tornado in your living room. When they tear your living room up, ain't no tornado on that screen, man.
So we don't believe that, God.
I don't think God destroys anything. I think man does it. God has nothing to do with any destruction on earth.
We don't believe that God,
Yes,
give
but
life.
he'll cut
So
every branch,
we
right? He'll prune from me, right? He'll cut every branch that don't bear fruit.
we haven't.
The
This is
Bible
where
says,
you get. This is where you get what you ask for, right? So because you ask for death, therefore you receive death. The wages of sin is death. So you never ask for life, right? Because you
You
don't
don't
think
need
that
it.
God can give you life.
You don't need to ask for it. How did
Well,
you
he
think of
said
the
ask.
ask? Yeah.
God
How
gives
did
you
you think
everything
of
you
the
need.
thought to ask for it? Right. You had to be educated.
Maybe you need that tornado, right? That'll educate you.
Uh,
So
tornadoes
the
are
people
man-made.
that ask, so the people that ask, they get what they, what they get what they ask for.
Yeah, they get tornadoes on the TV screen. Yeah, they call their TV a tornado.
Well, we had a hurricane that came through here in 2021, and it caused a tree to fall onto my roof, and it poked a hole in my roof, and
Hmm.
had to.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, say that to the people, that went through the
If I told
Hurricane
you,
Katrina.
like, if you came to Earth and I taught you, and a storm came through your neighborhood, and I educated you, and I told you storms come from giants stepping around the circle of the city, circumference of the city, and you'll be saying that's where a hurricane comes from.
Well, look, I lived in a house for 10 years, and I sold it, and a year later, that house was underwater from the Baton Rouge flood in
In real
2016.
life. Yeah,
Yeah,
in real life.
it flooded out my
But on the
whole
TV,
town that I grew up in. Like, it was
but
all
on the
underwater.
TV, it's called a hurricane, right? It ain't no hurricane in your living room.
It was 10 years ago around here.
I'm talking about the one on TV, man. And
Yeah, I guess you.
you can only see but so far, right? If you wasn't educated, you wouldn't be able to see television
Right.
hurricanes,
And
man.
we all got a
It's
different vision.
man-made.
Right? We all see from
What
our
you
own
call
little spot, our own little whatever. So,
perspective. Yeah, yeah. So it looked like, I guess, a storm, the wind blowing,
but when
the water.
if you say, "Hey, man, I ain't seen nothing about what you talking about," I could say, "Cool, I respect that," and I would expect that answer from somebody in your position. But at the same time, you should say, "Wow, I wouldn't have expected you to see these certain things that I've never seen, but I heard about it, but you saw it. So, do I
But the
validate
television,
that
the television
perception?"
isn't the
Yeah, okay.
television is in your
But
head because
do the
your mind
hurricane?
is the one telling you is the one telling you
Right.
visions,
So if I'm
right? So
talking,
the
if both of us, right, if both of us are talking about something that neither one of us have really seen in real life, then we're talking about the television. But if one of us has seen it in real life, then we're talking about
But we
something
telling each
totally
other
different.
vision
I've
now,
seen
right?
two. I've seen two tornadoes. One went
the
up my
the,
street,
the,
and it
the
was
We
cool.
telling
everything.
each other.
It was like a couple meters wide, and it
Oh,
went
we
right up
have,
my fucking street.
yeah,
We
yeah,
we
And I
telling
saw
our
one
vision
way
now,
off in the
though, right?
distance, but it was huge.
The television is in your mind,
I mean,
period.
in
Is
my
in your
mind, right?
head, period. The
Yeah.
like
television is in your head
Well, yeah,
I
because
got,
because
it was
your
the
mind
cable.
is telling you your vision. Your
I got
mind is
one for
telling
you.
you what you see. This is your
Like
television.
I've never felt an earthquake, right? But I'm sure
Oh, I
somebody
have.
in here.
I have.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't.
yeah. My
Yeah.
whole fucking twice in my life, I've
And
been.
look, hey Max, I believe you.
Yeah,
But
Right?
it was
So
when I was a kid. I was little,
I
and the
can't
whole house
validate that.
shook. It was
but
Because
if
I
I
nuts.
believe
told
Max
you
in it.
that it was an earthquake, is because a giant is stumping in the circumference of the city. If I raise you that way, then everybody will be like, duh, everybody know the giant does that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want to just go with where you standing, right?
Uh,
Word.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because everything is in your head, right?
well, I
The
only perceive
TV,
it through my head.
the TV, the television is in your head. Television. It's like meta, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Talking is
the
television.
metaverse. Well, the television is in your head, which is your mind,
Well,
right?
is
Yeah.
When
there
you
anything
see
real
things,
outside my mind? Right?
yes, your mind is,
Or
is
is it
your
all in my
TV.
mind?
Period.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it real out there, or is it
Talk,
only real in my
talking is
head?
television,
I don't
right?
know.
Speech is
No,
television.
people are looking for alignment. This is what you're looking for. You're looking what you're seeing is alignment and misalignment, match and mismatch. That's what you're seeing because everything already exists.
Well, unless you have
and
shared
within you as
experience.
a whole, everything already exists within you as a whole. So you're just looking for a match, and you get a mismatch, or you're just getting for alignment because you are misaligned.
All information is contained within your body, but how you interpret it and how
Yeah,
you
period.
access it is the only real question.
Period.
No, it's not about interpreting. It's about how you align yourself with the earth. That's already his own system, like you are your own independent
Yeah,
system. The earth is
it's
his
like
own
that. Yeah, it
independent
contains
system.
all the information as well.
Just like
But
when
it's
you
all
go to
inside
the
you. It's all in
just,
magnetic fields.
just like when you go to the water, when you go underwater, right? You have to equip yourself to align yourself with the water, period.
Be right back. I'm gonna go grab my coffee.
So it's the same shit with the earth. So you are looking for alignment. You are looking for a match. You're trying to match, right, the earth. And unless you do that, right, you know you fucked, right? And this is where your heart come in, right? Because you know only you, right, know this in your heart.
Hey, I got some potential breaking news that somebody else would have to verify, but I just got word from a buddy of mine. If you want to look into it, Charles. But he just said that I guess Trump is over in Turkey or something, and they said that they had to transfer him in a catering cart because there's supposedly a credible Iran assassination plot thing. That's what the story probably on Twitter is right now. That Iran's trying to assassinate Trump, and he's Secret Service being moved from plane to plane in Turkey or some shit. So anyway, I just want to throw that in there for the musings of the collective here.
Yeah, everybody trying to import, something. But how can you import, right? How can you import the airport? Or how can you
Or a
import the
passport.
port itself?
To import, you need a passport to go to the airport.
And transport.
So
Yeah.
at some point of importing, you gotta get to the port,
Are
right?
we are we
You got to ask
teleporting
for
right now?
permission.
Got
I
to go
feel
through
like
the porthole.
you remember in Star Trek when he pulled out his little fucking they pulled out their little flip phones and they started talking into it and shit and they were talking
Yeah.
back to the home
That's
base stuff.
wild, right?
That's what we doing. Bro. We doing that shit right now. How wild is that? We doing that shit. Think about it. That's where we at right now.
Well, when they say
Yeah.
beam me up, Scotty, it's like a television
Yeah.
signal.
And they showed us that shit, what was that, 60, 70 years ago, the original Star Treks and shit?
They had in Germany they had videoed well, I'll show you the picture. And that's what it says that Germany allegedly had
We're doing it. We're doing it.
uh video phone calls before, and I believe it. I don't think that tech is nothing new, none of it.
Manifest. Manifest. Manifest into so yeah, all these books we've been reading all this time, all these stories have been telling us, all these fairy tales, all the fucking the three little pigs and the goddamn fucking boy who cried wolf and the fucking Hansel and Gretel and the fucking all of it, bro. It's
Yeah, what they say
Well,
is a
yeah,
fairy tale is
yeah,
real, and what they
they
say
put
is
roots
real is
on you.
bullshit.
They they planted roots inside of you.
Man, the language is invalid. It's all about the language. We all up here talking, or we sharing information. Okay. So when can I get a share? When can I share? When can I get a share? Right?
First, you gotta
When can I
Never.
get a share a whole of what we sharing? Nah, bro. I mean, we exchanging information. Okay. So when is that actually going to change?
When you buy shares.
Hello?
first you gotta yeah, that's right. First you gotta think you comprehend it.
shareholders.
The
Well, you
language is
got to be a
invalid.
shareholder.
The language is invalid.
Hello? I'm looking for Kudva. Anyone seen Kudva?
because we stuck in an ongoing loop and never get to a point,
Eating the
right?
tail, eating the story, tell a vision, eating your tail, your story,
Tell me a vision.
which is roots.
The fact that even the act of telling itself is an ongoing loop, right? It is not all total vision, right? Tell me a vision. No, it's telling, right? So the telling in itself is an ongoing, right? Is an ongoing loop. Like you're gonna keep telling me the same vision over and over, like okay.
Come back to life.
We got to be programmed.
Go back.
Programming is king.
His roots.
But there's only one program, which is life. Life is the only program.
Who remembers seeing? I'm just talking to the chat. They're talking about trumpets and stuff. And if you look at all these old biblical alleged paintings and shit, there's always these so-called angels blowing trumpets from the sky, and then you look down and the cities are being destroyed. To me, that's symbology to direct energy weapons. No one blew a trumpet and then destroyed a city. Come on. Yeah, these angels were blowing trumpets and destroyed our city. Well, yeah, I think that's what that symbolizes. The technology is
Nah,
nothing new.
that's what you call alternated weapon.
Yep.
Direct weapon, you will literally see where it's coming from, right? You will literally see where it's coming from directly to what what it's doing. It won't
They
be
used to
like
have the
it
paches.
it won't be no theory about it, right? That's what direct mean. Direct mean is when you can literally see it, but everything that that happened, you can literally see how everything is being altered. They're using alternative current. They're using alternative, weapon, right? They're using, alternative, science, right? Alternative language, right? That's why you don't even speak your own language, right? Because you gotta use alternative language. Even the country that have their own language, they have once they incorporate, they have to speak an alternative language. It's all about alternative.
Microwave uses DC, by the way, but yeah, get what you mean.
Remember that group ACDC?
Yep.
They saying the
Direct
DC.
current and alternate current. What's the a direct current obviously is a direct current from A to B.
Direct
With
current
the
is where
alternate
they use the
current,
positive to a ground, an alternating current, but it loses power quickly over a short distance.
No,
That's why
that's
because
a
they
it's
use
a
lie.
signal.
AC, because AC is alternating the current positive and negative, and you're still
But
using
an
just
alternate
positive
current is a
current.
signal, right? It's like Bluetooth. That's an alternate current,
Yeah.
No,
right?
No,
No?
no, not really, because both can be wireless. It's not about
No, a direct current is a direct like cord. It can't be wireless.
yes, it can be direct because you have to understand it's already the current already exists. It's not something that's being created. It's like energy, so it
Yeah,
can be
direct
that
current.
like Tesla was doing. Like what Tesla was doing was harnessing direct current,
yeah,
but
like I was saying,
they
your
wanted to alter
radar
it.
runs on DC, uses the positive
They
pole
wanted to
to
they
project.
wanted to alter it, right? It's like solar panel, right? Solar panel is direct
Yeah,
because once you have the solar, right, you can literally see where the sunlight is coming from and hit the solar panel directly. This is what Tesla was trying to do in a different way, where it generated itself. It didn't need no
Trying to find
battery.
out where this is coming from. Hold
yeah,
on.
that's why they come with an inverter to make it into DC, so it'll travel farther. Or
Oh,
AC,
I
Okay,
was waiting.
AC
so
for
it's not
Bluetooth.
that direct current is too much.
No, not waiting.
Is it is for the same reason that they'll tell you, all right, put your hand behind your back for your safety. right? They will tell you, oh yeah, we gotta, put you, we gotta detain you, for your safety. We gotta do this for your safety. We gotta do that for your safety. It's the same thing that they're doing. They are hiding it. They are covering it by, the name of. But that's not because alternate current, can kill somebody, can do the same damage, direct current can do.
Yep.
It's just that alternating
AC/DC, they'll
current,
both kill you.
yeah, alternating current is being controlled, is being monitored
Yeah, when you use
by
that
man.
mic
But
thing, Naga,
direct,
don't put it up all the way. That's what makes that interference is when you put the mic up all the way. I've figured that out. I
I'm not
don't know
using mic
why it
right now.
makes an interference, but it does.
I'm not using mic right now. I was, but it just died. So
I turned it down a little bit because it was making an interference. I don't know why it does that, but it's even worse if you use like a microphone and turn it all the way up. Oh man.
But yeah, so what I was saying, alternating current, once you build the system, men have to control, men have to, physically, maintain the system, basically monetize the system. But direct current, once you build the device, you don't have to monitor nothing.
But that's why they hide the fifth element, which is ether, and I've been reading books on it.
Yeah, it's just
They
that
they hid the
DC
fifth
current,
element from it.
DC current isn't suitable for transmission over long distances. So, yeah, if you made a small AC unit, or sorry, DC unit at your house, you'd be able to use most of the power. It has to be close to the device you're using, so you don't lose power.
And
Not
they
enough.
hid frequencies too. Like there's healing frequencies. There's certain frequencies that could kill any dis-ease in your body. Um, and it's been scientifically proven. They even got frequencies they tested on soldiers that
They
had
hiding.
like a chunk blown out of their leg and it healed within I forgot how many hours. I read about that a few live streams ago.
They're hiding.
I
They're
didn't
hiding.
even know what I was reading until I deeper looked into it, and I was shocked.
They're really hiding life from you.
Very interesting.
They're really hiding life from you. This is why you are dying. This is why
I had
everybody.
muted Wayne, but it wasn't him. Let me unmute him. You're muted, Wayne, just to let you know. Because I was trying to find out where the interference is coming from.
I don't think it's
He
coming.
ain't there.
I don't think it's coming from me. But I was saying that, yeah, they're really hiding life from you. This is why you are alive and you don't even know it. You don't even acknowledge life, right? Uh, most people don't know that, the thing that's greater than them is life, and is
I
inside
just
of them.
want to say I totally agree, Candy. My bad. Go ahead. No, go. I just had to say that.
Yeah, the thing that's greater than them is life, and is inside of them. This is why Jesus said, "Greater, who is in me, right? He is in me, right? So, the only greater thing, in reality, in your reality, in your world, is life and is inside of you. So once you realize that and you become one with that, and you honor that and you move in accordance to that, everything else will fall in line. Like, when the Bible says, look first for the kingdom of God and everything else will come after. So we just ignoring life because we look everywhere else. We're looking everywhere else. We're looking into words. We're trying to invest everything except for life itself. We haven't investigated life.
Yeah, we're
So
just talking about what we see around us, not our inner selves. So we're fine with that.
yeah, so we just passed by it. This is why we have a Bible, right? We just passed by the bull, right? Life is the only bull. Like once life say this, it's over, it's over. You gotta go, you gotta go. It's the real bull for real.
Germany got fucked.
What they do?
No, in that World War II.
Oh
All
yeah.
this fake bullshit they teach here in America, like Germany was the Nazis, this and that. Come to find out, it was the JEWs.
Oh, even up to the '90s in the schools in Canada, German children took it on the chin.
I hated that topic in history. I would swoop down in my chair. No German here.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflicting stories on that have come out recently. That whole Holocaust thing and all that. Some complete reversals on it too.
And then you had Hitler, who was a fucking traitor. Here's some guy who came out and said he's 130, almost 130, and he's Hitler. I shit you not. It pretty much lines up to his picture, his ears. That would be some wild shit if homeboy was 130 still alive. Fucker.
Down in Argentina.
Maybe. Never
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I
A lot
should
of
have
them took off to Argentina.
I should have it was from this guy JD was it JD DeLay who played it? Yeah, it was. I should have well, I could find it easily if I wanted to.
Well, Hitler was into the pharmacologicals. He apparently took meth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are people that's been here, that's been there alive for more than 100 years, probably 200 years, 300 years, but they are very old. They're
I
not
always
like
hear these claims out of India of people living to be 300, but you never know if it's true. It's just some old guy who you'd never have a birth record for, so you couldn't really prove anything.
no. I'm talking these people that drink blood. These people that drink blood, they drink young,
Oh
young.
yeah, they think that's gonna.
They drink young kids' blood
I don't know why.
Yeah,
to prolong their lifespan,
yeah,
but
it's
they
They like
still
to
get
taste the
more.
metal. They should stuck on a shotgun barrel, you know? They
it's
like
pretty
to taste the
complete food.
metal.
I don't know how nutritionally complete blood is, but
Um
there are
It's
people
there's
that
very,
will
it's
vampires.
inject it
very,
into their veins.
it's very efficient, and you can look at the Venezuelan president. What was his name? Hugo Chavez or something
His
like that.
name was Saddam Hussein.
No,
N- The Venezuelan president, I think his name was Hugo Chavez or something like that. Before
yeah,
he died, he was poisoned. When he came here to the United States and he did a speech, so he was poisoned. By the mic. So when he went to Venezuela, so he had a doctor, that was basically changing his blood every, amount of time. Just because the body itself was poisoned. And so it couldn't, any blood that come into it, couldn't basically recreate the body. But by, changing the blood was
yeah,
able
they
to
do
change.
transfusions now. A lot of rich people will do blood transfusions from young people. That's you can buy that online actually, people's blood. So
Any blood wasn't a thing,
pretty popular.
Red Cross wouldn't be so big as what it is. Red Cross is in every country in the world. There is no way that Red Cross don't exist. I don't know, maybe in China or Russia, right? Maybe in China or Russia they can go, and I don't. I'm just saying maybe because I haven't confirmed, if they can really go or not. But I know for sure I have seen them in every other country. Maybe one or two that's associated with the country I named, China or Russia, if they can't really go there. But like I said, other than that, Red Cross been everywhere. So it's a big thing. Blood is a huge thing. But I wanted to mention that though, from what I was saying earlier, that you know um most people look at death as the say so, you know. But I think that a lot of people would disagree that that when life says so is when it's over, because there was time, in multiple videos people can go and look like where people explain, how they almost died, but they didn't though, because life didn't. Life, life said no, right? So I think, we look at things, a little bit in reverse. We're looking at things through the mirror. It's like, staying in front of the mirror and looking at yourself through the mirror instead of actually acknowledging yourself standing in front of the mirror.
Scooby Dooby Doo.
I had a picture of I love this picture, draining the swamp. This is some candy. I don't know where she found this from, but that's hilarious.
That's fun.
And then this is a picture of a parasite. Ooh, it's an ugly bastard. But I was trying to find a picture I had of Saddam and the new the latest Venezuelan leader, and they're like fucking identical. It blows my mind. But when I first seen him, I was like, man, that looks like Saddam's brother.
They had a parade float with Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin kissing each other.
They got it wrong. They need to put Netanyahu. And
Oh,
in
sorry, yeah,
Venezuela,
I think it was Netanyahu. They wanted to put
I wonder.
Zelensky, but
I wonder if that was Venezuela that was rioting, because they didn't want the Jews there. They felt disrespected that the U.S. brought Israel there. They don't like Zionists at all. They banned them. They even took the Jewish embassy out of Venezuela. They didn't want them in their fucking country. And that says a lot, because you know who lives in Venezuela a lot? Germans.
they spy on everybody.
And yeah, they banned the Jesuits and Zios. And then when the U.S. touches down, they bring Israel with them. They were pissed. They felt disrespected. And I don't blame them. You can't trust these Zios and JEWs in power. Look at history. Look what they did to the U.S. in 1968, I think it was, when they bombed one of the airplanes. Then they tucked that under the rug. And ever since then, the U.S. has been sucking Israel's bone. And Israel's not even a real country, man. The real Israel was in the United States.
Me personally, I disagree. I disagree with
That's
both
okay. You
sides.
always disagree. I'm used to it.
Yeah, I think the Germans is wrong, and I think the Jews is wrong. The Zionist Jews is wrong because the Germans is not in Germany. They're in South America, or they're in the United States. You know, and they are doing the same
You
thing
said
that
the
they are.
original Germany's in the U.S.?
Yes,
Yeah, I've heard that theory before, too. It's near the East Coast. Same thing with Scotland or something. I think it was Scotland, if I'm not mistaken.
and
That
that's
that
black.
that guy I play that a lot of people disagree with, the one that be like, look, that guy, he says the same thing you're saying.
And that's black and white. It's not just, I mean, that's Caucasian and melanated.
Yeah,
So
it
it's
has
not
nothing to do with black and white. That's the wrong way to look at things.
exactly. So, to finish my point, and I think, they are doing the same thing they are accusing the Jews of doing in South America and here in the United States, right? So the same thing that the Germans are accusing the Jews were doing in Germany, the Germans are actually outside of their country doing the same thing to the people in those countries. So I disagree, and it's not only the Germans, but the Spaniards to the Spanish. They are
No,
doing this.
there is Germans that are garbage.
The
Just
French,
like Rothschilds, they were German. They're scumbags.
the French.
Uh, what's that other guy's name? Oh, fuck. A lot of them came through
Nah,
Hartford, I'm learning,
nah,
which is odd.
nah. I don't think it's just some of them. I think they're all together with it, because there is not another distinct group of German, that's making themselves
So you're
distinct.
saying my family was involved too. That don't even make sense.
But I'm Well, I'm not talking about in the past. I'm talking about like right now in the present. There is no distinct group of Germans, right? That's making themselves distinct from the other Germans. Just like there is no distinct group of Americans that's making themselves, different, separated from all Americans. They all come together in the same boat to defend, what America is doing as a whole. Now, I'm not talking about individual, right? Who are, saying, different. They are the exception to the rules.
Yeah.
I'm talking
Well,
about
you
group.
count me out of that group because I've never defended what the U.S. has ever done. I've been against since I've been alive, and I figured out what was going on at 9/11. Anything before then, I was a young child, pretty much, and a young teenager. But once 9/11 happened, that really opened my eyes, and I never agree with the U.S. does. I hate the
I,
government
I just wanted to
for
make it
what they
known.
do and the people they genocide.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I want it to be known it's general. It's not about the German. It's not about American. It's not about the French. It's about all of them. Together, they all of them are in outside of their lands doing the same thing. They are accusing other people of doing. Of
the
doing.
13 families fucked the whole world up. All the natural. I played the video of all. I never even knew there were natural trees that grew fruit that never needed to be farmed. They naturally grew every year. They cut all that down. Forests of shit in Australia, Africa. It was Australia, Africa, Germany, uh, even here in the U.S. They fucking destroyed everything, man. They should be hung, tortured. Matter of fact, I think they should be tortured. Yeah, that sounds better.
Is the same thing. That's the same shit. That's the same thing I'm talking about. The Germans, they came here in the 1800s, right? The before
That's what
them,
I'm talking about. In the 1800s is when they
yeah.
started cutting all the forests down, all the natural fruit trees, and then they introduced farming, which wasn't even needed. Come to find out, you didn't need the farm. Everything grew natural. They fucked that all over. But go ahead,
So
my bad.
before them, the French was there. Before the French, the Italian was there, right? So
I
it,
say
it,
we
it
kill them all.
so it's like all
No,
of
I'm
them.
joking.
And the
I'm joking.
and the thing is, what they do, they don't. There is no accountability. It's not like all right, one took over and hold the other one accountable of what's being done to the people, and then hold themselves accountable in accordance to how they're supposed to move. No, they
So we
just
should
took
just
over.
kill all the white people.
Say, what?
No, I'm joking.
What?
I said we should kill all the white people.
Yeah, I love suicidal.
No, because I'm saying black. I'm saying it's black in them too. It's
I know.
black.
I'm just fucking around.
So Spain don't only
But
have white.
the white people in power stand out the most.
Yeah, so when I'm talking about the French, it's not only white. I'm talking about black motherfuckers too. When I'm talking about
Yeah, I know.
Spain, feel
In
me?
Africa, those people in power sell out their own people. It's everywhere, man.
Oh, they do.
Exactly.
Everywhere.
So,
In
you know,
America, it's the Boule and the Masons. In China, they got their own. And fucking Africa, they got their leaders that sell them out for fucking diamonds. And man, the place where they dig those batteries out, man, those people have the worst conditions ever. That's why I stopped complaining about my life. I'm like, damn, my life could be a million times worse.
well, I think I think America is the captain, right? Somebody
America's a cesspool. Watch, when all the water's gone, this place is gonna be a dump.
somebody is the general, right? But America is the captain. And we can see America is the captain because everybody else is looking at the captain. Like right now, Trump is the most, right? Made the most headlines, right?
Got no
Since
power, man. He's
Trump
just a
made
clown that speaks. He ain't got no
Trump,
power.
listen, Trump made the most headlines since his presidency than any other leader.
Yeah, because he's a bullshitter. He's a good bullshitter, and he will dance with clown shoes and a hat. Do 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 do. the real people in power say, "Go dance, Trump. What do you think we paid you for?" And he'd be like, "Do do 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 do," and he just dances and says a bunch of crap.
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing if somebody will book me and be like, "Hey, Naga, I want you to come to my show, bro. I've been
I
listening."
can't see you doing that, Naga.
No, 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 no. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying it will be the same thing if somebody, come to this lab right now and they say, "Look, Naga, I've been listening to you. I've seen what you've been doing. I want you to come to my show and do what you do."
Trump just told us, "Don't fight." He said, "Don't resist the data centers. They're going to be built regardless." That's what he was telling the people. Don't
No,
resist.
but I'm showing you. We're
Because
looking
no
at it.
matter what you do, it ain't going to stop us. Whoa, who says that, right?
He already
God, it really shows. Let's
he's
put
given,
America first, huh?
he gave 10 billion to the data centers of your
Yeah,
money.
of course he did. That's why we need to burn them all down. Yeah, I said it. Fuck those data centers. They're going to ruin everything.
Nah, man,
Well, they blocked
we
you. You
can't
know
burn,
what you want with
we can't burn the land, man. We can't put fire on the land, and make the land toxic. Listen, these people have to evacuate. That's
cleansing
it, bro.
fire.
They just leave, and we just go, take our
Yeah,
land.
we should just let them suck up all the water. Fuck it. Kill all the fish and all the turtles.
No, this is not the 1800s, man. Where we're about to burn our plantation. Like, no, we ain't finna do that, man. We way past that, right? We have
Probably
already
be an
prepared.
ecological disaster if you burnt them all anyway.
And we
We
just
have,
walk
al-
away and let them do what they want. And then when we return, there'd be nothing left.
we have already prepared a place mentally, right? Where we're past that, right? So we don't need to
But how are
destroy.
we going to survive when all the fish are gone and all the fucking moose and deer are dead and, you know, all the other wildlife in these fires too?
No,
Um,
how we gonna breathe when all the air
we'll
is
eat some
polluted?
lab grown meat.
How you gonna breathe when all the air is polluted with fire?
There's fish out there
Exactly.
now.
That's what I'm saying.
There's fish out there now.
Um, all
Uh,
those fish that I played in the video earlier, that's wild, man. I'd have been scooping up what's left of them. The few that were trying to stay alive.
So
Um,
you can't burn a house because there is a thief in the house. You have
Man, fuck
that
that
thief.
shit, man. It's an eye
Yeah.
for an eye, man.
Well, I'm saying you can't burn your house because there is a thief in your house. You losing. Like, you basically,
Man,
put
listen,
lose your
I'll blow
eh,
that shit up.
right by losing everything.
Fuck it.
When you could
We're
have
already losing
literally
everything. What does it
when you
matter?
when you could have literally get the thief and
If
still have
there
your
was
house.
Trump in my house, he wouldn't come out, I'd blow that shit to smithereens.
Do not know that.
You wouldn't do that with your money.
I don't give a fuck what's in it.
You wouldn't do that with your
That'd be
money.
an all around plus in my eyes.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that with your money. You wouldn't do that with all your guns.
I don't care about money. I care
You
about
would
Mother Earth.
you wouldn't do that with all your
Yeah,
guns.
Nestle is selling all the fresh water to China, and that comes from
I
Canada.
don't.
They bought up a lot of the aquifers in Canada.
That's crazy, man. They're just fucking over Canada. They're fucking over North America. They're fucking over South America. Look at they're burning the Amazon down. Like, yo, these people have no respect for Mother Earth whatsoever.
Unless they
We
profit
should have
from
we should have been torched these pieces of shit.
Well,
It ain't the people.
I'm gonna find the part in the Bible where God specifically said it's our duty to protect Mother Earth.
But ain't the people paying for the services?
Hold on.
it. In
Yeah.
Genesis,
Well,
you got dominion over the earth.
But aren't the people paying for the services with Dominion?
Those people got nothing to do with me.
how you gonna protect the
But
earth? You
people
can't even
paying for
protect
the
yourself.
service,
That's
like
them. But that's them. I ain't worried about. That's their stupidity.
How people gonna protect the
somebody in
earth? People
service
can't
though.
even protect themselves.
They your service because people use their services.
But that's where we went all wrong, Maga. We've been went off path. We got all hypnotized with fucking material shit and
Yeah, the
fucking the
people is the
illusion of a
government. Yeah,
monopolized fucking system.
yeah, the people is the government. Yeah, they get what they ask for.
Well, I ain't asked for none of that. So where do I
That's what
stand?
I'm saying.
They provide a service. Like don't get the messenger. Um, the people purchasing the service.
See, I think, a lot of people, again, I think the way we think, we're
Go back
skipping,
home to the
we're trying to skip our own thought, like like rock skipping, like you skip, skip rock on the water,
your
right?
alligator.
Because how can I worry about, what they're doing to nature if I can't even, do anything about what they're doing to me? Right?
You
If
can't,
I can't do nothing about what they're doing to me, it's pointless about looking what they're doing to
but
nature.
you're wrong.
But you are your
What you mean?
nature.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. We're little
If
gods. We
they destroy
affect,
nature, they destroy us.
yeah, we can affect things. We're little gods. So
But the people asking for the service.
Fuck those people. They're
How
lost.
how you say I'm wrong? How I'm wrong?
The people want to
Because
be
we can
recreation.
start by changing things. What
They
We
happens
want
if a domino effect happens and boom, one tower, boom, two towers, then they can't fuck the weather over no more. On
which
and
one
on and on, like a domino effect. I ain't gonna say too much more, but you get the
which one
everybody
picture.
got their own head though, right?
which one is harder to kill? A human being or nature?
they're both pretty tough.
Well, it don't look like it's that hard to kill
You
nature. They're
are your
doing a real
nature.
good job.
I think it's
Damn, why
gonna be
won't this
that
go
hard to kill
through?
a
Look
human
They're
at this
both
being.
fizzle,
resilient and
fizzle,
fragile.
fizzle, fizzle, rizzle.
Look at how many people that have been dying since,
Okay,
I guess, the
man.
beginning, and nature's still here. For the
Man,
longest that I heard that they've been trying to destroy
y'all
nature,
looking for
nature's
men.
still here,
Looking for a man.
Whoa, what's with all this man stuff?
The
right?
government men, right? You looking for men, right? You looking for a man.
Fucking Wayne always ties in there with men, man. Somehow, some way.
They're gay men. Don't forget, they're gay men.
Well, I put that in one of my rhymes. The first lady, boy.
Yeah.
It's always been in our face. All the president's wives are men. All of them. Every last one.
There's
We
there's
got
something to be looked at there for
bamboozled.
sure.
You gotta see it for what it is. You gotta know what you're dealing with. You gotta know when you're looking, for the government, you're looking for men, like you're telling you.
Yeah, government. They got men that want to govern your mental.
You looking for a man? Yeah, he not doing you right. Like he not cooking when you come home and stuff. You work hard
Oh
and he ain't
man,
cooking, so you start wanting to beat on him like he your wife, bro. This shit is gay, bro.
they
Well,
want to
a lot
sword
of those
fight and
a
shit.
lot of
Like
those
what the
presidents'
fuck?
wives beat back.
That's why they show them old pictures when they're sword fighting. You know what they was really doing. Oh
Like he not
man, what
screwing
the fuck?
he not screwing your mind right. Like you're not getting dictionary right.
Let's sword fight.
We've all seen
Oh
Melania
man.
slap Trump's hand in public. Can you imagine how she's slapping him behind doors?
If you don't talk to a person like that, I want to look for you. They'll want to touch on you.
Peace, Candy. Thanks for coming by. What's up, Chillster Deluxe? That's hilarious, man. Imagine
It is.
smacking the wife so hard her mask comes off. Whoops.
Yeah, there was one of the European presidents they caught on camera getting smacked out by his wife.
Man, they're very
No,
abusive.
this shit is funny, man. This
Let
shit
me
is
see if I can
weird.
pull this video out of this young lady. I wonder how true this is. Look, she allegedly exposes I don't know. You gotta. I
Like
remember
myself, they
seeing this
keep it
little
keeping
girl
me.
somewhere before. They
Uh-uh.
wouldn't let
Y'all
me
think this
upload
shit
this
is
video
funny?
last time.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think all
It wouldn't let
people.
me upload this last time. I don't know why. It kept telling me something. It just wouldn't let me upload. It was weird. Oh, it did. Listen to this little
There are
girl.
underground tunnels that are under the schools, elementary, junior, and high schools all over the place. They exist everywhere.
You've been in
I'm sorry?
You've seen
Yes.
these? Been in these?
Yes.
Where do
Yes,
they lead?
they lead to amusement parks, they lead to hospitals, cemeteries, schools, celebrity homes, psychic shops. They lead everywhere.
You mentioned in one of your previous interviews that it's like a whole other world down there. Can you describe it for me? What happens down there?
Yes, there's every means of transportation. There's every walk of life. There's cities.
He says at the end there's underground cities and there's like
That's Tupac daughter.
transportation and stuff. I remember seeing this little girl a long time ago. How true is it? I don't fucking know, but it's interesting at that.
Yeah, and all the WalMarts apparently.
Yeah. I want
Yeah,
to find these tunnels, though. I want to see some hardcore proof. I wouldn't go under there not armed, I'll tell you that.
I think the Walmart in my city has a tunnel under it because there was a lot of grinding in the earth when we moved into this area for about a year, and then it stopped. But it was all around the Walmart.
Makes me wonder about a lot of these places. A lot of these big hills where I live. There used to be a lot of explosion and mining explosions going on. You would feel it in the ground.
Yeah.
Where when I was in middle school and in elementary school, they would say it was Tilcon blasting stone out of the mountain or the quarry up there, but you never know. They probably got tunnels under them schools. Fuck. That'd be wild.
I'm sure
Very
to this
wild.
day they probably never stopped tunneling.
Yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it.
yeah, there's a lot of tunnels, all around. Well, I don't know where she was
Especially in
talking
New
from.
York.
Yeah.
All
If I
around
lived
that.
where you lived, Naga, shit, I'd be on an adventure.
Well, the Jews, I don't know if y'all remember, there was, a breakout, about the Jews, one time, about how, they was digging, basically
Yeah, I
tunnels,
remember that.
where they was popping out, from different holes and shit. So, and they was seeing mattress, with blood, old mattress with blood and things. So, they got a halt, but that's different. That's beside the point. That's what those are like tunnels. They discover and they took over. They realize that's still usable. They find the connection, so they use them. Just like they will find a river system. And they will alter it. To modernize it, and then they'll use it. Oh, we discovered this. But the whole time it's not even their shit. How you just discover some like a whole entire system or a whole entire civilization? But that's beside the point. So yeah, about the tunnel, they exist all over. This is how the Haitians, this is how the Americans, the indigenous, right? Black Americans, right? The Caribbean people. This is how they was able, to basically battle with these people for so long.
I got a couple more videos. They're not long, but these underground tunnels is very interesting. I want to do a whole live stream on them. I've researched and tried to dig as deep as I could, but it's the same shit. Like for maps, you know, it would be dope to be able to like get into an England library, or because I know for a fact in England and Britain over there, they have some real hardcore libraries that have some deep history. Not like America where everything's kept secret. You go to the libraries here and it's just local history and it sucks. There's really nothing to see. You know, I remember going
Right.
to the library here and you had to like go in the basement and sign up to see some old stuff and it really wasn't much, man. Like everything was on these reels.
But I want to say this right quick, right? If 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 these people in power right now, the government had know about the tunnel system when they went to Iran or was it Iraq, they wouldn't get the ass whoop with that same type of uh military tactic.
They
That's what
did
they
that in Vietnam, in
yeah,
Hamburger
that's what I
Hill and
meant to
shit.
say. Vietnam. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, they fucked them up in Vietnam, boy. They had the
Yeah,
tunnel rat.
that's what
They
I'm
were
saying.
lighting the
So
U.S. up.
if the US had knew about a tunnel system, best believe it, they would have been ready for it.
But that's the thing. Like even when they went to the Middle East, I like watching that guy Sergeant. Damn it, I can't believe I forgot his name. Sergeant Irving or Sergeant Son Irving. Um, he talks about when he first went to Iraq that these people in the mountains were no joke. These fighters, like you couldn't slack on these guys. They climbed those mountains like it was nothing. The U.S. soldiers were tired. Like
You wanna know?
these guys were in sandals and fucking long robes with AKs, and they were fucking the U.S. up and homemade bombs.
You
So
wanna
that
know?
says a lot, man.
You wanna know why the U.S. didn't know about it, right? Because when the Haitian used that to whoop the French, America was just they was just like couple of years independent. They were still trying to figure out how they're going to become a nation, how they're going to establish themselves, right? And the whole time the Haitian was whooping the French ass with the same tactic, but the French lied, right, in their history, right, and how
Isn't
the
that who
Haitian.
occupies Haiti now? French or no?
Well,
The French. Isn't Haiti under French rule or no?
when right
No,
now,
they broke free, right?
yeah, Haiti being listen, Saint Jovenel had came on power, right, in 2017. Haiti, right, had no no outside influence whatsoever. This is why they
Good.
had to get him out, right? Because he was the
I
barrier.
give it up to Haiti for that, man. They stood their ground.
He was the barrier that they couldn't cross. So they're like, okay, if we can't cross that barrier, we have to remove that barrier. That's the only way. If we can't open it, the only way is to remove it. That's why they had to remove it. So Haiti have been without outside influence. This is why even after, right, he's there, right? No other country could have come in, right? But the people themselves, they took, hold of the country and challenge, right? It's not. This is you. I don't know. People think that it's just for no reason that every country in the world are calling those people in Haiti gangs, right? Every nations are calling them gangs. Is a reason because these people, right? Those guys in Haiti let the
I'm gonna
world know.
start giving
What?
2 minute. Everyone's got 2 minutes to speak. That's a new rule.
I bet. So Tommy,
No disrespect to anyone, but
yeah, guys, so
what?
Tommy,
Every sometimes anyone goes for a while. But anyway, go ahead, Naga. Finish what you're gonna say.
yeah. So it's because these guys have put a challenge out for the French. They put a challenge out for the United States. They put a challenge out for all those people that have a history, right, of ruling or over or influence Haiti. They themselves have put a challenge out. So it's a reason why, even though they are calling them gangs, they say all these things, but they can't go and get them out because they will have to show their hand. They will have to show their hand. This is why they keep trying to find what country can we use, right, to send them and then stand behind them. So they'll people will think it's that country, but really it will be us. So we won't have to expose
Ain't
our
taking
hand.
Haiti. Because if they could take Haiti, they would have took Haiti already. And number two, the U.S. tried to take Pakistan and all them countries, and they got their ass handed to them. That's why they went and were supposed to wipe out the Taliban. Well, guess who's running it now? The Taliban. So what the fuck was the point, right? You really think about it. The Taliban whooped the U.S. ass all these years and told, get the fuck out my country in the end. Because Taliban's at rule right now. And the country, the Taliban ruling, the people are happy. It's been thriving like never before once they got the U.S. out of there. The U.S. is like a plague, a cancer. Whenever they occupy a country, they destroy it. They're like a fucking virus.
You do
That's what
poppy
the
fields
U.S.
over
That's
there.
government.
why. That's why
Look at this
whenever
video, Max. I want to show you this video right
Yeah,
here, real quick.
entertainment, man.
Only,
Entertainment is a heck
only
of a
2
drug.
minutes.
It's, entertainment is a heck of a drug, man.
Huh?
Entertainment is a heck of a drug.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be looking for a man.
Time doesn't exist, everything exists simultaneously, and that's actually what some of you are going to have to wrap your minds around, is that we have always been here. You see, we just forgot. We've forgotten who we are. It took 2,000 years, for example. A great year is roughly 2,000 or 2,100 years. So let's round that off and just say 2,000 to make it easy. Okay, that would take 2,000 years for that zodiacal shift or that zodiacal epoch. Now, the initial quadrant is referred to as the East, denoted as such because it is the first. The East is the first. The subsequent quadrant is termed the South, as it is foretold that the Most High shall descend there. What does Enoch imply by this? The Most High are the enlightened individuals, those possessing the correct frequency and have done the meditation work and accumulated the appropriate mental and psychological calisthenics, that they will be transfigurated and risen to the right hand of the Father in your good works to transition from the current realm and domain of time in this freezing quadrant to the next warmer one of the great Platonic cycle. And we will relocalize there because the shifting magnetic north renders those current lands. That might go over the head of some of you. The comprehension might not be there for you. Okay, but as I have presented before, this migration spans approximately 2,000 years. From the first quadrant to the second quadrant encompasses roughly 2,000 years. Therefore, the Most High will indeed descend there. And if we look again at chapter 77, verse 1, it states that the western quadrant is designated as the diminished. Why is that so? Firstly, the progression from the initial quadrant in the east, where life originated, to the second quadrant was already a formidable journey. Now, an additional 2,000 years later, we are transitioning to the west, and this west quadrant is termed diminished. Due to the scarcity of land in the continent, so the term diminished may have dual implications. So if we begin in the east, and it required approximately 2,000 years to reach each subsequent quadrant, accumulating to 6,000 years in total, this aligns with the theories that was proposed by many scholars that the earth is approximately 6,000 years old, a notion that coincides with the accounts in the book of Enoch.
Book of Enoch and the Epoch smoking fucking rock.
Yeah, we're not really, in 2026. We
We're in
really in
1026.
huh?
We're in 1026. We take 1,000 off the Gregorian calendar. But
We like
that's probably still not even right either.
Cool theory. I like it.
we like in 14. We like in somewhere. We
Gonna be
like somewhere. We like somewhere.
transported. That's gonna be awesome.
We like
What?
somewhere 1446, because
What'd you say?
you
Hold on. What'd
So
you
there
say,
was a.
Max?
I saw a similar thing that says that we're going to be transported. That the whole planet's going to be transported when one of these events happen.
Hopefully it's somewhere good.
I don't know.
Fuck. Transport me out of here.
Suppose it's kind of like the like the rapture, but worldwide, or like the whole world or something.
The rapture sounds like the raptor.
Does.
What if I've heard, pretty good evidence that the return of this Messiah already happened, and that's why you see all the destruction all over the realm, melted buildings and all this. That it already happened. It's a possibility. The flood, like the flood's probably not even that old. Like we're being lied to about so much, man. I think it's done on purpose too. Because if a person's disconnected and they don't know who they are, where they are, you're just lost. You're like spinning in circles, chasing your tail. Like Naga would say. Hey, what is that thing called where you're chasing your tail?
Yeah, the Ouroboros.
The Ouroboros, yeah.
Yeah, the Ouroboros.
Yeah, ours is borrowed. That's what they're telling you. They're telling you, that ours is being borrowed. This is why they give you time saving, right? They gotta give you what they've been borrowing from, right? They gotta give it back. So if they've been borrowing from time, right? So at some point they gotta give it back. This is, resetting time. This is why time keep, shifting. Like how, government do. Like, between Democrat and Republican. Like how civilization do. Right? Egypt or Babylon or Rome or Greece. So there is no balance, right? It's only, a fluctuation. But yeah, we're not in
Man.
6. Because they split time, and then added 1,000 years. So you have to find, when they split time, and then subtract that from subtract 1,000 years from that, and then count from there.
I'm gonna play 2 more videos. I only got 3 left. I just want to get rid of them. So then I could erase it all. I downloaded too many videos. I went nuts. But I couldn't help it. I was like, I gotta share this stuff. I'm gonna look more. There's just so many calendars, man, between the Gregorian, the what was the other one? Was it Gregorian? Then you have the when it starts with a J,
It's the lunar calendar and the Julian.
yeah,
While
the
you're looking
Julian
for the
calendar.
while you're looking for the video, let me just complete my thought earlier. What I was saying about the time. It took 70 AD. They divided, not uneven. They took the 4 years, 4 AD, and they add 1,000, and they give you 1,400. But y'all got it.
Alright, I'm gonna play this real quick to get rid of these.
Hey, do you want to know how the fucking lizards control all of the weather, literally all of the weather on us, and use it against us to hurt us? One of my bros sent this guy Damn Blue on Twitter, and this guy fucking cooks, okay? So I'm gonna let him go. This video's 3 minutes. Watch every minute, dude, because it explains exactly what the fuck is going on with our skies all the time, okay? And surprise, it has something to do with these fucking abominations.
It feels good.
Honestly, bro, I kind of think the flock camera, the
this, man. I've been
de-flock
saying this
shit
for
is
years.
is to distract us so that we don't de-5G our areas. But alright, pay attention, let him cook without further ado.
I call them domesticated fires and not wild. It's because they are controlled, exacerbated, and sometimes created by directed energy weapons. Did you know that they can move that smoke anywhere they want? The elite getaway, the state of Maine, is covered. And then, all of a sudden, like magic, poof, it's gone. Watch overnight as the storm just pushes and shifts south. They'll tell you that's just a natural Arctic breeze coming down. But once that sun comes up, it is revealed exactly what pushed that smoke down. Because what's left behind are the classic signature frequency clouds that myself and many others have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt are caused by microwave energy frequency weapons in the form of 5G towers, weather radars, and even HARP. There's a variety of them. And just like the weather, they can put this smoke wherever they want, whenever they want to do it. I always say the weather follows the radar, and so do the fires. That's why I call them domesticated. They're not wild. They are well trained. And as you can see, as we go through all of these radars, just like the weather, they are able to push that smoke and channel it exactly where they want. Because you will see that all of the smoke and the weather follows the perfect range and radius of these radars. That is not a coincidence. It's not a one-off. Some radars will allow pass-through. Some are in block and steer mode. They have various directed energy weapons on board these towers. But just like the weather, you can see the same patterns. You can see the frequency waves, which then translate into the sky above you. That's not a coincidence. It's because they're not just passively reading. They are actively creating, controlling, exacerbating, blocking whatever mission is on board for that day. Another thing I always say is that your blue sky comes at a cost. It's not because they're giving you a break. It's because they're using that vacuum, that pressure, to create an extreme system, or in my case, they've cleared up my sky, but now they've ruined somebody in the south sky. And as you can see, these frequency waves that we just saw in the clouds are created by these radars. And again, nothing to hide, but they're cutting out slices that are perfectly shaped like the directed energy weapons that fire out of them. Such a coincidence. As you can see here, they can split a radar. On one side, they can have it on block mode. Another side, that they can have it on charge or pass-through mode. The point is that your sky is entirely artificial. And again, I know it is hard for you to wrap your head around that, but it is true. They have fully taken control of the skies, the weather, the air, the fires, the moisture, whatever it may be. And the craziest part to wrap your head around, there never has to be another stormy, destructive, smoky fire. There has never again. They could create the literal perfect conditions every single day, no matter what we needed. But instead, they choose it to create the most destructive and deadly war in modern history. Interesting, huh? I just don't know how people don't see it. Have a blessed day. Sit.
Yeah, I see it too, bro.
Literally, bro. Look, this is what they're doing with it, essentially. They can steer, control, expand, contract. They use this shit to fucking control all of it, dude. For sure. Look at this mess, bro. It literally looks like magnetic lines. It's radiation lines. It's 5G tower lines. They're directing it. Like, they're thinking of the entire Earth as, like, one giant HVAC system, essentially. Like, an Earth-sized factory where they have climate control set in every corner, and they can blow hot air wherever the fuck they want, or cold air. And instead of doing it to help us, like, remember, guys, never forget, these motherfuckers can throw dry ice into a hurricane and stop it, yet they never do. Except for the fucking night before 9/11, so that 9/11 could pop off. LOL. But dude, I'm convinced this is what the fucking, the buildings were doing. The old buildings that they've destroyed, right? They didn't invent this technology. They just stole it and inverted it. Because remember, what do we always hear? Oh, back in the day, the world was heaven. It was amazing. The weather was perfect. Everyone lived till 600. No fucking, no one was dying left and right. No forest fires. Like, everything was perfect, dude. And it was because our buildings were doing the opposite of what this is. You know, the buildings, the star forts, I don't know exactly how it works, but it's clear that they're tapping into something similar and using it for demonic purposes. The guy is right. They could literally make the weather perfect every fucking day. Not that we don't want rain ever, but you know, they're exacerbating these fires, these fucking tornadoes that literally canceled my Dave Matthews Band show last night at fucking Wantagh in Jones Beach. God damn it! Well, it's not canceled; it's rescheduled to next week. But all this shit, tornadoes in New York? What the fuck are we talking about? I'm from the Midwest. Tornadoes are normal there. In New York? What are we doing? We got Canada forest fires affecting New York every year now for the last 3 years. That's new. Like, this is an existential fucking crisis, bro. This eventually will lead to the collapse of the whole system, I'm sure. How do we think the mud flood happened the last time? Do you think it was a similar fucking entire ecosystem collapse that was probably caused by these motherfuckers doing the literal same exact thing they're doing right now? They don't want you looking at this shit, dude. They want you thinking it's for your fucking dumb phone. It's not. Anyway, this dude, so far I've checked out a bunch of his other videos on the weather and stuff, and he's fucking crushing it. He gets it, and he's way smarter than me about this. But this is not normal. It's not, and this is, if you look at the fucking radars and the satellites, this is every day. You look up, this is what your fucking sky looks like. Why does it look like that? It's disgusting. It's because it's chemtrail clouds that they're using to fucking manipulate the skies. And honestly, you and your body and your spirituality and your fucking breath, that's what this is all about, is controlling you. Because we're powerful when we're all aligned and we're working together and we don't listen to this shit and think this is normal. It's not normal. All right, gotta go. Love you, bye. Streams tonight, 6 p.m.
He's right on everything.
Yeah, I found this guy on Instagram. I had to follow his channel. He has a lot of good videos.
Dane Wigington on his channel, he shows you how they steered Hurricane Helena, how they made it stall right where they wanted and dump all the water. Yeah, with radar systems. You know,
man, I should have recorded the last couple of rainstorms we had. Oh man, I've never seen nothing like it.
Yeah.
You couldn't even see raindrops. It was like literal buckets pouring out of the sky.
Yeah, when they want to dump it, they can dump it.
I was mind blown. I'm like, what the heck going on?
Yeah, you can actually see the radar systems firing off when they stall out the hurricane so that it can dump all its shit. And you can see them using radar to steer it because the radar flashes on the screen.
I think this dude lost his mind. If you think that, you know, the government can take over the sky because they call themselves the Air Force or government, or because they're showing something on the screen, I think he have lost his mind. Because the government themselves, they know they can't take over nothing.
They don't need to take over. All they need to do is to convince us they're in power. That's it.
That's what I'm saying, that this dude lost his mind because the government already convinced him all these things that he's saying. All these things that he was just explaining in the video, the government have convinced him that they can do all these things. So they have already, you know, took over his mind.
They're like, we need to convince them they're in power. And when really they're in control. People really think voting makes a change. You know, someone made a good point, but you know, I forgot the guy's name. Chili from damn, he does a lot of that police stuff. And he said, you know, voting does count. Why do you think they dump hundreds of thousands of dollars into their voting to sway people to vote for them? Which he made a good point. I was like, yeah, that's a good point. But I just still think it's rigged. They're not gonna let somebody in that's gonna topple their fucking you know, it makes me think, how long did it take them to completely get the entire government on the same page? I used to think about this, like, how many years did it take?
It doesn't take that hard. So there is no hard work about You know, it's like playing sports, right? All you gotta have is a manager. You know, you gotta have players. You gotta have people. You know, cheerleaders, right? You gotta have a team. So this is the reason why every president, you know, they have a president. You know, they have you know, all these presidential, events going on. You know, they have their team. So this is a whole motherfucking movement. So whether you participate in it or not, they have their own people that's gonna make it look real, nigga. Enough. You just gonna know something happened. You just gonna feel like you wasn't a part of it. Oh damn, what they got going on over here? Oh damn, that was vote. All right, damn. So they finna put him in power. Damn, all right, he about to be president again. Damn, that bitch ass nigga. I ain't voting for him though, right? So they don't need you. They just need you to see that they had that shit going on, and for you to believe that it really happened.
I talked about him the other day, JK. I know who that is. He was on the Pepsi commercial. It was the Coke commercial. But either way, Max Headroom. I remember him. Eminem made fun of him. Max Headroom. When you said his name, I was like, that sounds familiar.
Oh yeah.
This is why they be so mad when they tell you about their plan, and you like, okay, that what you mean, okay. Like, what you mean? That's it. Like, nigga, you're not gonna be a part of the plan? Like, oh, you one of those, huh? Because they're not telling you for no reason, like you always say, damn, you see, they gotta tell us what they're doing, because that's how it works and that. Yeah, because that's all they need to tell you, and you're gonna believe it, because seeing is believing for you, right? Unless you don't see it, you ain't gonna believe it. So everything you see, therefore you believe. But
Jake
yeah,
wants a link. Link.
What
You know,
happened?
I don't know who Jake is. Do you know Jake? He's asking for a link.
Jake? I don't know who that is either. Lately it's been people who want to link. It's been these channels that have no picture, people I've never heard of. They just come out of the blue.
Yeah, it's weird. Just they don't spend any time talking in chat. They just want a link.
Yeah. They want a link right away, which is fishy to me, man. No disrespect to anyone, but I've been getting that a lot lately. It's odd to me.
Yeah, it's suspicious.
They just appear like magic.
Hey, Lucid.
only thing
Chuck
suspicious
Potato
is
wants the link.
only
What's up,
thing
Lucid?
only thing suspicious is my suspicion, right? That's the only thing suspicious is that why am I being, suspicious? That's very suspicious,
Jake Williams. Sounds like that basketball player.
See you, Graham.
Yeah. What in God's name? StreamYard's been playing games with me, man. I download a picture and I gotta go through hell to upload it. Don't make no sense.
Yeah, it's like the only way to get,
Absolutely, Lucid.
it's
Do
all
your
about money. The only way we can use these apps, these, websites, these things efficiently is, if you invest, you know. If you have a YouTube channel, if you don't invest in your YouTube channel, you're not even gonna be able to use it, efficiently. You have an Instagram, you have a clothing line, you have a business, so it's anything. So you just have to invest, and this is why they come. They give you the limited version of everything.
Hold on, let me drop the link.
Absolutely, JK. How do you have $400
Lucid doing it.
trillion dollars?
Hey, stream, I will say no. Yeah, you can.
Man, $1 trillion.
400 trillion.
Man, you know what I could do with that? I'll tell you one thing. There wouldn't be. I would be in power,
How?
and all these politicians would be fired on the spot. You're all done.
That's if they
Line them
want
up
you
for
to.
execution.
That's
Because you
if they
got enough
want you
money to
to,
buy
bro.
all the
Because
judges and stuff. Yeah, that'll
all
work.
that $1 trillion is only numbers. So whoever control those numbers, that's if they want you to do that, to have all these powers, because you can't have those numbers and can't have access to those numbers.
Remember this guy? I think it was the Coke commercial or Pepsi.
But once you have $1 million in the bank, it's only numbers. You can't go to the bank and literally see your $1 million in the bank, like liquid cash.
Yo, if
You're
you
not
went
going.
to the bank and said, "Let me take," say you had 10 million in the bank, and you went to the bank and you said, "Look, I need 1 million cash." The bank don't have that. The the bank, it would take weeks for them to get you 1 million cash, and then they want to know what do you need it for. Like
That,
banks are broke.
that's what I'm
They,
trying to
I
tell you.
seen the guy go and try to get 50 grand of his own money, and the bank was like, "We don't have it."
That's
And
what
he
I'm
was like,
trying
"What
to.
do you mean you don't have it?"
Mm.
He said, "You got to give us a day or two." And he's like, "What?"
Yeah, you were
You know,
confused.
that
Yeah.
shit's wild, yo. Banks are broke.
So it's not even bank, it's just the system in general. Everything is about numbers. It's
Imagine that, man. You can't even get your own money out.
whoever control the numbers control the reality, because it's
You know
everything depends on money.
what I'm
And
saying?
then,
That's why money is trash. It's sad we need it for certain things, but I'm trying to figure out ways where I could just maybe walk away from the system.
it
It'll
was
be
always.
difficult as hell, but nobody wants to do nothing to change anything, so
See, that's what people don't understand. The system just evolved. Back in the days, it was always numbers. When you go put your money to the bank, or your gold, your silver, they will give you a receipt, a paper receipt
yeah,
with
back in
valid
the day,
ink.
you could go off grid and no one would even know. You
They
could
will
go
give you.
find a pond, go live off the grid, build yourself a little cabin. Nobody would even know. Nowadays, you can't do that.
Nah, you could. Yes, you can.
Well,
You
they
It
can't
find
won't
do
you by
that.
be
satellite.
easy.
They'll
You
find you
can't
by
do that.
satellite.
You can't do that in any.
They can read the
In
numbers
any.
off a dime with satellite. You don't think they can find you?
You can't. It's not about finding, because they could
They'll
still
see
be
your
able to.
They're,
fire
they're
smoke.
reading. They're reading your brain waves from satellites. Did you know that?
Heat
It's not
seeking.
about reading.
So yeah,
It's about
they'll
control.
find you.
It's not
They
about
got
finding
heat
you.
signature. They could see your fire if you're burning
Yeah,
fires
they
at
know. They
night.
know your heartbeat. They can detect your heartbeat because that's mapped.
I mean,
And
you
what they
could do
do,
it, but it's not as easy, man. If they
That's how
really
they
that,
found
want
that
to.
pilot in Afghanistan. They
that
used his heartbeat. They found him by his
Allegedly.
heartbeat. Well,
that
yeah.
just make them a spy.
What
That just
about a
make them a
fart beat?
spy. And you don't mean nothing. That's why the women say, "Okay, nigga, you could see, but you can't touch. You can look, but you can't touch." But it don't mean nothing. Just because they could see what's going on, don't mean that they could stop what's going on, or they could be a part of what's going on,
You
or they
can
can
see,
control what's
but
going on.
you can't touch.
So monetization is not is it's not that people need to worry about.
What's up,
Oh, I need my
elusive?
privacy. My privacy. Well, what you gotta hide? Why you trying to hide what you're doing? Shouldn't you be put it out in the open so everybody could see what you do?
Yeah, if Naga changes the settings, it'll have interference.
Yeah. Then he
That
boards out and does
yeah,
the burps and shit.
You say I'm having interference?
No, you're okay now. It's some, but it's not bad. Too bad.
Let's see how many videos I got left. 2 videos. How many videos did I play? Yo, they're gonna definitely put they're gonna put this stream on, I bet you they ban it worldwide. How much you wanna bet? Every time I play
Is it
Instagram videos about topics like this, they ban my shit worldwide. I'ma leave it
better
up
or is
too.
it the same?
I like when they ban my shit. Hmm?
Is it better or do I still got the interference?
No, it's good. It's been good. Cause
Oh,
I had fixed the interference. All I did was turn the volume down halfway, and it stopped the interference.
yeah.
There should be no interference from anybody. You know, I don't know why it does that. I guess maybe different microphones, different phones. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I found. In a while, they'll probably change the programming and it'll work. If enough people complain, they'll work on it.
They'll
I'm
work
trying to
on it.
think.
They'll get rid of you. They'll get rid of you. Oh, this motherfucker complaining hard. Then he coming in complaining. Let's get rid of him. You know, 'cause we don't need nobody in here to be complaining about what we got going on. We need to get rid of him. That's
Hey,
how the
and you can
system
write
is.
them an email and tell them what device you're using and that you're having problems, and that'll go into their files.
What's that? What's that car company? I think it's Lamborghini, right? You can't even custom the car. Like you could buy your own Lamborghini, and you custom that shit. They will take that shit from you. Like, how dare you do that? Like you fucking up our brand. We sell you that shit, but we sell it to you as is. We didn't tell you like, you could go and do your own shit to it.
Yeah, JK, I heard that your taxes go to Israel. That's where they're processed and distributed.
It's all about the tribute. It's all about paying tribute, honoring. This is why they got the saints, the gods, the dead, and president. People are paying their tribute.
Hey, imagine all these people, JK, with these smart glasses and stuff. That's training right there. AI training. Even those Aura rings and smartwatches, they fucking read your brainwaves, and they have an interactive part with an LED light. So
This is proof. This is proof that the world is dumb, right? Because people depend on smart houses, smart cars, smart watches, smartphone, right?
we're done
Now
with
they
being
need
smart. We're passing our smartness over to machines.
now they need a smart brain. And
Yep.
Elon
They need
Musk
a
said that.
smart ass whooping.
And Elon Musk said that, yeah, brother, I got you. Neuralink. You know, I give you a brain. That make I give you that God brain. So this is how you know
I,
human
I
beings
just
are
want to say to
stupid.
Chillster, real quick, Chillster Deluxe. I went to do that drive, and when I hit the link, it said, "This link will harm your phone." Some dumb shit. But it was for the music you had. I don't know.
Human beings are stupid. And they'll be like, nah, I got what you mean. But I'm like, nigga, if you eating, doesn't that mean you're hungry? Cause why would you
What's
eat if you're not
hungry?
hungry?
Why do we call it hungry or hunger? Hung. I hungry. Hung. Hung.
Yeah,
There's a country called Hungary.
yeah, is one,
They must be starving over there.
which is one greed or one grief.
All right, let me play these videos real quick so I can get them over with. What time is it? 1:50. Probably got an hour left. I got 2 videos left, and I'm gonna get them over with. I don't know which one to play first. I'll play this one.
Let's look into the apocalypse that turned the American Southwest into a desert. The Southwest is filled with massive masonry complexes, and the so-called natives did not build them. The Navajo and other so-called natives acknowledged that they did not build these structures. The builders were called Anasazi, which means ancient people who are not us. And much of these complexes are still buried beneath the surface. Most are underground. These are elaborate structures, and we're only seeing the tops of the structures. There are thousands of buildings beneath the surface. The Sonoran Desert is the wettest desert on Earth. This region is not naturally supposed to be a desert. Both the Hopi and the Navajo claim there was a massive cataclysm, and after that, people emerged from beneath the surface. And Psalm 97 provides some biblical insight. And it's funny they call this mountain the mountain that never melts. The line between masonry and mountain is indistinguishable. Look at Chimney Rock. It's not a rock. There have been several floods and meltdowns. It's obvious from the landscape. This is a wall, not a rock. This one's 80 miles. These are not natural. Look, something fried the entire region. These are structures. Some small pockets survived. They even call this Castle Rock. This rock formation is just the melted part. There was even a sphinx. What's Ed Meyer's secret? The civilizations of Mexico are always talked about, but New Mexico had its name before Mexico. And the Aztec origin theory says they come from the north. The Mexica or Mexica are from Aztlan, from the north. Some even claim they came from Grand Tartaria. Look. But if we're talking about the originals that built the buildings, they were labeled Proto-Negroid. Even the Smithsonian said this. Let's look at their essays. The so-called basket makers, the people that built those buildings, were Proto-Negroid. A Harvard study of 500 skeletons came to the same conclusion. The Navajo and the Hopi and all of them came after these sequences. These are clans. A clan is a hodgepodge of people. They are not archetypal. And it's the same thing with the Mayans. Their skulls show traits of sickle cell anemia. Look. Sickle cell is found almost exclusively in so-called black people. The mainstream narrative claims that the Maya got regular anemia from eating corn. But the original people did not eat corn, they ate teosinte if they ate grain at all. Look. But the reality of the disease, like any, is just parasites. A host population was overrun internally and externally by parasites. And just like North America, the biggest structures in Central America are beneath the surface. This uproots the mainstream narrative of the timeline. Look. Much of the testing and dating is of the later populations that arrived. This is one of the main guys pushing the idea that Central America was filled with child-sacrificing mongoloids. Look. They only tested 64 bodies and there was no trauma. They used fragmented DNA. They ignored other sources of skeletons. And they act like it wasn't a massively diverse place with millions of people. This is all to justify the theft of the land. Consider your sources here. They destroyed and buried as much evidence as they could. The originals became prisoners of war, aka slaves. And they're now indistinguishable from the so-called Africans. This was everywhere in the Americas. That's why the origins of the Mayan calendar are missing. The originals already utilized AI to make it. America is the source of civilization, and all of this is Egypt.
Yeah, I've been saying that. Not everything that he's saying, but I've been saying, America is Egypt, the Caribbean is Israel. North America is Upper Egypt, South America is Lower Egypt.
That's the guy I was telling you about. Yeah, it's good content. Then I got this one last video here.
Let's put this to fucking rest, because I see my video went viral yesterday, and y'all got a lot of issues with me telling you that there's not a group of Russians or Chinese that are found in the fucking Epstein file. Да, я говорить по-русски, сука, лошадь. Как дела, bitch? И yeah, 我可以说中文。你好啊，你叫什么名字? Now let's get something clear, you fucking ignorant buffoons. For anybody and everybody that missed it on these videos, y'all are sitting here and saying that Russia is this bad country and China is this bad country. Bitch, we got presidents that are eating fucking children. That was the goddamn point. On top of that, you're bringing up what he's doing in Ukraine when Ukraine was currently on the tier 2 of human rights violation before 2014, when Obama started sending weapons in that area, saying you should probably think about becoming a part of NATO. I know that we currently had a gentleman's agreement of 1991 between the Soviet Union and everybody else, but we currently ignored all of that as soon as we currently went east past the Berlin Wall. Danke, bitch! And on top of that, for anybody that does not know about that gentleman's agreement in 1991, when the Soviet Union was ceased to exist and 18 countries existed at NATO, they said that they wouldn't go east of the Berlin fucking Wall, and they ignored that and added about 12 other motherfucking countries. Don't you ever bring up Georgia or Tbilisi, bitch. I got that. I'll punch you straight in your face. Because while you're talking about Russia, Germany and everybody else in the West has not accepted Georgia into the EU or into fucking NATO, you bum bitch. And instead of you doing the research that you're not getting from propaganda, because all you motherfuckers are speaking English, Not Russian, not Mandarin, not Cantonese, not Taiwanese, not anything in between to show me that you know how to do more research than the propaganda that you've been fed. Yes, sweetheart, Russia and China has never attacked the United States of America. Let's get that done. The reason why more assets and more deals are done with Africa, with Russia and China, because they didn't practice slavery to that motherfucking degree. Do you know why? Because the Chinese were brought here in the United States of America during the Silk Road, and you motherfuckers didn't know that. Because Indians were brought here as fucking slaves, and so were the Chinese, you bum bitch. And instead of you doing research outside of the United States or even leaving this goddamn country to see what the fuck is true or not, you're sitting here on TikTok going back and forth with strangers. You fucking idiots. So squeeze me with all of that, because la rompete la cara del tuyo y cada día no me importa, estoy lista a pelear con y cada persona tiene un problema conmigo. Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Last but not least, bitch, the next time you want to bring up a situation of China and Russia, make sure the motherfuckers are on all the lists and all the millions that have currently unalived people in Afghanistan, Iraq, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, motherfucking the Solomon Island. Tell me how many times they practiced on the Puerto Ricans. Tell me why the Japanese were allowed to use and conduct Unit 731 and then we took their motherfucking information. And last but not least, bitch, it wasn't Russia or China that started the Holocaust. It was the West. Not a goddamn country came in and helped them at all. And let's be very clear, it was Russia that was dropping tips about the Epstein files almost 10 years ago, and you motherfuckers didn't say anything. I was a child. You don't give a fuck about children. You give a fuck about your empty-ass pockets. Now stitch that, bitch. Every single one of you. Stop fucking with me.
I mean, a lot of things you said, I said it. You know,
He broke that shit down in Russian, Chinese. I don't know if that was Spanish
Spanish.
and English.
Yeah.
You can't fuck with people. Like, if you could read another language, that's such an advantage, man, because a lot of stuff is translated wrong. And that's why I started looking for German books. And even then, you know, I can't read German, but I would try to translate it. And even then, it could be translated wrong with the translator. So I don't fucking know.
Well, that's why I don't really speak on the Germans like that, but I just speak on them coming here and what they're doing here. But with the English, the French, right, and the Spanish, I could speak that. I could speak on
Yeah,
that because
the
I could
Germans,
read.
like Rothschilds and them. But what about the Germans, like my family, that came on the boats enslaved over here?
Well, the thing
There's
about what I'm
tons
saying.
of Polish and German slaves that came here. Irish, German, Polish,
No, but everybody
Italian.
came. Let's get this thing. Let's get this thing. No. In the 1800, when the Germans came here, there was y'all didn't come as slaves. Y'all came here, as basically in the 1800, y'all come as, rulers. As all right, people that just come in, into their own land,
It's not
right?
true.
Yes,
It's
I'm
not
telling
true.
you.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it ain't.
Yes, it is.
So my family came here with nothing. And we came as rulers in 1890. That don't even make sense. My family came here with nothing but the clothes on their back. But we were rulers.
Your family might be might be one of those people that came by themselves, right? Because I'm not talking about individual people that came. I'm talking about now groups, right?
Yeah,
I'm talking
there is
about
rulers
people that.
that came, like Rothschilds and a ton of them other
People move
J.P.
all over the place
Morgan.
all the time.
Huh?
People move all over the place all the time.
Well, I'm talking about groups of family. I'm not talking about individual family that move for better life. I'm talking about groups of family that move that have, a plan, that have, a strategic, a mission, right? And often, it's either mercenaries, it's either missionaries or militaries, and the military they be undercover. So when these Germans came here, whether they were mercenaries, missionaries, right, or militaries, they came here and with and received with open arms because again the
Yeah, Germany
you
and the U.S. were cool at one point, and then all of a sudden, once again, the Jews did something with the U.S. and stabbed Germany in the back. When the Jews get involved, this shit happens in history time and time again. If you look in before World War II, the Germans and the U.S. were cool as ever. They were chilling together over there. Nothing was wrong. And then the JEWs get involved, and what happens?
Now, what
World War
happened? The
II.
German. What happened? What happened? The war break out amongst the Union because they,
You just have to
some people of the Union don't want the Jews, just like some of them didn't want the Jews in Europe, but some of them had the Jews in Europe, and until their business was fucking up and their relationship was fucking up, now they tell us, all right, bro, we gotta go now, cause we can't hold you no more, cause now our business and our relationship is fucking up. But it's the same way, over here, you know. So the Americans, all the nations that came here, some of them was fucking, with the Americans, even knowing that the Americans is fucking with the Jews. But some of them, when they find out, they don't fuck with that, And then once they all realize what's going on, so they decided that, hold on, bro, we're gonna take this shit from America. And this shit was taken from America. America haven't been running America
Yeah.
since. It's been, uh Europe that's been running that. Because y'all got the independence from Europe. So Europe know y'all in and out. So whether it's the French, whether it's the Spanish, whether is but we know the American that's funding America, they're not the one running America. And this is why they be, leaking the, what's going on,
Yep.
indirectly to get help.
Yep. That was the plan. Slap her hand. Just slap her hand. Just slap her hand. Stop it. Every time she does it, just keep slapping her hand. Stop that.
So when it comes to all the nations in America, before
Get a cockroach from.
before any of them can accuse each other of doing anything, to the American people and
That's not.
America itself,
Oh.
they have to identify which one of them is not doing it to America, because all of them is doing it to America. So
Yeah.
therefore, none of them is
All
justified,
these other people moving
so
in.
to call a judgment, a final
Well,
judgment.
yeah, and the thing is, they might be fine on their own, but their friends could be total fucking dirtbags that have bugs all over them, 'cause a lot of them will live in different buildings and stuff.
This is why Jesus said, "Let the one without sin, cast the first stone."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but yeah. So let who without sin, right? Let the one without sin cast the first stone, right? So amongst all the nations in America, right, before any one of them accuse each other of doing anything, right, they have to prove themselves which one is is without you know uh without blood in their hand. Which one of them have been uh upholding the indigenous law of the land? Y'all can help me in the chat too, because I don't know everything, right? I might be missing. There might be, one of those nations in America, that's been upholding the indigenous law, that's been upholding their end, right? The end of their treaty with the indigenous people, they can come forward, right? And let's put it on the table and investigate.
Where'd Chuck go?
Right?
Lost Chuck.
Probably trying to get a video or picture. Often when he up in the library, he be losing signal. Uh, Well, I was asking for help, Max. I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to find out one nation, in America that's been holding up, the end of their treaty, the end of their contract, you know, with the indigenous people.
Yeah, they're up in Canada. The Indigenous people, the tribe leaders will make deals, but they take most of the money. They always want money. So
Well,
yeah,
what else the system have to offer besides money?
yeah. Well, they should ask. Well, they've got more land rights now. It's interesting
Well,
how.
what you mean? What you mean they got more land? It doesn't the land belong to them. You say the indigenous. If the indigenous doesn't like they have the authority over the land.
Well, they never really had like any borders before we came, so they just kind of fought with each other. So yeah.
That's the point. There was no borders before you guys came, but was there any borders given to you guys when you guys came?
Well, it was hard to keep a border when the next tribe next to you is always killing you, taking your land, then you take their land,
No,
fight back. Yeah, because
we
that's
we,
pretty much
we
the
can't reverse it. We can't reverse it. If you say there was no borderlines before you guys came, and there was borderlines given to you guys when you guys came, so you can't blame the lack of being able to respect that borderline on them because it didn't even exist before them.
well, the people now have grown up with the borders, so they're used to it, so they can deal with it.
Oh, so you're basically saying so there is no
I put
people.
that on the screen, Max. You wanted to share it. My bad. I was trying to figure out why I erased all my videos, and yet I'm still stuck. I'm still stuck with the same gigabytes. Like I don't get it, but
Hurricane
There you
Helene's
go.
path and behavior
There's
just the
Hurricane
result
Helena.
of natural processes and climate patterns, or was it manipulated? The circular blue flashes
You can watch
seen
them
in this
steering it.
video
All the
are
blue is the
frequency
radar.
transmissions from the NEXRAD network of transmitter
See
installations.
right there, they
All
stalled
available
them.
science evidence makes clear that atmospheric frequency transmissions can and do have a repelling effect on air
this
masses,
is the one
especially if and when the air
from
masses have
9/11,
been
or this the
seeded
one from
with
North
electrically
Carolina?
conductive
Hurricane
nanoparticles.
Helena. It was
The
about
brighter the blue flash
3
from a
years
frequency
ago, or
transmission
2 or 3 years ago.
installation, the more pronounced and powerful the repelling effect on any air
Yeah,
mass
the
or
one where
storm in the
they opened up
vicinity will
dams.
be.
Yeah, I
Where there
remember
are
this
no
in
blue
North
flashes,
Carolina.
there
Yeah.
is no transmission, thus no repelling effect, thus no resistance for a migrating storm. Translation: a migrating storm will be
But you can see
hindered
them
from
using
moving toward
the
frequency
radar.
transmissions and
All
will
the blue is
easily
the radar
migrate in a
systems.
direction with no transmissions. So again,
Yeah, I
I
remember
ask,
they opened
was
up the
Hurricane Helene's
dams.
path and
That
Yeah.
behavior
killed a lot of
just an act of
people.
nature, or was it engineered? You decide.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys the same thing too. How do you know? How do we know for sure what they're showing you is what they see and is not what they are constructing themselves?
That is what they're constructing.
Well, sometimes you just have to accept that some things are there. You can take it as information. That's about it. But you can't really
You
prove
have to.
anything. Hard to prove anything.
You have to.
Oh, you're looking for a word fight of some sort? Okay.
No,
That's stupid.
you say
Just
sometimes
stop
you
it. I don't
have
want to
to.
engage. Okay?
I'm just going to go the door around and get the web.
All right.
And I'll be right back.
Engage.
Yeah,
Um,
this is why people have no husband, right?
But yeah,
This is why
some
people are
things
looking
do
for
happen, and sometimes we get information, and yeah, and
this
the
is why
information we are allowed to get,
people
the information that we can get, or what we have to rely on, try to corroborate that with other information. But yeah, it could all be fake, whatever, you know.
it's a
Uh,
possibility. That's how I
yeah,
like to look at it.
it's a stupid conversation to have over and over again about things being fake, right? Anything can be fake, anything can be real. You don't know.
Yeah.
well that's the point. Well,
But
that's
it's
the
pointless to have
conclusion.
that conversation over everything.
that's the point of the conclusion you were getting from that. But pointing out, something can be fake or can be real is not, saying that, that's the point. That's the conclusion but I'm pointing the fact that, shouldn't you investigate to know if it's fake or real before you even put your opinion on it, or you just going to accept it, like you said. Sometimes we just have to
Well, there have
accept
been
things and
independent
just,
sources that watch the radar systems and stuff. Yes, so you know,
so
so
I just don't
whatever.
see how I just don't see how when you point out at the problem, right?
All
People don't
right.
see
So
the answer.
well, okay, it's happening for me, but it's not happening for you. Is that good enough? Like to stop
Uh,
this, to end this
uh, but
constant
why?
of conversation? Because it's just a
What are
repeat
we talking
conversation,
about?
dude.
Chemtrails?
Oh, he's just repeating his "is it real" shit over and over again.
Yeah, so
Well,
I'm basically, showing people,
Yeah,
how to.
it's just I've had I've heard this conversation from you about fucking 14, 15 times. So
So you're just gonna cut me off every
I've
time.
had enough of it. Let's move on.
So you're gonna cut me off.
Well,
So
from
you
that,
don't think
yeah, if you
people,
want
you
to
don't
talk
think
about something
people.
different, that'd be cool. But
So
I've
you
had
don't
that
think I.
conversation over real and not real with you way too many fucking times.
So you don't think you don't think
imagine.
I have this. You don't think I have
No,
here.
I'm just not going to engage with you in it. That's all.
Okay, so let me
So you
speak
want to
then.
blab on
So
about
let
it?
me
Go ahead.
speak. So why you gotta complain about me
Well,
speaking if you
because you
don't want to
kept asking me
engage?
questions. That's why.
You don't want to engage,
You
so
were
let me
trying
speak.
to engage me, and I told you I didn't want
But
to. So
okay, so stop
you're not
cutting
being
me
very
off.
respectful there. You're being an
Can you
asshole.
stop cutting me off if
Well,
you're not gonna engage?
continue.
Okay. So like I was saying, yes, okay. I'm pointing out to the fact that people need to have their mind back, right? So people need to engage and get married to themselves and become one and become whole. This is why people are going around looking for a government, right? Because they know that they're not engaged.
Yeah, they did that on Hurricane Ian too. They showed how it was projected up from the South America. There, that's pretty cool how they did that. Took a little teeny tiny storm and made it big.
Yeah, they are the creator. They gotta show how they're projecting, their creation. It's like making a new toy or got a new toy. You gotta show your friends, hey, I just got this. What you think
They don't
about
call
it?
them
It's nice.
create. Well, they're more manipulators, really.
I'm gonna see how fast Naga could talk. Who
Really
remembers the Micro
creative.
Machine, man?
What micro
That guy,
machine?
you don't remember the Micro Machine, man? You probably not. I
Micro
probably,
machines, yeah.
yeah, man. I'm surprised no one has come out with collections of Micro Machines. Them things are definitely collector items. Um, if I was smarter and I would have known that Matchbox wasn't gonna be U.S. made no more, I would have saved all my old Matchbox cars. Now they're made in China. They're cheap. It's trash. That's about it. The
Yeah,
U.S. don't make nothing.
because China been took over America. I've been saying that
Yeah,
America
yeah,
is
that's our
in debt.
government's fault. They just
When
rolled over and let China duke us in the ass. I bet you.
when
I bet you one of the politicians lost in a bet, and that's how we lost a lot of our country. Their egos.
Well, when I say China, China took over. I'm really talking about the American Chinese. Because Chinese, are kind of like the first immigrants, that came here. What the girl was kind of saying in her own way. The Chinese came here, under the Mongols Empire, as immigrants, as refugees. This is why when Christopher Columbus came here, he met those, the Chinese, those Indian people, right? And they told him that, oh yeah, the black people was already here. They gave us weapons, they gave us medicine, they gave us hygiene, and they gave us lands. And before that, people like Max Vision, right? His people had already came, right? Had already established themselves in Canada, right? And Greenland as the Norse people, or way before Columbus. This is why his approach is always going to be different from the modern approach.
Germanic.
Yeah,
Those could be my ancestors, but I'm not sure.
the Norse people for a fact they were German. They were most of them were like Germans. They were like uh like Irish. Scottish.
Well, my people, I'm Nordic, but originally we come from the Caucasus Mountains, and near Iran.
Uh-oh. You know what that means. Yakub. It's a joke. Um, the Germanic tribes go back a long time. Back to when there was big trees. Well, I erased the video, but I played it a couple of streams ago where
Yeah, but
it was a 1995 documentary on Venezuela, and it was showing how the so-called plateaus and all that there were the giant trees that could have been in the Bible, where the Eden or the giant trees of life were at, till they were cut down by giants. But it's crazy that they say that, because I've never heard of any documentary talking about Titan trees like that, except this one from 1995 or 98. I downloaded it to keep it in case they try to make it disappear.
well, there are some trees, around, the earth, that being cut down. But that specific tree, being spoken about the Garden of Eden, having been
But
cut down, is still here because nobody really know where the Garden of Eden is at, if you're not initiated. Unless you're initiated, you don't know where the Garden of Eden is at, and it's for a reason. And the
bitty bitty
initiate
bingo. My bad. I got amped up.
and that
I got
initiation is by blood.
I got amped up. I found the video.
All right.
I heard of a story where there was a king on Earth, and he left Earth for a while. When he came back, the Earth was covered with giant trees, and he had to chop them all down.
Oh, here's the link. If anyone wants to watch it, it's a good documentary. It's not long either. But man, hey, oh there it is. I'll put it in the back chat if you want to check it out. Max,
What's it on?
the beginning part is the best when they talk about the Titan trees in Venezuela. I put it in the back.
Yeah, there are giant trees in Venezuela, that correlate with the Caribbean. Because you gotta understand, it's all about, positioning, and alignment, right? It's all about the positioning and the alignment. This is why, Venezuela and Haiti, all the or even Cuba, these major immigrations, countries, people are lost in
See
the
if I erased it.
immigration talk, but people not looking at this location.
I hope I didn't erase it. I think I did. Motherfucker. Oh well, it's gone. I had the
And
clip of the documentary, but it's gone.
Charles, I got this theory that I found three islands, in the Caribbean, and I think these are like three boats.
Three what?
boat, like like the boats, like the like they spoke of, that that came in the Caribbean. So I found three islands, and the way they position, I think they can't be nothing else than like ships, and like they're like the same size.
Neat.
Maybe.
That's neat. Yeah.
It's like
Man.
military ships.
Huh. Are they like boats for the water or boats for like space or
Oh,
something?
God. Okay.
Sky.
Like island boats. They're like boats like the size of an island.
Okay. And they were for using on the water, you think?
Yeah,
Cool.
hydraulic boats.
How big are they?
I, you know,
How long is
well, I would have to determine the name of those islands, and and see how big they say those islands are.
oh, okay. But they're pretty big, eh?
Yeah, but compared to those islands,
Yeah,
in the Caribbean, they're not that big.
that's cool. Yeah, I think things were much bigger in the past myself.
Yeah,
You know. Yeah, they know that. Because even dragonflies were bigger. They have fossilized dragonflies that are like a meter long. So yeah, everything was bigger in the past, even trees, people, all of it.
yeah.
That's why you
So
don't
there's
find
a ship. There is
that's
a
why you don't find
specific ship,
people and dinosaurs together. Because they keep looking for people that are eye size with dinosaurs, but we'd be bigger.
and I'm basically connecting that to there is a island in Argentina, you know, that they say sometimes that disappear and sometimes it appear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a mysterious
In
island.
that movie, with what's that superhero lady? Damn. She wears the Captain American color, Wonder Woman. Mm. There's a scene in Wonder Woman when one of the soldiers is on a boat and they come up to this like holographic image, but you couldn't tell it was a holographic image, and he looks through it and you could see the island that was being hidden, and then backs up. If people seen Wonder Woman, I think it was Wonder Woman. I know I had to do a Wonder Woman, but it could have been Captain America's movie. But I think it was Wonder Woman. I wonder
I
if I
think
could find the clip.
what you're describing, I think is Atlantis.
Mm.
You know, it's like that city is like the ship. To me, that's like the cap. That's like the ship. That had all the generals. The cap is like the cap of the pyramid. But that they say it went underwater, but I think is that it went so deep, you know, into the ocean, where not you know these boats that we have are too small, you know, to basically ride these waves, you know, because the waves are too strong. So that boat is the only boat that can get beyond those waves, and that's Atlantis.
All right.
I showed Charles that the picture. Matter of fact, that's it right there in my avatar. There, that's a city, that's an island, that's a hydraulic boat. It's travel. They say it's a spaceship. You know, I don't know if it fly too. Shit. Hey, that's Planet X or the mothership. I mean, I don't know. So, you don't think if Atlantis, was supposed to resurface back, everybody will see it, like the whole world, like will see it?
I don't know. It depends on where it is. A lot of people think it's like by the Azores Mountains. Some people think it's like in top of Africa. So I don't know where it is. It could be out in the middle of the North Atlantic. I don't know. Could be in. Well, I don't know. What about Antarctica? That's a good candidate, right? Once it melts.
Mm. I was thinking, if everybody, if the story, about Atlantis emerges back, would happen, would that match, the same scenery of Jesus, coming back on the clouds?
We're gonna walk on clouds.
They could project Jesus up in the clouds. That'd be cool.
Jesus is everywhere.
Yeah,
Well,
projection is different.
Yeah,
Jesus is within all.
A
That's why it's
projection is
I
called
different.
Christ consciousness. The Christosterone oil.
yeah, I agree with that.
You know, Jim Carrey, you know, AI is a motherfucker, but there's a video that people were saying Jim Carrey was taken out for speaking too much. How many videos we always see of the same shit, man? Like, what a perfect way if you wanted to like fake your death or etch your way out and be like, I made enough money. I'm gonna go. I bought me an island. You know, I guarantee you, Jim Carrey made enough money to buy himself an island. He can go fucking retire and with all the women and whatever he wants to do. He's got enough money. Um, I mean, just look at his 6 top movies, the money he made. It's incredible. But he did a very good job in his role. Imagine making $80 million, yo. Like, I couldn't fathom that.
I mean, it's easy. It's easy,
Uh,
to die. It's easy to fake your death as an American and come back, as an African, or come back, as a
uh,
European. As long as you don't come back as the same, or even you come back as an American, you was born in New York, but you came back, you was born in Mississippi, you know. So, and then you change a certain thing, you do a couple surgery, you'll be good, right? You'll be good because the people that are doing the surgery is a part of the government. They gotta be able to have some type of license to do it, unless they're doing it, behind closed doors. So you mean to tell me there is a whole surgery, a system going on, but there is no license for it? Who's ordering the license? So it's always a
man,
part of a club, for something.
the Hippocratic Oath. That's the oath they're under. Medical? Man, I don't want to walk to the stove. I hate walking to the store. Only when it's hot out. It's so hot right now. But I do it anyway. I force myself through it. It's good to sweat. No, your
Yeah.
body's meant to sweat. I was out this morning and I usually leave sometimes. I go do my fake exercise. Naga fell off. The towers kicked him out.
Bing.
Damn, I need to get some more sound effects. Like I want one that goes bing or crickets. I need that one, crickets. That'd be dope. I didn't know that you could download sound effects and then you could upload them in here.
Cool.
You upload them where it says sound effects.
Finish
JK,
him.
Huh?
JK was banned.
Why?
I don't know. Why did JK get banned there? Comments
Oh,
were removed. What happened?
what? Who did that?
I don't know.
What?
Who are your moderators?
Oh boy. Now I gotta go fucking do surgery.
Yeah. Sometimes people make oopsies. I've had it happen to me. I got banned from a channel by accident by a friend of mine. He was just excited to see me and accidentally pushed the buttons. Oh, Mark did it. Oh, just kidding. Okay. I don't think anybody did it on purpose. Hopefully. JK was unhidden by Bojo. Okay. Yeah, it does happen by accident, Bojo. Boji.
It says I did it, so the only way I could have done it was through here by an accident. Damn
Yeah,
it, man.
it
I
does
hope
happen.
JK don't think I purposely did it. Oh my god, it's always something, man.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me by accident on somebody. So I
It
know
doesn't
it's.
say he's banned here. Doesn't say he's banned.
Hey there, JK.
Hold on.
Says he was unhidden by Bojo, so it's fine. Should be okay now.
You fixed it? Thank you, Boji, man. I couldn't find how to get in there to do it. How'd you do it? Through YouTube?
Yeah,
See, that's why I'm glad I got backup moderators. 'Cause I'm not on my laptop and it's hard for me to get into the
yeah.
settings. I don't know how to do it from my phone for the life of me. Damn, I hope JK comes back, man. He's fucking he's gonna think I did that on purpose. Damn, all his comments are removed. There's no way to get him back either.
No. You can go to,
Damn.
if he has any videos, you can go to his channel and comment that you did it by
Yeah.
accident. He's unbanned.
Man. I don't think JK has a channel. He'll come back. Yeah, I've done this before too with someone else. I don't even know how I did that. I went to look something up. Maybe when I went to YouTube. No, I didn't go to YouTube a minute ago. I went to go look up the Wonder Woman clip. Yeah, I don't think he has a channel, man, but let me see. You know what YouTube should do? You know what I don't like about YouTube and subscriptions? You gotta scroll through the whole fucking thing. They should make an option where if you're looking for a specific channel, you can hit the name and it'll come up instead of having to scroll through the whole fucking thing. It's insane.
Yeah.
I hope JK comes back. He's gotta have a backup channel or something. No, I did it. It says I did it. This is the second time I accidentally did that, man. Forgot who I did it to last time. But they came back. Anyway. Hold up. JK. Oh, he's back. My bad, JK. That was an accident, man. I'm glad he's back. I'm over here bugging, like, damn. That's the second time I've done that to somebody. Boji fixed it, and JK knew I ain't do it on purpose. I got to figure out how I did that again, man.
It's just a quick tap of the fingers. And it happens fast.
Because I was going to look at that phone, video.
Yeah, you can just tap his 3 buttons, slip over, tap, ban, and it's lightning quick.
I was going to look up that Superman video, and I found it, but the sucky part is they don't show the part where he's peeking through. It goes right to the war part, which is stupid. They should have shown that part. But I wonder if I think that technology really exists. What do you think about technology that they say these so-called lizards use to cover their face? This crystalline technology they allegedly have.
Pretty possible, I would say.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
The possibility. Because if they got holographic tech, why couldn't they have that crystalline, which is like a step up? Because they use...
Yeah, what about just scales? Because there are snakes that can like practically reshape their bodies by adjusting their scales, and it changes the colors too.
What about octopuses? Imagine they figured out how to mix that with people. Whoa! Imagine a person that could do that. I would haul ass. Like, I ain't fucking with you, man.
Yeah.
I like that video I found of this guy with the breath of Yahweh.
Yeah.
See, I got that video with the tech. I'm gonna show it to you. You weren't here, Max, for this. I found this on Instagram. I love Instagram. I think I started watching more Instagram now than any YouTube, man. I'm tired of YouTube. They don't have nothing good, nothing eye-opening. It's all sleepy time stuff. Yeah, this technology is, imagine the government, well, of course they got a hold of it, but look at this shit. You probably already know about this, Max, but...
You mean to tell me when I put 10 fingers in me it wasn't enough? Alright, bet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, any amount with any hands? Like, bro, artificial.io can do anything with no limits. I don't know how many times I gotta tell y'all. Like, bro, anything.
Keep that in mind.
That's crazy tech, man.
Yeah.
You know, they could use that in the Kirk trial. Like, I wouldn't be doubt, man. Like, even when they showed him laying down on the roof and all that, what's the chances of them having a camera aiming at that roof? Like, who puts cameras to aim at a roof? Like, come on. And it was at a park, too, so the roof wasn't important. It's not like it's the roof of a bank.
Well, it was kind of aimed at the park. You know, it was
Yeah.
across a field. They were monitoring the field apparently, but yeah, they could edit anything. They can edit real time video too, like something happening at the moment. They can edit it to have whatever they want in it.
9/11.
Yeah, they could do that. Yeah, real time now. Yeah.
Man, it's who knows how long they've had this tech, and who knows how many people have been fucked over by it. Like, I don't know if the young man in the Kirk trial's he's along with it, or he's actually being accused of something he didn't do. Um, Man, I just couldn't imagine. Like, I think somebody like groomed him to go. Didn't he go put like a thing with a bullet on it? Didn't he go put that up there? I forgot. I think he had like some sort of note or something, and I think they like amped him up to go put that up there because they knew he'd be the fall guy. Because he even testified that he went up the ladder and he heard the gunshots and changed his mind quick or some shit. Or he said he changed his mind and then heard gunshots. I don't know. You're supposed to put some stupid package up there, and that's what that's how they lined him up.
Yeah.
They said they amped him up to go do this package thing. Trying to be radicalized, and they lined him up. Man, set him up, lovely.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy, man. The fall guy for a shooting that never happened at that. So maybe he is part of the whole show.
Yeah, at this point, everything's a psyop.
I mean, people want to argue that his neck ain't stopping no fucking round from a rifle. I don't care. He a Superman neck, yeah, like Trump's Superman air.
Yep.
Oh
That,
man,
that
the stuff.
heals in a couple of days.
Yeah, he's an X-Men character.
Yep. He's a wonder of modern medicine.
Man, this fucking world is fucked, fucked, fucked.
It's all illusion and subterfuge.
Yeah. Oops. I'm gonna delete that. Check this out.
Do you see any curvature here? The earth is flat. I don't see any curvature. Look around, look how fast that one's going down there.
I just like that they're high up. Look at that, boy.
Look at him go.
Whoa. That wasn't cool. What happened there? And this is my favorite video.
If you got time, watch this.
What wish to say? Well, what's your story? I'm not from here. You're not from here? You're from up there? Yes. Really? None of us are from here. Strangers in a strange land looking for that city not built by the hands of man but by the hands of God. Mankind's hungry and lost. He's paid too high a cost. Humanity. But Yeshua HaMashiach, between two thieves, Jesus on the tree, dying for all humanity. If any man be in Christ, he's a new creature. Old things have passed away. Behold, all things become new. They that call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Yeshua HaMashiach, Yadonai, Yahweh. Breathe in. And let me hear it. Yahweh. You say, Yahweh, your way, not our way. Your way, Yahweh.
That's deep, yo. The breath of life. But you try to teach that, you're lame. They'll be like, you're corny, yo. What are you talking about? I forgot where I heard that from before. About the word Yahweh being the breath of life.
Yeah, I have heard that before, I think.
I heard it years ago, like
Yeah.
5-6 years ago, and it always stuck with me because like I said earlier, when this video popped up on Instagram, That shit went off in my head. I said, holy smokes. Where's Yahweh?
Right?
He's a man of few words today, man. He hasn't said much.
Or maybe he's saying everything. Symbolically, he could be saying everything. If he is the breath of life, and he's coming out of each of us.
Damn, I'm thinking if I should smoke a bowl now or after.
Definitely now.
No way. I'll never get up to do anything.
Yeah,
I already know myself. Especially this herb I got. This thing will stink you into the dirt.
oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's some deadly stuff. Man, the herb back in the days, man, I can remember I would smoke in middle school, and I was able to do homework and study and remember everything. This weed, you'd be lucky. Imagine trying to study on this shit. Oh my God. You'd
Yeah.
fall asleep in the book. Weed back then was different, man. It made you laugh. You
Yeah.
had energy. The high was different, man. You had
Much
so much
gigglier.
energy. Huh?
It's more of a giggle high than the new stuff.
Yeah. And you could think clearer too. And like I said, you had energy and
Yeah.
you get munchies, but not like, I don't know. The herb was way, I don't know. I kind of like the herb back then than now. It was just different. It had seeds in it. You knew it was grown from the earth, and it wasn't grown in some fucking laboratory under Bill Gates' house, where he's probably putting all sorts of vaccinations. He's walking around his laboratory like a madman, injecting the plants all types of shit. These motherfuckers, we're gonna kill them all. That dude's a psycho, man. You never see him with his wife anymore. He probably choked that bitch to sleep. His wife was played by the guy from I always forget his fucking name, man. He hung himself. Motherfucker. What's the name of that movie? With the old lady. He played an old lady. I gotta look this up. Come on, brain,
I
work.
don't know. You made me think of Michael Jackson and Nancy Pelosi.
I think Michael Jackson was played by that other chick with the pointy nose.
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They both had those bird beaks, man. I think she did play Jackson for a little while. Like, yeah, I think Jackson's still alive because if you look in his research, he loved playing other roles. You know, maybe he got tired of being Michael Jackson. These
Yeah,
people got
maybe.
so much money, man. It'd be easy to fake a death, man. They could pay the doctor off lovely with all the money they got. They
Yeah.
could be like, here, man, I'll give you 50 grand. Doctor would be like, what?
Yeah.
Cash. You know, like,
$1 million. Just keep your mouth shut.
damn, what was that actor who died hunging himself with fixation? It was
I don't know.
I can't think of that movie he played. He played Miss Doubtfire.
Oh, Robin Williams.
Robin Williams, thank you. Yeah, he played the wife of Bill Gates. For real. What? It'll blow your mind. I remember seeing this about 8 years ago. Right around when he passed away, he started to play that role. These people don't die, man. They play role after role after role. They probably got technology on the ground that keeps them alive for hundreds of years. As
Or
motherfuckers.
they're clones or something.
That too. Hiding all the good stuff.
Yeah.
Bastards.
Yeah, perfect. Take it.
Oh, ding, 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 ding. Oh, Nelly. Crikey, mate. The fuck is going on here? Nah, they had a better one than this one. Let's see. Where you at? Oh, they had better ones than this. Then, now. Yeah, they do look a little different, man. Like, what happened? Some say the original Bill Gates and his wife got taken out. Man, why do we call I've seen better pictures than this, but I'll show this picture for now. I've seen better ones, but this will give you an idea. Oh, whoops, wrong place. Close this house. Let me do that again. Overlay. Here we go. Get out of
Oh,
here.
watch this.
What? Ooh, 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 ooh.
Is that what it is? Robin Williams playing Melinda Gates?
Yeah. Well, they use Miss Doubtfire
Yeah.
to line it up to show you, if he threw on some makeup, look, they covered the Adam's apple with the shirt as always. I mean, man,
Give him some contacts. Yeah, he's good to go.
look at the nose, the lips, the cheeks. I mean, fuck. I mean, look at this though. Here, then and now. I mean, I don't know, man. Something going. What the hell's on his chin? But I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
I truly think he did play her role for a while. Now, they're barely in the spotlight as it is, man. Like especially after 2020.
Yeah.
Bill Gates is still on his population control though. I always thought, man, if they really want to get everyone, all they got to do is spray some toxins in the sky, like some sort of bacteria, and they'll just kill everyone, man. Everyone will get real ill and die. But I think they've tried that, and the problem of biological warfare is getting by the oxygen, which kills it. That's one problem they have with biological warfare is the oxygen.
Yeah.
They've tried experiments in the New York City subway, and when a guy broke the stuff, it instantly was killed by the oxygen. So I've read a lot on these experiments they've done. And it'd be on our own people, man, and the subways and shit. It's mind blowing, the government, what they do. I knew I should have got me a coconut water. The guy at the store
they're
got.
better using it. They're using chemicals.
Of course. What do we do with all these chemicals, boss? Spray them in the air.
Yeah.
We'll get rid of them. We'll They've been spraying for how long now? A decade? Holy fuck.
Oh, God, no. Since the 90s. 30, 40 years.
Oh, that's what I want. Someone had brought up. I took a screenshot. It blew my mind. I didn't think they were for real, but it crossed the way this crossed my path was mind blowing. I was watching a video, and all of a sudden a video came up from the 90s, a big pun video. And in the background, they put chemtrails. Like, look at that. That was never in that video. They're adding it in like it's normal. The sky never looked like that in the 90s. Ever.
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah,
I
they
never
started
seen it.
spraying in the 80s and 90s. Just in they didn't have it as widespread.
I never seen it ever.
Uh,
But for them to add it in like it's normal, it's wild, man. Someone told me they've been doing that with a lot of stuff.
yeah, backmasking a lot of photos, make chemtrails look like normal.
I'm gonna see if I can find the original Big Pun. Let's see. I doubt it. They probably took it all out, but it would take for some. I know someone's got a DVD somewhere with the original video. This DVD's a Big Pun, and I know for a fact because I remember I used to see them. So if someone has a DVD of Big Pun, man, I want to see it. I guarantee you, this is not in there. I guarantee it. Man, these motherfuckers. See, that's the thing with technology. They could go in and change things. People call it the Mandela effect. I call it the I don't know effect. What's up, Dom? I was just fucking around earlier, Dom. Yeah.
You just got to get to
Dom,
the store.
huh?
You got to get to the store.
Dom already went to the store.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Dom don't come up and chill no more. He'd be like, fuck that shit. Oh, man. Life's like a bowl of diarrhea. That's terrible.
That's nah.
I still can't believe these data centers though, man. That entire Salt Lake is gone. Yep, that blows my mind. But isn't it salt? I don't know. Salt water, I guess, could cool.
You don't have to use salt water. Fresh water is fine.
'Cause yeah, that whole lake was hey Bex, that whole lake was salt, but the Twin Lakes are gone. And I showed how big these fucking lakes are, man.
Yeah.
These things are a joke.
Yeah, the Salton Sea was gigantic in the past. They could fill it up if they wanted to with their fucking rain machines, if they decided.
Mhm. Yeah. Or they could drill a well and it'll fill up from underground, maybe. But that's not their goal, man. Their goal is to make it. I guarantee you, is how it's gonna go. All the forest fires are gonna and ticks are gonna destroy a lot of the hunting. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
all these data
Never
centers
thought
are
of that.
destroying ways to fish, and then once it's hard for people to survive off grid, they got you backed in the corner, and it's like you either do what we say, how you gonna survive when everything's
Yeah.
fucked over?
Eat your
So
GMO fucking pig corn and like it.
yeah, pig corn. Eat your fucking roach thistles.
Yeah.
Oh
Eat your
man.
cricket beets.
Oh my god. Here's a bowl of roach our crust.
Don't forget to wash it down with some maggot milk.
Oh, with some cow pus from all the infected cows. This government is probably by far the worst government in the world. To be honest. Trump says our economy's at an all-time high. That's what he said yesterday. Isn't that
It's the
funny?
greatest, best economy you've ever seen. You've never seen an economy like this economy.
Yeah, we haven't. He fucking's worse than Biden, I swear he's like Biden times 5.
Everybody wants to be our economy.
Yeah, right. When the U.S., like I said earlier, when the U.S. left Pakistan and the Taliban took over, their country flourished, man. They had gardens everywhere. You don't see chemtrails over the country. Like I said, when the U.S. shows up, you're fucked. Your children start going missing.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Chuck, isn't there one of the major data centers at Fenway Park, at Fenway's wall?
Really?
Probably another one at the Sky Dome.
Is there one at the Sky Dome?
You got to keep everything in plain sight, right?
Oh, okay.
You got to tell them stories. They're right there underground with all the dumps are, Max.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a huge underground in Toronto for sure. Yeah.
But they're not us question the fact that why would anybody have all these data centers? Is it because we use GPS and Wi-Fi and emails? Just curious.
Well, it doesn't really have much to do with that, as far as I know.
Oh, okay, well, you can educate me, but
No, it's a data center. It stores data, right?
Yes, and where do you think most of the stuff that we use are going to?
Yeah. Well, it stores the logging of it. Yeah. You log in your Wi-Fi and your Twitter account and whatever else you do. Yeah.
So data. You need data center. No different. Yeah, no different. You need a garbage dump to dump all our excessive garbage that we choose to have.
Yeah.
But they bring it to our attention, the obvious, and yet people get upset about it. Okay. People only address garbage sites only when it's in their communities. Outside of that, no, dump it somewhere else. Dump it in the ocean.
Yeah, as long as I can't see it, it's fine. Right?
Yeah, so it's the same thing with the data center. I don't know. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But I get it. The media reports it because they're not there to tell you anything that's honest. They just tell you whatever it's going to stir you up.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure other countries like India and China have been having these kind of problems for years when it comes to, like in this case, garbage. So I guess if they started all encouraging everybody to have a mobile phone, a cell phone and all this other technology, I'm pretty sure their data centers were going to be pretty big too.
Well, you'd have to. Yeah. There's a lot of data to store.
Yeah, you got to store data. No different in the ether. There's a different type of data being stored.
Yep.
As you're doing astral travel or remote viewing, you're in another data center.
Yeah, they try to store that data too.
Well, it already is being stored. It's just, on the human level, you're going to mimic it, but you're not going to be it.
Yeah, they'll try to digitize it. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure all the plants, all the clouds, all the waterways, they all have some sort of data to it.
Oh, yeah. Internet of everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, water got data.
All being watched at the moment, so they're watching everything.
And I'm pretty sure when humans decided to venture into a lot of this technology, I'm pretty sure the animal and plant kingdom were being affected by them.
Yep.
So why wouldn't it be? So why would it be any difference with humans? I mean, with humans when it's their turn. How do you think you actually are able to put a cloud over the environment without having chemtrails?
Now that I think about it, that's like karma for what all the humans did to the animals and shit. It's our turn now. The robots are gonna take over. Bing bong bang, you're dead.
Could be.
Karma,
It could be.
Hey, maybe it'll be good.
Yeah,
the robots will do better for Mother Earth. Because obviously, hopefully they'll kill the elite first, man. They gotta figure out those are the savage beasts.
Are they? What happened if you find out they're the ones that are actually been the best servant?
Yeah, right.
Maybe it's the white mice. I think the white mice are ruling everything. It's all those lab mice.
It's not like there's a group of people that are all trying to give us all this great technology and a whole bunch of other people are strifing them. If anything else, they're probably the same people. And we just happen to be using the technology. The concept of the fall.
How do we know the...
Go ahead, Rebecca.
How do we...
Hi, Bex.
Hello. Sorry to interrupt everyone.
Oh, go ahead, hon.
How do we not know the data centers haven't always been there?
Sure. Good question, Rebecca.
And the building there...
Quite old.
Pardon me?
The universities have data lake centers underneath them, most of them.
Well, yeah, and what if those data centers actually need to be serviced, let's say, or they only ever served a small portion of the community, and now because, like Dom was saying, they need more to serve more people. And if we do potentially believe that technology has been around longer than we've been told,
But
then
is it worth the
and
loss?
we don't. Well, and we're so right about some of the other stuff we've been told lies about, then how do we choose that this isn't a lie? Like, how do we know that it is, that all this stuff is bad for us, that they're doing it all, I mean, if we go with the whole, well, they lied about the germ and the needle and all that stuff, so they obviously lie about everything. That's kind of a big leap, right? To like, oh, they lied about the germ and the needle, but that means they definitely tell us the truth about these data centers and the water and the fracking and all that jazz. Like,
And where's the
I'm not
water
trying to,
going? That's the question.
yeah, I'm not trying to say that we're wrong. I'm just trying to say that if we're in our imaginations about all the wrongdoings and bad doings, then how can we be certain that everything is always for the worse?
Well,
You know,
I question
like,
this. If the
Well, you
data
can't.
center sucked all that water up, right? Then what is it going to do now? Where's it going to get water from now? That was my thought. Was it going to overheat and blow up? It's going to have to get water from somewhere. Maybe it tapped into the underground spring. I don't fucking know. But the question I have is, where is all the water going? It just don't up and disappear. Shit is disappearing all over water. That's the question I have.
Well,
There are good uses of the technology, Bex. There are companies that are selling, um, you know, EMF mitigation, better, all kinds of products that will apparently enhance your life. So there are upsides to it. I suppose it just depends on who's using it and how, you know.
well, again, this is where people play. It's a hell realm, but wait a second. They give us all this beautiful technology, but it's still a hell realm. They give us all this air conditioning, but it's still a hell realm. It sounds like people are confused. Rebecca's just kind of doing tongue in cheek, if I'm hearing her correctly. Where if we're going to think these whoever they are destroying us, but yet they're going to give us all this other, they're going to give us buses so we can commute to work. They're going to actually teach a doctor or a surgeon actually how to heal a child, but yet at the same time they're trying to kill us all. It sounds like a lot of people are self-absorbed and living in their little bubbles, and they're just being fed all kinds of information. They're not questioning it, such as what Rebecca was just trying to do.
it's like chemtrails, for instance. We can see that the clouds have that there is something generating and aerating the skies, right? They look like they're made by airplanes. We can see this stuff coming out, and we can say, "Hey, it hasn't always been that way," or "Hey, look, we found a book that showed that they cloud seed, and they've been cloud seeding a long time." Well, what if, again, this is just a what if. What if these cloud seedings and even the, putting lead in our gas, which they used to do, what if that was to keep the sun from burning us up? I'm just saying, like, we say it's because, that it's for some sort of, people say that it's being done for some sort of potentially climate control, but with no regard for our lives, with no regard for our food chain, no regard for stuff like that. But what if without that technology, we actually wouldn't have a food chain because we'd be fried up? Because the intention is to actually buffer the extreme sun rays again. Now, this is just a what if, and some people can't get past the what if because it seems like I'm refusing to quote unquote accept reality. No, I started at reality. We're spraying the skies,
Some people think it helps stop UVC radiation, which is very bad for you. And it can also be used for communications, which is kind of good for us because we like to
Another
communicate.
thing that it could be, exactly, putting metals in the ionosphere. I know ionosphere is too far out, but I'm not a physicist, but I'm just saying putting metals up there to amplify signals, and
Yeah, called edge technology. It brings devices closer together.
Mhm.
So as I'm hearing,
And then what
term,
you go ahead, please, Dom.
I was going to say I heard a term, and again, this is how we overlay it from generation to generation. Who's ever told us that's heat coming from the sun? Especially when you start jumping out of a plane for parachuting or you climb Mount Everest. That's not. That would actually throw all that out the door. And then when you start hearing about people in different countries that use magnifying glass, they use the sun's rays as a magnifying glass. This is why they use the term "as above, so below," just to observe lightning bolt coming from the ground, from underground, as much as they're coming from above. So at this point, what are they really trying to do? Are they trying to harness some sort of magnetic force? Again, we've been indoctrinated with all this information. Once you're an expert, you're caught up in the game.
Oh, yeah.
If we're going to play the assumption, let's make the assumption. They're feeding the assumptions that there's chemtrails out there. First of all, they got to indoctrinate us with the word.
Well,
no different than, go ahead, sorry, Rebecca.
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, we're feeding ourselves. We can say they're feeding us, but actually, it's not like there's news on the TV and radio every night about chemtrails, right? So you're right. Somebody's putting the information out there somewhere, but oftentimes we are the ones doing it. Like I use examples on YouTube where no one's making people behave like shitty people to one another. Okay, this is not a Illuminati program running for us to be assholes to each other. No, we're just assholes to each other. That's what humans do. That's what being a social creature is about: exclusion, not inclusion. That's what I've learned. And a bunch of nobodies online want to be assholes to a bunch of other nobodies online, and they want to blame the ruling elite for their behavior. No, they're humans, right? That's what we all are. And so it seems to me that these people that need to be turned into inhuman in order to distance yourself from them, in order to make assumptions about them and statements about them, when you know what? Look, they're just behaving like humans, So we do it to each other. We want to divide. Nobody forced us into this divided scenario. We choose it based on information that, someone like us has chosen to put out. And that's most of the time. It's like even if there was somebody angling against us, the best laid plans, they're hands off already. So now we're still blaming. So if they planted the seed 2,000 years ago for us to be divisive, and we're sitting here still divided on those seeds, is it their fault or our fault?
Well, you got to take accountability. So at that point, when it comes to receiving information, you should be able to be your own gatekeeper. You should be able to question anything, unless you haven't been, indoctrinated or learn how to speak or have a thought. So for a lot of us, we don't question it. The preset human behavior is actually pretty low grade. Most people don't put effort to actually be kind to each other. So they settle for the preset. I'm just going to either be indifferent, because most people would be indifferent if they actually didn't pump it in the media. Most people just wouldn't give a shit about anybody else. Anything else, they wouldn't even be in civilization. They would be living out there thinking, okay, what's George doing over there? He's a farmer. Okay, what's a farmer? And then you have to ask questions. Again, that's where we're at. And these devices is confirming human behavior. It's not actually creating it; it's confirming it. People have become so low grade that it's in thought only to talk about being kind to each other. It's in thought, but they're not actually have to practice it. And then they hide behind, well, this is just online. No, you're interacting with the human species. No different if you're interacting with an animal or a plant. Other people just ignore plants and animals. The ones that do choose to be around animals and plants, they might actually consider it. So those are the people that need to step up and say, listen, all this other low-grade shit, let's stop giving attention to it.
That's what I'm saying.
What did you say? Did you have a book on this by any chance? Wait. Carry on, boss.
You get what you're asking for. Stop asking for it. No matter the world.
I'm excited about 7G. It's coming. That's what they tell me.
Who is they?
They is they.
They don't exist.
Are they me?
There's only. What if there were only I and we?
Yeah. We would be they.
We would be they. Or we would be them.
Put a bracket between when it says Jesus, G-E-J-E-S, and then put a little comma there. Us. Just us.
Just us.
Just us. Don't worry about the guy named Jesus. Just us. Now, could there be other species out there? Let's say there is, because then I can start questioning how we got to all this technology. But put all that aside, we still have to take accountability for our own species.
Well, and that's where you have to just watch Prometheus. Just watch Prometheus. And then it's easy, it can be easy to sort of see those others, if they exist, as us as well, actually. That they're just, yeah, you know?
I'm with you on that, but again, it's kind of like if a commander-in-chief orders somebody to do some harm to another person, we have to go the opposite way now. You still did do the harm. Regardless if they ordered you to do it, you have to take accountability before we can move on from that. And for a lot of people, they don't want to take accountability for themselves, whether it's their ignorance, being cruel to each other, the ones that are being kind, pass that forward if you need to.
Yeah, when I was, I used to go home for to visit every year. It was a regular source of a regular source of angst between me and some family members was the fact that whenever we were talking about what the Americans were doing or whatever the global wherever there was war, okay, I would use the term we with my family. I would say, well, we're in there. We're the ones that are in there. And my family would say, no, that's the Americans. And I'd say, no, that's our military for hire. I'm not saying Canada has hired them. I'm saying they do our work, right? They shoulder our work. We support them, right? Doesn't matter who we're going to support, whether it was Canadian military, we go and support the UN, we go and support the Americans, we support Europeans. We are extras in the global war machine, and we are any blood the Americans have on their hands, especially if our military has been sent, we are a part of what they are doing. That's it. We can't do any war alone. We can't. We can't even protect our own borders alone. So,
again,
that's who we are.
The divide and conquer has already been accomplished. Anything else, whoever they are, they're trying to actually do a global thing. Again, if we're worrying about the human race, we shouldn't really be worried about, I know you're just using that example, Rebecca, but we shouldn't be concerned about nationalism, Canadian, American, Christians, Catholics, Muslims. That's more divide and conquer. Now, whoever or whatever set up all that system, we've had many opportunities to actually at least address it for what it is. But fortunately, for most people, including myself, we end up just going into these little cocoons, putting something over our eyes, and then every so often somebody will feed you some information. I try not to actually be mean about the situation because I try to entertain many different views of it. For most people, they'll just pick a side, but yet they'll say they don't vote. I say most people vote, they just don't know how they vote. Hating the government without not understanding that a person that lives in any of these developed countries, even that's a more divide and conquer, how does that serve when you actually, well, not you guys, all of us, we serve on a regular basis when we go to McDonald's, go to Starbucks, buy Goodyear tires, buy Honda. That's who rules this realm, commerce. And then there's rulers. If anything else, we should at least try to understand who they are and why they do what they do. But go ahead, sorry, Rebecca.
No, I was just going to double down on what you're saying. And they are supranational entities, right? So they already have ignored now I know they're not completely ignoring the nation state. They pay tariffs. They charge us taxes. to cover up to cover the cost of the tariffs, et cetera, but they already are international, multinational, supranational. They don't need a passport. They have all the passports.
I think too, Rebecca, it's like when somebody works for a company. A lot of people use their imagination to assume that people, whoever owns these corporations or these companies, have it so easy. No, they're running big corporations. There's a lot of decision that has to be made. But for the masses, they hide behind the concept of freedom of speech, forget about dare not do actions. They forget. Would you even be qualified to run a big company? Probably not. So this is where people should entertain different perspective. I'm not favoring the elites, whoever they may be, but I'm willing to entertain it. No different, I'm willing to entertain. There might be things, maybe they are doing a global agenda, depopulation. Okay, maybe so. Even if we're being realistic and say, okay, but are most of us farmers or hunters? Well, not really. So then who's supplying all the foods for us as we're going to somebody's grocery store? It takes a very selfish endeavor or a selfish person to only see it from one perspective, and then they assume the elites must be thinking the same thing like us. Probably not. But I'm guessing at that point.
Well, that's the interesting part. That's the point I made many times on my channel is you don't have to be rich to be affected by the whole concept of the love of money is the root of all evil, right? In fact, I would say that people who envy money and blame the elite for what they're doing and sit there, saying, eat the rich because you hear rumors of what you think they're doing, you're no better than them. You've become them. You've become the very they you abhor. And technically, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm using this overstated, but if you want to eliminate the ruling class from this world and actually eliminate them, I don't just mean restructure the ruling class and allow less, long-term rulers in, and you want them gone, then you are you are a Zionist. You think you're better than people and you think they should be gone. That's exactly what Zionism is it not?
True, it is. Yep. And when people have done that revolution or whatever, they forget to put their poets and philosophers in those positions. So then you have dictators again, all over again. It's a recycling over and over again. So as anybody wants to harm another person, I don't care if it's a police officer, a cop, whatever, you're no different then. You are the problem at that point.
Yeah.
Now, you can justify it by saying, but they harm me. I said, so now we're going to perpetuate it now? You harm me, so therefore I'm going to harm somebody else, opposed to just try to be kind to your fellow neighbor. But it would take practice from within first. What does that mean to be kind? Now, sometimes kindness is to turn that other cheek, if we're going to use that quote. If somebody's harmed you, maybe ask for clarity. Why did you do what you do? But most people aren't going to do that because they're too busy being self-absorbed, thinking, well, I don't get what I get. I said, so the whole country's run based on you? And that's how most people talk. It's all about me, my benefit. They might as well read the Satanic Bible then if they're at that point. At least that Bible will reveal where you stand. Even though most people might not agree with it, but at least it'll tell you where you stand. Then at that point, are you going to be honest with yourself? I know I'm full of shit in a lot of areas, but I'm okay by saying that. But most people don't. That's why they spend more times than not making fun of others, because they're not being honest with themselves. Now that's a tough one to swallow, but then again, then why the fuck are we even here then? Chit-chatting for the sake of chit-chatting? Having a coffee, having a tea, hoping that things are going to change for the sake of what? For the betterment of who here? If not, we might as well just play video games as we're here. Because that's what people do, and that's fine. We could watch sports if you wanted to. We can do sewing classes. But even that, wouldn't they bitch and complain? But isn't there the elites running all the threads in the world? Aren't the elites the ones that give us all these video games? Fuck, everybody's living in their parents' basement. Anyway, carry on, guys.
Well, all change starts somewhere. Who knows? You can't guarantee a source.
Pardon me, Max?
I said all
this.
change starts somewhere.
When all the water's gone and the earth's complete shit, we'll see how nice being to your neighbor pays off.
Maybe true, Chuck. Maybe true, but then again, there are a lot of things that would have to occur first. And even now, a lot of The technology that we're using right now, as all of us are using this technology, how do we not know it's not affecting all the other different kinds of kingdoms here? Or how about we all address noise pollution from all the trucks and the planes and the cars? See, if we're really going to break it down, we've shown we're a very destructive species. At the same time, we're somewhat advanced. You got to take the sweet with the sour at that point. And by the way, Max, it's probably more of a shift than a change. But nevertheless, if that works, the word change, go for it. But it is a shift, and you have to shift that from within. You got to see things a little bit different than opposed to either or. Zeros and ones is really how to really manipulate people, opposed to what about all the other numbers? Black and white, what about all the other numbers? I agree or disagree, what about all the other possibilities?
I'm looking at the animals that pay the price.
Sure they do.
They don't know no better. The fish, the birds are all dying.
Maybe.
They didn't do nothing wrong, but they gotta suffer for our savage-like fucking tactics.
We're putting human part on that. They might, and some people can intuitively pick up the animals suffering, but they're doing their role. We, because we have that ability to at least think and reason, the onus is more on us. And it's not to say, listen, it's the responsibility of the elite. We're talking about each individual. I know I'm my own hypocrite in a lot of areas, but I don't think it's warranted. I
know myself enough.
But by talking about other people and saying that they should do this and that, then we're not staying in our own lanes. Unless we actually know these individuals. So listen, are we going to bring them up and have a chit chat with them? Find out where they're at? Opposed to just saying, Donald Trump, I don't got a clue who this character is. Same with the Prime Minister of Canada.
I would love to sit down with those clowns, but they
the fact that you call them
the questions anyway.
But okay, but if you're going to call me a clown, we're not sitting down together, Chuck. It already tells me you've already slanted yourself. You're not literally going into a conversation to genuinely hear that person out and get to know them. This is what people do.
What the fuck are you talking about? I never called you a clown.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying if you were going to call me a clown, but you said you want to sit down with these clowns, you've already judged where they stand. So at that point, you're better off saying, listen, I'm going to give you, we're enemies at that point. I'm talking about if you were talking to him, opposed to friends.
We are enemies.
Okay. But based on what? But you've never met this character.
I don't need to meet him.
Okay, good enough, Chuck. It's no different seeing somebody said, I don't need to
tell on television enough.
Okay, but that's, Chuck, no different if all of a sudden you met a person that is a female origin or maybe a dark-skinned person. You make a prejudgment already, opposed to really get to know them for who they are. They might not even be comfortable telling you who they are yet. Because, of course, we as humans bombard ourselves with all kinds of stories.
We judge in under 20 seconds. We judge.
I'm with you on that, Max. Very slow. It takes, and there's where the shift comes. When we can at least slow it down just a little bit so we can at least hear each other out. Not agree or disagree with them, just hear them out. And some of them don't.
There's a lot of people online. Sorry, Don. I was just going to say there's a lot of people online that would say the same thing about me. Bex, that clown, that feminist bitch, that all sorts of things.
Man, those are all based on
based on their first interpretation of whether they saw me reacting to someone or they saw someone reviewing something and pausing and talking over me or whatever. That's the perspective they have of me now, right? That was the perspective some people had of me from moment one, and there was no changing that moment based on what I did or what someone said I did.
How did my show end up going this fucking route?
Well, Chuck, we're talking about...
Why are you frustrated? What's wrong, Chuck? Please, take the floor. What has you upset or angry or frustrated?
It don't matter.
It does. You seem frustrated. It does matter. No one was saying that you're wrong to judge, right? No one was saying that if you're going to refer to someone as a clown, then you're already, you're going to a meeting in, less than the best faith, right? You don't have faith in that person already. You can be justified in those thoughts, No one's saying they're wrong. They're just saying the other person's saying, hey, Chuck, like I'm Klaus Schwab and someone set us up a meeting,
It is also
Everyone has
fun
their
and human
opinion.
nature
I respect it, but I'm not going to change my viewpoint. I know I'm not wrong.
It's fun to
Well,
speculate.
exactly.
I like it. It entertains me.
But I definitely didn't mean to
People get
steer
a
the
pass.
conversation in it.
They destroy Mother Earth, but they get a pass. I'm supposed to sit down, be nice to them. They poison us every day. I'm supposed to sit down. Hey, buddy, what's up, man? You're my boy now. Let's sit down and have a conversation of how you fuck everything up.
Well, there are some people that do things that they think are good that aren't. That
They
happens.
wouldn't sit down with us for a second. None of them wanted.
No.
They don't exist.
Trump even said on live TV, don't fight it. Don't fight it, because you ain't going to win. The data centers are going up regardless. They don't give a fuck about none of us.
Well, a lot of the claims on that is if they don't do these huge data centers, we'll fall behind China. But that's highly suspect as a reason. But
What if they were already there and that's where the water's all gone? Like, what if that's where, so much of this, yeah.
That's a possibility. And like I said earlier, if all the water was sucked up by them, like I said, well, how are they still operating? Because they would blow up, they would overheat. So my question is, they must have more than one water source, or I don't know. I want to know where all the water's going, because there's tons of lakes drying
I
up
would
left and
assume,
right.
yeah, I would assume that it gets, from what I understand of water systems, you're just moving water, you're transforming it to a gaseous form and it's going elsewhere, right? So it's being used to cool things, which if it's not in a closed environment, like a spaceship style, or a car, where you're using it to cool itself and continue to utilize it to cool itself, right? So obviously, if it's drawing water from a source and evaporating that water, it's not a closed system. If the water around a data center is the watershed around a data center is lowering, then obviously the water's being evaporated into the atmosphere somewhere where it's not coming back to its source, right? But ultimately, I don't think we can destroy water. I could be wrong about that, but from what I understand, it is evaporating and going somewhere. But it is a problem if it's not coming back to where you need it to continue cooling.
I think there's infinite amounts of water that's coming from somewhere, but it's like a fountain. A fountain recycles water. I think the earth is like a huge fountain. Somehow it recycles spring water. I don't know how, but now, and another thing, I've tried to get rid of the hatred in my heart for the government. It's very difficult. I might never. I might die with this hatred in my heart. I don't know. Maybe I need to just throw all this technology out and go for a 40-day walk in the fucking desert and find myself again. I don't know. But for now, I can't get rid of it. I've tried. These people need to pay for what they've done. Yeah, okay, I might not be no better than them, but I don't go poisoning motherfuckers' water. I don't spray poison in the sky. I don't poison food. And I don't fucking give people cancer and kill them. So, hey.
Did you always care so much about yourself and others, or would you say that some of this information has helped help you express how much you care about yourself and others?
My mother raised me to care and respect people.
Because that's one of the things that you can see through that energy of these fucking clowns, is like through when you express and call them clowns, you can hear how much you care. Right? How much you care for the average person, how much you care for yourself, that we have access to more resources, that we treat each other better, and we rule the world in a way that allows that sentiment to be felt by everyone, right?
Yeah,
so
it's not just a lot of their, like what Dom talks about, books and movies, a lot of that shit uploads negativity into the mind. People think we always been at war with each other. I disagree with that. I think a lot of that's propaganda uploaded into the mind, so then we always be hatred towards each other. But
They entertain.
Maybe one day when I'm dead and gone, people could live in peace, and the animals could live in peace. But I just don't see that in my lifetime.
That's why it's called
The way things
entertainment.
are going, huh?
That's why it's called entertainment. It's entertaining.
Yeah, maybe.
So Chuck,
Well, entertainment, like Rain is saying, entertainment isn't. I don't know if this is what he's saying, but entertaining isn't just about amusement, or else we would call it amusement-tainment or whatever, right? When we take a thought in our mind and roll it around in our mind, we are entertaining that idea. So to be entertained by something simply means to be occupied and focused on it, for lack of a better way of putting it. It doesn't necessarily mean joy. Now, usually we choose what we put into our mind and what we watch and stuff. So one would hope that you're getting some kind of joy from it or some sort of goodness from it. And if the goodness that you get, I'm just using this clown example again, if the goodness people get from expressing their emotion about these clowns that they're angry at, then the goodness is, again, that representation of I care. I care about me. I care about my fellow man, but I don't care about this clown right now. Right? I'm not impressed with this. That's really what's being said. So,
maybe they could change their ways. Everyone has a right to change their ways. But I just don't see these people changing their ways.
So
If
the
that was the
example would be
case,
you, Chuck.
they wouldn't be doing what they're doing.
But the example would be you. If you have hatred in your heart and you can't change, you can't expect that of others.
Well, but that's what he's admitted. That's exactly what I was going to say is his point too. Yeah.
I get it. But what happens is people start acting out, kind of like a lion with a thorn in his hand. Eventually it's going to fall out or somebody remove it. But if you do enough damage, you're going to have to be removed. You've become a cancer to the system. Now, I hear what Chuck is saying about these other people, but again, you would have to be a rare human.
Cancer? That's funny.
Oh, what's our Chuck?
Not you, but any of us would have any of us that are only expressing disdain, and we are incapacitated to do anything, right? Yeah.
You don't have to humble the self to get into a lot of conversations. But if a person is always making it about them, then they'll understand the elites. If the way they're depictuating them, I'm pretty sure most of them are pretty well organized. And they understand, I might not agree with each other publicly, but privately I might have an indifference. And this is where a lot of people forget. Where do you stand?
Well, why don't they have a heart and stop people from spraying chemicals? Why don't they do a lot of things to better, a lot of things? If they have such a heart and they care so much behind the scenes, why don't they put that in the forefront?
Okay, but do you know fully
to stand up and be who they truly are, or they're bought out with money? Which one is it?
Chuck, do you fully understand all the ins and outs of what chemtrails can and cannot do, let alone what radio frequencies can do, let alone lining your house with electricity, with wires? If you could, then you'd be a very rare human being. At this point, most people go from facts to their imagination or their heart, which is where their hate usually resides, let alone also their compassion.
Oh boy.
I get it, Chuck, because you've already casted your vote, Chuck. I get that about you, Chuck. I'm willing to entertain many different ideals. You have, Chuck. As much as that might be hard for you to swallow, but you've already casted your vote. No different. They cast their vote if they're the type of people, okay, well, this is the direction we're going to go. We're going to go with genocide. At that point, they're not going to change their mind, let alone you're going to change your mind.
Yeah, and there could be, there could be a little, nephew Schwab or nephew Fauci or nephew Gates that is sitting there at every fucking Thanksgiving table saying, we don't have to do it this way. We could do it this way. No, too many people are being affected in this negative way, and nobody's listening to them. And as we sit here, judging the whole family, right? There's someone sitting at the table who feels exactly the same way you do, but their hands are tied.
Oh, I'd get rid of that.
And, they're the rebel amongst the people. Say the system runs better when... The majority of those people are educated to think that if there is something that's being intentionally done wrong, they're not aware of it. Right, so
I never once
they're not
said
sitting
anything
around,
about
their
Fauci's family.
third swimming pool, thinking about all the goy that are being killed or whatever. Like, they're not, and I don't mean to
Oh
make them
yeah,
just be Jewish or something. That was kind of a
good
YouTube
boy.
troll joke kind of thing, but
Well, don't we kind of need?
you
Don't we
know,
kind of need people out there that love the government
But why?
and the
Why
people that
would?
hate the government? I
Oh
think we need
shit.
both, right? And then in betweens. Because if we
Fauci's
need that
family
mix.
got nothing to do with Fauci's actions. That's Fauci. If his family got nothing to do with it, I blame Fauci for his actions and what he's done. His family got nothing to do with it. I feel bad
but
for
when
them that they got
the
such
only
a
reason I brought their
scumbag
family
like
in was
him.
because, generally speaking, we're referring to a group of people as the ruling elite. So they're
I feel bad for his family.
Fauci has people he provides for, and they're not just related to him, right? His
Imagine
closest
being
people that
his
work for him, and
children.
everybody below him,
Imagine being
below
his
them are all.
children and you got to go around with a scumbag father like that. That would suck.
I don't know. You might be
Well, that's
trying
what
to
I'm
salvage.
saying, and maybe, yeah, maybe there's a little Fauci or a little Schwab right now who's like literally lobbying against their own system to try and make change. And, maybe it's sometimes these people themselves are the ones that the only way they can affect change is the same way, the average person lobbies. And they come up with a new invention. They're like, hey, Uncle Monsanto, I've
Wow.
discovered we don't need to use Roundup anymore. We've discovered that this particular beetle shell crushed up, works like diatomaceous earth,
Oh,
and, it's the perfect new thing. And it
huh.
takes them 20 years to
Why?
push their new, I'm just saying.
Why do you think they call it Roundup? Because when you get cancer, they come round the bodies up.
So, if a commander in chief commands a whole bunch of people to harm other people, who's accountable?
You are?
Okay, well, who else? Besides who else is accountable?
The person who does the action.
Sure. Okay. So if we're using technology that other people have ordered, or at least put it out there for us to consume, should we not also be accountable? See, this is where people have to learn responsibility opposed to reacting. If you're able to have responsibility, then you can be accountable. But for a lot of people, they're reactive. They're not accountable. They're too busy pointing fingers. It's his fault. It's her fault. Okay, tell me when you're done. Because I want to hear whether or not individuals are accountable for their own position. As we're using technology that I'm pretty sure none of us here created or made, as we're going to somebody else's grocery store, going to somebody else's, using their car, using their currency. So once again, are we going to take accountability, or are we going to be bitching and complaining and being somebody else's bitch? And I'm just
Bitching
being
and complaining.
Okay, good enough. As long as you're honest with yourself, Chuck. Anybody else here? I don't mind actually entertaining it, but to me, if you saw me with my face, I'd be giggling.
Technology is neither good or bad. It's just how it's used.
It's technology at that point, but it does have its effect, Max, as you talk about you losing teeth because of it.
Yep.
So whether it's good or bad, that's hearsay. That's again humans playing a game with themselves.
Teeth, but,
Yes, you probably would have. No different. Other people might be affected, and they can maybe do studies and say maybe some people get Alzheimer's from certain technology. Maybe. It's all a possibility at that point. And even if science can prove it, you would still have to confirm the fact that it doesn't affect everybody. So once again, it's all from our own perceptions. Even though they're feeding us information, they are doing this. They're giving us chemtrails. By the way, there's aliens out there. By the way, there's data centers out there. There's so many stories out there, and they are nice stories to entertain from within.
It is a fun little puzzle.
It can be if you're a puzzle person. Yeah. Some people aren't puzzle persons.
I do enjoy a good puzzle.
Mm-hmm. Some people don't, Max, obviously. And some people, they want to keep it driven home. No, my reality is this, which is fine. As long as you can share it and allow other people, they can share their interpretation. It's usually when a person has to prove a point. I'm like, okay, so tell me when you're done. What do you mean? Because you're sharing me your story. Whether it's real or not, it's still a story to me. Are you even the author of the story? As most people read a book called the Bible or the Quran or the Constitution, are they really your stories? Probably not.
I'm not a flat earther, but I love the ideas.
Yeah, and you probably could, if you push hard enough, Max, you probably would have to admit you're not even a globalist.
Probably not. No.
Probably not, because you haven't been high enough to confirm it one way or the other.
Nope.
And if you'd show me any pictures, I said, so hasn't proven that you've done that, Max.
I haven't done it. Nope.
Exactly. So at that point, we're speculating. That's why it's called theory.
It's fun.
It is fun, whether it's science, state, religion. It's all fun to play with. I use the word fun. Other people, it might be something else, whatever word that it adheres to.
It'd be frustrating to some.
It can be, because it will shift their paradigm. No, Dom, that can't possibly be it. I was on the beach and there was sun. I'm like, okay, no problem. I'm with you on that. But what happened when there's clouds? You can still see the light up there. And what happened when you're up climbing a mountain? Why is it colder up there again? Just putting that out there, just out of pure, just to see whether or not they're willing to have a moment of, oh, I never thought of that. There you go. Yeah. You never thought of it. So then what the fuck have you been defending or attacking this whole time?
My favorite is Donut Earth. I like Donut Earth.
Donut, that's not the crater, donut. I'm trying to push for triangle clouds.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, gang, nice to hear from you, Rebecca and Max. And Chuck, I was just opposing a different perspective. I'm not here to push on you. Your views are your views, bud, and I'll respect them by hearing them out.
Yeah. All opinions are needed.
I got no problem with it.
Yeah. We do need all perspectives.
I would get in the way, because you already have an issue with Trump. I don't want to get in between you and him.
A lot of people got that issue.
Tom,
we even got that in Canada. We got Trump derangement syndrome in Canada.
What's that, Max, and what's that, Chuck?
Oh, I said we have Trump derangement syndrome in Canada. So.
Oh, okay. What's that,
yeah,
Chuck?
I could never figure out. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Chuck.
I said Dom's very strong on what he speaks, and sometimes it helps me see things in different ways. But I don't want to say I agree or disagree. But
Chuck, I can tell you straight out. Okay, Rebecca probably already figured it out. I might talk with confidence. I'm full of shit. I just like to entertain ideals. That's a belief system. That's all that is. If somebody pushes me hard enough, I said privately, yes. Publicly, I'm entertaining myself, because I don't really have a stance on it. I still got to exist in this realm. I can pose other ideals. That's why it's called a belief system. Ideologies, possibilities. It's usually the guy that says, Dom, I have proof. I'm like, I got popcorn. Entertain me.
I have
and as an outsider, without energies directed at either. I think the concept of Trump derangement syndrome is interesting, because people who are MAGA people can be deranged with whatever Trump ideology, but the anti-MAGA people are just as deranged. So, Trump derangement syndrome, in my opinion, is both sides. I don't know what the proper terminology is, but it's both sides.
All over the place. It's hilarious. Well, it's not. Actually, it's not funny, because it's actually sad, but its expression is kind of sometimes funny.
It's weird. I had my television on. I was moving my mouse, and it was making interference with my phone. Like, now I turned it off. It ain't doing it.
Oh, weird. Yeah, it's much quieter. The interesting part of that, though, is, as again, and I don't really care if people see this as narcissistic or not. I've seen people have Beck's derangement syndrome, and the majority of those people are haters. Like, they are not I didn't have huge fans being like, oh, well, no, Beck's is going to change the landscape of YouTube or whatever they were. I didn't have, and I'm not saying I didn't have people supporting me. I'm just saying the biggest voice and the majority of people were enraged by me and my presence. So if we can just only bringing that up to point out how people, what it looks to me like people's nature are, right, is to gang together in the anti-movement, whether someone's good or bad, and so, yeah, I just think that, and they were, there was no changing their minds once they'd made up their minds about me. So,
yeah, I've seen that myself.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have an epiphany, and I'd be like thinking, what if the earth ended up to the point, this country, where all the water was sucked dry and all the fish are dead and all the moose, and these people just went overboard, and we're just like, fuck. We should have done something, but it's too late now. How many times we've been in that scenario already? Too many.
Who knows?
We should have done
We do
something,
need
but we didn't
we
do
do need
nothing.
dissenting voices. We need dissenting voices, and we need promoting voices. We need them all.
Well, if all else fails, the best bet is to start kabooming these towers of Babel, because that'll destabilize their entire operation.
Well,
yeah,
that
You
is
know,
way to get things done.
a lot of water creatures can bury themselves in the mud or the silt and sit in a sort of hibernative state. They can burrow into
You seen the video I played
places,
earlier,
and
bud?
Pardon?
You seen the video I played earlier, the Colorado River drying up in the thousands? I think it was
No.
millions of fish.
Yeah, a lot of that has to
flopping
do with
around.
farming too, though. A lot
How
of
whatever's
A lot of
going on, it ain't
drink a lot
cool.
of that water.
we're
That's
the
gonna
only
happen.
creatures without mobility.
Yeah, there's
We're the
one-
only creatures without mobility. Every other creature on the planet can move,
Yeah.
Let's see.
and they
do I
can
have
go
any
beyond the
other
borders that
things?
we think their natural habitat is. And the only reason we can assume the dodo bird is dead is because we knew it didn't fly, but it had wings, and it could have learned to fly. And it only took two dodos to leave to succeed, to continue succession of the dodo bird species. We can't find them, but are they here somewhere on the planet, live and flourishing? Perhaps. You know, I'm not saying extinction isn't a thing. I'm just saying that when we look at a habitat and we say all these things are gone, you know, then we're not aware of where these things went as the habitat was failing,
Yeah,
you know, or dying, or whatever the term would be.
Yeah, they had the coelacanth they thought was extinct.
You know,
Apparently.
we're the ones that struggle to mobilize ourselves. We're the ones that police each other, and there's no fish being like, "Hey, where's your papers? You know, the river's drying up, and you need your papers to go down this tributary." You know?
Yeah. Well, if Trump and these people were truly about something, man, and they know what's right and wrong. They know these data centers. I'm gonna look more into it because, like I said, man, if
problem is
that data
oftentimes
center
they put-
dried up that lake, where's it getting its water source from now? So I need to look more into this shit. And I want to go to our reservoirs up here where this data center needs cooling water from. So I want to go check our reservoirs. I got to figure out how to get up there.
Yeah,
But
you
I
could
wanna
figure out
check
the
it out.
cooling systems for them, like which ones are using water in what way.
Yeah.
That would be helpful, you know?
Another
'Cause we
thing
have
looking into
three
would be
beautiful reservoirs. We have 3 beautiful reservoirs, man. And I grew up jumping off the cliffs up there.
Mhm.
And if those reservoirs get sucked dry, that would be terrible, and that would be all our drinking water. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, they could just use it to recirculate the water. Like we have old mines up here, just open pit mines that they could fill with water. Well, they are filled with water that they could just recycle the water back in.
Yeah, but 170 fucking million or billion gallons a year is crazy water.
Well, that's probably for all of them, isn't it?
That's a whole lake.
Well, no, but I mean, how many data centers does that supply?
There's over 4,000 in our country now.
Yeah, okay. So that's
terrible.
That's a lot of water, but
China's only got 400 and we got 4,000. They're talking about
look at
beating
how
China.
much. Look up how much water is used for agriculture in the U.S. every year.
Yeah, but that's for food. That's
Yeah,
different.
okay,
Fuck
but-
these
yeah.
data centers.
But the Colorado River has gone dry from just farming in the past.
Yeah, that's true. But still, the data centers ain't gonna help. No way. But we'll
it's
see.
also it's worth looking into how much man-made lakes and tributary, or sorry, and reservoirs, I'll call them, or whatever. Like, there's a lot of parts of our water system have been made in the past by us to have that water to use for farming, or I guess now data center cooling, or what have you, right? Like, people don't realize how many lakes are man-made, you know, to feed the
I know,
reservoirs.
but,
Yeah.
Where's they gonna go with
So
this?
the U.S.
And
And the
farms
width
use
of
43 trillion gallons of water per year for agriculture, is what you guys use.
well, shit. I'd rather it be for agriculture. Like,
Oh yeah,
it's
obviously.
crazy that the government says you can't
But
take
the
a shower or do
but the
your dishes,
amount,
but the data center can use as much water as it wants.
yeah,
That's when you know it's
they're
fucked.
using in the millions, right? So, but
Yeah.
you know, so it's not really that
I
huge,
need some water.
but
I'm out dry.
so that might be a little bit over
What's
exaggerated.
up with Wayne, man? He hasn't said a word. He said like a few words.
A few, yeah.
He was like, "Get off me," and then he disappeared.
For me, what the problem with the data centers is the electronic pollution and noise pollution. Those are the worst parts of it for me,
Wayne be in the cut,
because those
taking
those
notes.
they do produce huge electrical fields, gigantic, and they're very
I
powerful.
feel you, man.
Let's do the breath intake. Yeah, I gotta learn how to do that right. That's breath work, and it makes sense. Yahweh definitely sounds like the breath of life. And my mouth's so dry, it's unbelievable.
Have you heard about like how yoga is demonic and like all this breath work and stuff that's all included in
And
that?
that's
Because
stupid.
well, it was brought to us. Okay, all this yoga and that was brought to us by the Theosophical Society, and
Yeah.
that lady, I forget what her name was,
So
but
stretching out is
yeah,
fucking
but
demonic.
did it look like she ever did one day of yoga in her fucking life?
And she was bending her legs like a pretzel.
No, she never did one day of yoga in her fucking life. You know?
And she was bending her legs still, or no?
No, she wouldn't do none of that. She was an out of shape lady. She never did anything like that.
Oh.
Helena Blavatsky, that's it. Helena Blavatsky. You look her up and tell me if she ever did one day of yoga in her life. I guarantee you would say no.
But what was she doing when she was doing it? Was she
Well, she was
like
just
really?
promoting it.
Oh.
She was from the
Yeah,
Theosophical.
that's
She's
wild to
one of the
me,
leaders
man.
of the Theosophical Society, that major spiritual supposed
Yeah.
society, and she's promoting all this like stuff on people, and not
Mm.
you know, there's no way
I
she
heard spirituality,
but
like
that's the theory, anyways, and it's kind of interesting. But I don't know if I
they
believe it or
need.
not. But it's kind of fun.
I don't know. I've heard in the ins and outs of how these people put voodoo on you, and it's all about if you believe it or not. I don't know, but
Yeah, there is a lot with the placebo effect, right? If you believe it's good for you, then it's probably going to be good for you. You know.
mm, um, well, you can't drink bleach and be like, yeah, it's gonna heal me.
Well, no. There are limits to it, of course.
If someone could do that, all power to
That'd be
them, man.
impressive,
They
eh?
should teach me that technique.
Yeah, that man would be Jesus himself, right?
I just opened up this honey, man. This pure honey. It's so good. They say honey's the elixir of the gods. Didn't you teach me that, Max? It was you?
No,
Somebody said that.
I do eat a lot of honey myself, though. I don't have any sugar in my house.
No, that was Tommy who's. Was it Tommy? I think it was Tommy who said that.
Yeah,
Honey's the elixir of the gods.
it is good. I will agree with him there. Yeah, got to get the raw honey though. Got all the
Yeah,
they say it's
that's what
got
I
all
got.
the enzymes and stuff in it. Eh?
Yeah, I got raw honey.
Yeah,
I get these little jars. They're like $12, and it's raw honey. But I want to get in Berlin. When I used to go mow this lady's lawn, I used to work every weekend for this rich lady. I think she's in a retirement home now, but her husband owned this company that would pave roads, and I remember she had this whole yard of like old trucks from like the 50s, and I'm thinking to myself, man, people love to buy these trucks to they're classics. Old school dumb trucks. Like people love to fix them things up because you don't see them anymore. and the lady was talking about junking them. I'm like, man, these people are not intelligent. I try to talk to her but anyway, the point is, I used to see this beehive guy, and in his front yard, it said honey for sale. He had $10 jars and $20 jars, and in his backyard, you could see his entire beehive set up way in the back.
Nice.
And I've always wanted to go back, man, but it's so far from here. It's
Yeah.
about a good half-hour drive. Yeah. I mean, it ain't too far, but
Yeah.
if you ain't got a car,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
motherfucker.
Well, you could use Uber or bus, I guess. Yeah.
I was
I'm
thinking
lucky my
about
neighbor
it.
is a hobby beekeeper.
I would love
Oh,
to
nice.
get some of that pure honey,
Yeah.
man. Pure honey's got to be amazing, man. That's right out the hive. Oh, man. What's up, Joe?
What's up, buddy? What's up? How's everybody doing?
Hey, Joe.
Nice
What's
to
up,
see you,
man?
Joe.
Hey, Beck. Nice to talk to you. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a long time.
Is that Yahweh rain? Is rain Yahweh?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Wayne. You missed it. Everyone was attacking me earlier. They're like, you savage, Zio hating motherfucker. I was like, damn.
We were all like,
They were
no,
about to,
you're the clown caller. That's what was going on.
they were gonna crucify me. I almost had to carry my cross.
Is everybody okay now? Are we all good?
No,
Yeah,
I'm just joking.
I think so.
Nice.
I like when people have other viewpoints, even if, especially if they don't agree with me. Sometimes I get a little frustrated, but I quickly realize it's nothing to get frustrated about.
Yeah, it's a cool thing about a lot of people that we kind of, I guess our community or whatever it is we like that
If they
shit,
can't disagree with it.
Yeah, take it all in. Take
We
all,
like it.
all the ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I am thinking like them, but
Right.
I mean, these people do so much evil, man, and it's like, what the fuck, man? What are we supposed to just sit back and let them destroy Mother Earth and
Yeah,
kill all
yeah.
our family members with cancer and do all this shit?
Nope.
Or do we stand our ground and do something about it? That's where I'm at, and it's like, either way, we're fucked.
Well,
And the
speaking up about it is one of the steps, right? So
You guys are talking about the water, and that's my favorite subject. And I put a link in the private chat. I don't know if anybody see. A couple weeks ago, Crow 777 interviewed a lady whose husband was arrested because he was like a surveyor guy, and he found yeah, dude, and he found like the prime water, like in this well in Florida, and like the government came in and tried to buy the farm for like $500 million and all this crazy
This
shit.
is on his land?
It was on like another dude's land that he was hired to come and like do some job, like a geological dude that would check it out and stuff. And supposedly
Of
he's
course
sitting
the
in,
government was pooping.
yeah. If it's true, the dude's been in jail for a while, and he's going to interview him next, I guess. But he interviewed the dude's wife, and yeah, it's like
How corrupt it is, man.
So what's this prime water? What's that?
That's the deepest water.
Spring water.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's
Pure
the deepest,
water.
the hardest to get to, and the most perfect water. Perfectly balanced, perfect for you.
That's the shit in that kung fu movie that fucking gives you the elixir of life, right?
Shit like
That's
that.
that pure, mineralized. Man, that should have healed your whole body with one sip. No, I'm joking.
Like the Fountain of Youth. Fountain of Youth is that's
what
what
kung fu
constantly.
movie was that when they had the Fountain of Youth under the temple?
Yeah, they say it's in Florida, stuff like that, and like
Man, I wouldn't doubt it.
What's
That's
his
why
name?
the government wants it. That's why they want it so bad.
That's the giant. Florida's the giant elephant trunk.
Mm-hmm. The perfect water, man. It's just plenty for. They said there's so much under there. The guy said that he couldn't even calculate how much water's down there and how it just replenishes constantly.
How did they find out though? The government.
Well, that's the thing about it. They know. I think they know where everything is. I think this whole system runs on giant springs that are everywhere. Stuff like the
That's
Colorado
what you know
River,
how. You're right, Joe.
And I think they divert them, plug them, ran the water to wherever they wanted to. But
Did you see the video I did a little while ago, Joe, on natural springs that were in every city and all the natural fruits that were growing before the 13 families took over and destroyed it all?
Yeah.
There was natural springs in every major city with the cymatics and the frequencies. I mean, these cities were designed were paradise until these 13 families just fucked this whole place up.
Yeah, that dude found those aqueducts like in England. That one dude has a big channel. I forget his name, but he literally found ancient old pipes that were just dried up that were going into homes and stuff.
Yeah, they were natural springs, man. Natural spring water.
Are you talking about Paul Cook or?
Yeah. Paul Cook, exactly. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the guy I was watching, man. He found all this old paperwork of every city, every major city, especially Germany, Africa, Australia. 80% of Australia's forests were cut down in the 1800s. They had natural figs, all these nuts, fruits and vegetables that were all grown natural. Farming wasn't a thing back then. Everything grew natural. Whoever set all this up with the spring, man, this shit was paradise. And somehow these 13 families got in power and they just started cutting it all down. And they introduced bullshit farming so they can control everything. And
you ever see the laws they made, Charles? Like in the 40s or something? Yeah, like you couldn't grow this certain type of cherry in this neighborhood in Iowa because it would stain the sidewalks and shit. And they started making all these fucking laws, dude, to outlaw, but seemingly innocent reasons why. And who knows if anything's true? It's on, YouTube, but it's like 13 fruits that were banned, What the fuck?
I wouldn't doubt it. Because a lot of nuts in the fruits too, are very good for certain parts of the body. The nuts are alkalized. Fruit with no nuts in it is trash. It's pointless. There's no benefits. The seed in the fruit is what alkalines the fucking fruit, man, and it makes it everything. And when you got seedless fruit, it's like a sterile fucking man. You ain't busting no nuts. It's pointless, man.
You got the sun, you got water, and you got dirt, and those three things got to remain. You can't mess with them, man. They're messing with all that stuff. I mean, that's life right there,
Yeah, and they're poisoning the soil with all the metals, and then this simulator, I guess, that's in front of the sun is fucking shit up. I mean, I don't know. They're really doing a number on Mother Earth.
Detroit, where all the cars were built for a long time. There was plants that grew close to the plants that grew close to the car factories in Detroit, partly because of the coal being used, but also just due to the chemical being used in cars and stuff. Anyways, they use the plants that grew around these factories are now used to clean oil spills. That they have an extra capacity for cleaning pollutants because of where they've grown, that they've learned to utilize some of these plants to go in and help in cleanups for disasters, right? So in essence, I'm not saying that we should poison the earth so that the plants can help us later when we've poisoned the earth more, but we have to understand that this is a biological feedback system, just like our own bodies, right? If a non-smoker sits next to a smoker on a park bench and the entire time is sitting there thinking, oh my God, why are you smoking? You're poisoning me, they're going to be worse off likely in health than the person who sits on the park bench and understands that the air and their own body and the outdoor nature is going to actually, is no cause for concern, right? Like there's no tests done on the sitting next to a park bench and are you going to get lung cancer from sitting next to a smoker on a park bench? We actually have biological waste management systems in our body and in the soil and in the plant and in the seed and in the water designed to carry the nutrients to something and the poison away from it. So again, I'm not arguing that we need to continue doing what we're doing, or that it's okay to be poisoning things all the time. But we have to remember that this is a biological system designed to live and to thrive, which is what offends us, right? We're offended by the fact that we are clearly not seemingly in a state where we support thriving. We've defined living as potentially barely surviving. At least that's how your average person feels, when it comes to finances, etc. in the world. So why would we not transpose that or translate that into other things? But it is important to remember that we have waste management systems built right into the biology of this place.
I've seen one like that, Bex, in Europe, where they were like cleaning up sewage with plants, the roots of the plants, and then swimming pools too. People are putting floating plants in them, and they don't have to put chlorine and shit.
Cool. That's smart.
I'm gonna drop this link in the back, Joe. I want you to check it out. What's up, Phil and Dean?
Yeah, I've seen fungus clean up gas spills and oil spills.
You must check this out, Joe, this channel. I mean, this explains the 13 families and what the hell when it came into play. Hey. Well, it's there twice now. But yeah, it's by this guy. His channel is Tartarian something, but I mean, I didn't even know this existed in the early 1800s is when they started destroying it. And somehow they got the 13 families somehow got a hold of all, I guess they found all this shit. Or somehow they got power, I don't know. But yeah, and that was a mistake. These people, why would you destroy such a paradise? Like you gotta be a disgusting fuck to destroy something so beautiful. I mean, I don't know, man. They can't be human, these people. They must be like some genetic dog shit or something. They have no heart, no feelings, no remorse, no.
There can be apparently physiological changes that happen to people, especially in the brain areas to like the amygdala. Those people in powerful positions, apparently, so they say, have over-enlarged amygdalas or larger amygdalas.
What does the amygdala do again? It has something to do with a fear reaction, doesn't it?
It's a lot to do with memory and processing emotions and how we store long-term memories.
Yeah.
So I guess it's
interesting.
Yeah. It somehow enlarged amygdala allows people to make choices, make choices in an easier manner over large swaths of people. And
oh my god, I have the smallest amygdala in the world. Then I really struggle with choices. And then I finally this year get given an opportunity to, it's not actually through choice, but I'm in a situation where I'm in a reality where all the pictures and all the doctors are incapable of feeling or seeing the reality. So it's funny because I actually am making a decision, and in our social system, I look like I'm got problems in my head, which I may have, but I also have problems in the biology, and they're not showing. So it's interesting. I'm in a position where I've made a decision, and now everyone's like, "Oh no, there's no decision to be made." But whatever. It's all about learning to make decisions. So
you got to be a little insane to see through the bullshit.
I think the insanity isn't seeing through it, though.
Yeah,
or I think that
just want
it's the choice. If the system's run by the devil and everybody's out to get us, then the only rebellion in the system is to thrive and to create and to be joyful and to laugh and to live and thrive. And that's ironically the same goal that a God-centered system would also be pushing, right? So if through an adversarial opinion, it causes people to choose life and to choose love and to choose thriving. I'm not saying stick your head in the sand. I'm saying have the capacity to maturely take in the information you hold to be true, to accept that for the most part, the powers that be are beyond our control. We may be able to lobby the government to stop chemtrailing or whatever it is that has us so distraught. But ultimately, we know that if we're correct about this system and these people are this way, then it is out of our control, and it is rebellion to go camping for the weekend, to not look at the skies and lament the chemtrails, to look at the water and look at the trees and look at your loved ones and thrive. So,
I gotta jump
which
off
then
here
gets
at
back.
7 hours. Just letting you know
Right
now.
on.
6
Okay.
hours and
I
25
don't
minutes.
find it hard. I live in a personal heaven, but I like looking at the world outside and seeing what's going on. You know, it's fun and interesting, and maybe I can make it better.
Indeed.
Cage was showing a video a few weeks ago. He showed it a few times in his private live, and I don't know if he went around as Cage does, sharing it with people, out here publicly. But it was a video done by a truther about their realization of where their information set had taken them, and how they realized that the misery that they were feeling on the daily because of the information they had forced them or had caused them into an elitist position where they were not only miserable with their truth, but they also thought they were looking around at the people outside and around them and calling them NPCs and directing negative energy at people they don't even know. And
That's why I said I should throw all this tech out and go on a 40-day journey in the desert.
Not a bad idea, really.
Stop watching videos and just go on that 40-day journey to find myself.
I've been through those phases though that you're talking about, Vax, man. It's like try to save everybody at first and everything.
Yeah, I think we've all been through it.
Yeah. So I looked it up
I'm
to be
still
sure. I
going
was
through it.
very
Yeah.
close. The amygdala, it processes emotions like fear and anger, triggers fight or flight in responses, and helps form emotional memories.
Got to keep your amygdala
so that's
straight.
part of what they call the lizard brain, no? Because you're
Yes.
reactive?
Yes.
That's part of the...
Yeah. And that's why apparently the enlarged amygdala, for some reason, allows people to make quicker decisions without as much regret or angst about it. Somehow. I don't know. Just the information I've read. And that seems to be common amongst people in power, is a large amygdala.
Look at the amygdala on that guy.
Got to keep your amygdala straight. You know what I mean? You got.
Keep in your head.
In the amygdala started with the Leviathan from Revelation, because it's an almost perfect match for the description. It's got a little
This
barbed
time
tail and stuff. Yeah.
Really?
Savannah Bee Company. You guys should check this out. Savannah Bee Company. It says pure and natural sunflower honey. This shit's good.
Yeah, because in the Bible, the Leviathan can be as raging as a dragon or as calm as a cow. It's the same in us, right?
Really? What does it look like? What is the description of it?
It's actually it's long and thin and has a barb on the end, like the barbed tail of the Leviathan.
Like a parasite.
Yeah.
It's
Leviathan's
fascinating.
a parasite. Prodigy said, this rapper Prodigy said that people are under the spell of Leviathan. And parasites kind of put you under a spell when, they make you crave shit that you don't want. They can make you aggravated, a whole bunch of things, man.
Yeah, your gut parasites control a lot of your emotions.
Yeah.
And the amygdala has a lot to do with processing emotions. So you can have it be calm or you can have it be a raging storm, you know?
It's a beautiful cat. My cat's getting old, man.
Yeah, let's see,
It's
where's the
beautiful. That's a female.
images?
It's,
Yes, that's Midge.
these people said, we're going to make abortion legal, but take your guns. What? What oxymoron is that? We'll kill children, but take your guns.
Oh, hold on.
At least in Canada, you guys got rid of that fucking piece of shit. What was his name? I always forget his name. He was terrible for Canada.
I have to correct myself. The amygdala is not the organ in the brain that represents the Leviathan.
Oh man,
No.
what is it?
Oh man, I forget which one.
Shit. Come on, Max.
Oh, I
Can't
missed
do
it.
that.
Let me check it out. Hold on.
If whoever wants to come up, Bill, Dean.
Anybody knows about the amygdala? Could you please?
Well, I already read your
I know.
brief on the amygdala, but that was for a different purpose.
I actually missed it. I cut out.
Okay. I can do it again. It's
I got a few things on the brain here. Let's see if I can pull them up.
purpose of the amygdala. Oh. So the amygdala, it processes emotions like fear and anger, triggers the fight or flight response, and helps form emotional memories. See, now that is the description of the Leviathan, though.
Wow. You find all these cross connections about all this, everything biblical, you know, and other sacred books, and it's
Yeah.
cool.
Let me see.
Damn, I gotta get. Damn, where the hell did all this go? Is it down here? No. What the fuck?
Campus?
There it is. Bing bong. Shit, Bill's garden looked crazy good.
Who,
Kind
mine?
of jealous. Bill's garden.
Uh,
Bill's got a real good garden going. I seen your garden too, Joe. I
Really?
think you showed it last time. Yeah.
I didn't do any food, man, this year. I got
See,
the
look
good
at
shit
this.
in there, but I want to grow. I need my tomatoes and shit. Wow.
Look at Jesus on the cross. It's the brainstem. That's pretty interesting. And then you got the throne of God, which is your third eye, the consciousness. Then you got
Okay.
the dome, which is your dome piece.
Hippocampus is a good candidate. Hold on. Hippocampus is a major component of the human brain located deep within the temporal lobe. Shaped like a seahorse, it plays a role in turning short-term memories into long-term memories, yes, and helps regulate spatial navigation and learning emotions. That was it, the hippocampus.
People think Lucifer's some evil person when we're all the light bearers.
My internal vision, it's good to see you.
Internal vision. That's Dean.
Mr. Super's here. What up?
What's up, Super Sidewinder?
That's my
Did I
guy.
miss anyone? Mr. Infinite Finality. Peace to everyone in the chat.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna
Can't
hop down a
believe,
little bit early. I gotta make myself some brunch here. It's 1:25.
was that cat a female or a male? Please tell
Good
me
to
it's a
see you all,
female.
and I'll catch you again next time. Thanks for having me, Charles.
All
Sorry
right,
to
good,
interrupt.
good to talk to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to see you as well, Joe, and everyone else. Bye for now. I'll be in chat.
Okay.
Thanks for answering my question. Not so much for that, right? She heard me.
Yeah, I'm gonna
What's up,
click,
Canna Dummy?
I think I'm gonna hop down. I'm gonna click that link, but I think it's gonna take me out of here.
No, that's all right, Dean. I'm gonna be jumping off at 7 hours myself. I overdid it. I told myself I was only gonna do a couple hours, but that never worked.
Dang, that's crazy. That's so funny.
I have so much shit I gotta do. I gotta clean my cat litter box. Well, it ain't a lot. It's not hard, but
Chores though.
Yeah.
yeah, I gotta
You
make
know.
sure everything's clean. My OCD kicks in.
That's good though. That's good. Keep it clean.
Yeah. OCD does have its uses.
It does.
I've been
Quiet.
fasting a lot too.
Have you really?
And,
God,
yeah,
I gotta do that,
but
man.
not fully. Like I'll eat a little bit every day. I don't want to like just jump into not eating right away. Because I heard that's not good. You got to gradually work, especially if you're not a person that fasts all the time. You know, to just stop eating and be detrimental to you.
You just eat once a day, and that'll be as you get about what is it, 18? You get about 6 hours of the benefits of fasting if you only eat once a day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. You know, and if you do that for a while, that's very good. You know, I mean,
Yeah. A lot of kids at work I know practice it.
really,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
cool. I like when young people are doing stuff, man.
Yeah.
The
Makes me
Bible
feel better.
said it, man. You know, I used to crap on the Bible a lot, but the more people show me things, it's like, damn, what an ignorant idiot I was. But the scripture, Jesus says, whether he existed or not, the scripture says if you fast and pray, you could cure your body of anything. So I don't care if he existed or not. That's some good knowledge and wisdom right there.
Yeah, I do it at work myself. So even like I got coworkers that have started doing it because they see that I still have energy throughout the day, and they kind of run out of steam because they're filling themselves up, right?
You know, whether the people existed in the Bible or not, it's about the message. Or, you know,
Oh, it's good information, a lot of it.
I wonder.
And there's so many different ways to look at it other than the way the church does.
Oh yeah.
In the way they're starting to reveal that America is the true Holy Land, they have some very good points, man. Especially Mount, I think he said Mount Hermon. Remember I showed the video earlier? Then he went to Israel to show that little hill they tried to say.
Yeah.
I think that was in Utah, that mountain. That thing overlooked the entire state compared to that little doo-doo hill in Israel.
Hey, what if
Israel's always stealing shit and lying. My bad, Max. What are you gonna say?
Oh, you could have, Devil's Tower could have been, what was that, Masada? That last stand of the Jewish people there, that war.
Yeah,
Or it could have been the Tree of Life. Just
Yeah.
like Venezuela. I played that. I
Yeah.
shouldn't have erased that video earlier. I should have played it one more time. But there's a documentary from 1995. I'm gonna upload it. I think I might play it. But they're showing Venezuela and all the plateaus and they're saying that those are tree stumps from these titan trees of the tree of life in the Bible. Is that
Yeah,
100%? I don't know, but they
I don't
definitely
know.
were trees.
I
That
think
was
they
my
could have
point.
been. I think they could have been the heel bones of giants too.
That's cool.
Trippy.
Yeah. I
Imagine like
remember when I
giant
first seen
dudes
that
stuck in the
theory.
mud.
Yeah. I remember when I first seen that theory. It was about Devil's Tower on Rogers. That was a
Yeah,
long time ago. And I said, man, that's a pretty good point.
it's a pretty trippy idea.
Yeah, it is.
But like you mentioned, Max, the best way is to fly a drone above it and to see if you can see that bone.
Hmm.
That would really tell a lot.
Yeah,
If there's a bone up there in the center, that would seal the deal, man, to get a drone.
yeah. The way the landscape is, it does look like there was a person there. To me, anyway. But he was like 6 miles tall. That's freaking huge.
That's
Yeah.
pretty crazy, yeah.
That's
There couldn't have
crazy.
been a dome. This dome had to be put here somehow. For these giants to be that tall and to run around everywhere,
Well, it may
there
be
couldn't have
just a
been a
pretty high
dome.
dome. What if it's 1,000 miles or like
Maybe at
what
the
if it's way
center.
up there? You know?
Well, these titan trees, for them to go high up into the heavens, like I don't know. Like Venezuela would be near the bottom of the dome, and these titan trees went way up past the cloud. Look at the mountains that some of these so-called mountains go way up past the clouds. Imagine the tree, um, like Jack and the Beanstalk. I think there might be land above our heads that we don't know about. Like Jack and the Beanstalk, they climbed that titan tree and found another piece of land. Who knows, man?
City ships in
Anything's
the sky,
possible.
right? City ships,
Mm.
maybe. Huh?
Or
They-
cities under our feet too.
hmm?
That's what I want to find out.
Yeah, that'd
These
be
so
Anki's world, the underwater app suit, right? The under.
welcome to Hades.
Hmm.
Man,
Yeah,
imagine what goes on under there.
Hades wasn't a place for the good or the bad. It was a place for everybody.
Right.
We all went to Hades,
Man,
whether you were good
I
or bad.
bet you they got a sun underground too that grows all their fruit.
No, I was thinking that too, man.
That'd be cool if there was like a central sun in the earth. That'd be cool.
Well, there's a military guy who came out and said, I had the video. I don't know if I still got it in my. Maybe. I could probably find it if I look, but he allegedly is a whistleblower and said that there's cities underground the size of Manhattan. And then he said there's an area underground, I forgot how many miles or whatever, it's huge, where they have
Yeah.
a sun simulator and they grow all these fruits and vegetables
Oh
and
wow.
they got gardens underground. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. Yeah.
These rich people are not eating what we eat. No way they're not. They're not stupid. Yeah. And I can imagine the technology they got, like oscillators that reset, kill any disease inside you, these certain frequencies that we're not privileged to have. Because if you look at old shit in the 1800s, a lot of patents or technology was taken away, like oscillators and these certain frequencies.
They do seem to live a lot longer than most people.
Mm.
You ever
Yeah.
seen those photos of like people from the 1800s that look like modern day politicians and shit?
Yep. Look at
And
Rockefeller. He
celebrities
looked
and
like
stuff. That's hilarious.
Rockefeller looked
What
like
do
a
they have?
paper mache.
They've been cloning themselves for like hundreds of years or what?
I think so. There's
Maybe.
pictures of some of these celebrities long time ago. I
Yeah,
think
I know. It's fucking freaky, right?
look at Rockefeller. His old picture, he looked like a paper mache fucking. He looked crazy looking.
Yeah.
You might be right, Max. They might have ways to either keep them young or they have found ways to hot bone somehow.
Maybe.
I think they
It's
have
fun to think
machines
about,
to keep
like,
them young. Maybe it's what you
or maybe
eat.
they do like a rejuvenation thing, like when they die, they just go off and like rejuvenate or something.
I don't know. I know they're cheating somehow. Maybe that's how people in these cities live long, with the fruit and the natural spring water and the frequencies. That's what kept them alive for hundreds of years.
Yeah, but these
When that was
people,
all taken, when that was all taken from us, we started dying at 40, 70, you know?
yeah, but they do. They're like these politicians and celebrities. They tell us they die, right? But do they, or do they just get rejuvenated or something? You
I think they just finish what they're doing here and they probably disappear for 30 years and then they come back when they're forgotten about and they play another role. Who
know?
knows? They probably live hundreds of years. I would not doubt it. They have somehow, some way to keep them young, you know.
Maybe.
Um,
Yeah.
and I think it had to do with the old tech of, you know, the star forts and the frequencies and
They
these
say that
so-called
Thoth.
churches. Hmm?
They say Thoth. Those giant sarcophagus. They were for like rejuvenating bodies or something in Egypt. You know those big
Mm.
Thoth sarcophagus things. Those giant ones.
I thought about, yeah, those things. Or they could have put maybe mercury in them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
With power or something.
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they refined that technology.
I think it's crazy how Obama looks just like the Pharaoh, man. It's fucking mind-blowing.
That's funny. I hadn't heard that one yet. That's funny.
Yeah, he kind of looks like Akhenaten.
Why not?
I've tried to
Yeah,
find me in the past, but
most people say
I've
that.
always felt like
It's
I've
kind of
been
fun.
here. I feel like I've been here a few times and I keep getting sent back.
There's like a statue of you somewhere
I doubt
in a
that.
cave somewhere. Hey, but I'm gonna jump off, man. But thanks for having me, buddy.
Good seeing you, Joe.
Yeah, good talking to you, Max.
Have a
Go
good
away.
one,
I'm gonna
Have a
click that
great
link
day.
and check that video out.
I will. Oh
Ladies
yeah,
in
I
the
got to
chat
get that
and
link from
everybody, I
Joe.
am out.
Yeah, please watch that video, Joe.
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Man, this honey is good. I gotta stop eating it. It's not good to eat a lot. They say don't use a metal spoon, so I use my finger. Why? What does the metal do?
I don't know. Get a wooden spoon then if you're not worried about it. You should be
Yeah,
able to
people should
guess.
watch this video. Well, I know Dean watched it. He already told me he watched it. But yeah, this guy, when I watched this, man, it just made me angry and sad at the same time.
Which one? The Liquid Larcy,
Damn, I forgot which one it was.
Liquid Larcy, a love story. Liquid Larceny. Yeah.
I don't know if this is the one right here.
Well, that's the one about the water. And then yours is the islands in the sky.
Let me see in the private chat. No, this one is... Oh, wait. That ain't the... Fuck! That wasn't the link. That was StreamYard. I put the wrong one. Yo, what the fuck is wrong with me, man? Well, Joe won't be watching that. That's for sure. God dang it. Is this the one? Hold on. Yep. Yeah. It's this one I just put in the back. The YouTube link. The below the StreamYard. I fucked up. Damn it. Well, I put it in the chat and in the back too. So people can, you know. I think you'll like it, Max, the video.
Oh.
talks about all the old
13 families. Yeah, okay. I'll watch that. Yeah.
and it talks about like the old springs that used to be under all the major cities, all the spring water and the frequencies and the fruits and just the paradise. And then these ding dongs came along and they talk about, I never knew Australia had like 80% forest with like fig trees and these big trees. And it was a lot of forest in Australia. And then they
Yeah.
cut it all down. And same thing with Africa, Germany, they talk about. And up near the Great Lakes, there's other videos too that go with that, where they talk about other areas.
Yeah,
And
this whole place where I live around the Great Lakes used to be an orchard.
yeah,
Would
that's
have
what
been
they
my
talk
fucking
about. And
Garden of
that was
Eden.
ruined. You know what's
Apples.
wild? What kind of orchard was it?
Oh, there's all kinds of fruit trees: plums, pears, peaches, apples,
Wow.
cherries, everything.
We have an orchard up here. It's called Rogers Orchard. And but I want to go up there. I bet you it ain't producing apples no more. I bet you the chemtrails fucked it off. I guarantee you it don't produce.
And we're still producing.
Man,
We still have some orchards, but a lot of it's been sucked up by urban sprawl and stuff.
well, you need to find them elsewhere where either you don't have a wrench or both, or you both have wrenches. What do you mean? What happened? I thought you had a wrench back. What happened? You got rid of that other channel? Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. There you go back. Boy. Well, I hope the Canadian fires stop burning. You know, they could put those bad boys out easily if they wanted to.
Sure, they could. Yep. Seems like
And
direct some water over there, they could do it. As far as the
that
patents show me, right? Got patents going back to the 1800s, so it should be pretty easy.
that that video I played of that guy, he asked him, "Where are you from?" He goes, "You're not from here?" And he goes, "No, I'm from up there." He goes, "None of us are from here. We're all from up there." I was like, "Whoa, very interesting, very interesting." Because I've always thought that myself. Now, is it true? I don't know, but I've always felt that way. Yahweh, it's been called.
Yeah, I have a much more
That's a
radical view than that. But anyway,
that's a man of few words.
right?
He hasn't said much today, which is odd. What's up, Lucid? It's been a while since Lucid came by. Damn, I don't want to do anything.
No. We'll
No,
smoke that
I
bowl
gotta
then.
get.
Smoke that bowl.
I might. No, I got to do the litter box and take the garbage out at least. But fasting is just really beating me up, man. The beginning of fasting is terrible, man. You feel so like, ugh. Every time in the beginning of my fasting, I just feel like dreaded, man. You just drag everywhere. It's like, ugh. It's terrible, man. The first day or two is terrible. Once you pass that, you're good. And I think it's all the sugar. Like, I don't consume a lot, but in my coffee, I really cut down. Like, I don't put a lot in my coffee no more. I'm really trying to cut back. When I heard a lot of this synthetic sugar sits in your bones, I'm learning more new stuff every day. I'm like, man, um, fuck. Your bones are like crystals. Um, you ever like been around a big bell and you can feel that shit in your bones vibrating.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Colombia just got hit with an earthquake. 7.4.
Yeah, I said that earlier. Yeah, they got rocked. I seen on Instagram,
Wow.
man. Oh man.
Yeah, those are all.
It was so bad, Max, that they had one of them old world churches where it was breaking apart, and them things are built
Yeah,
strong.
7.4. That's pretty high. That's almost the highest I've heard of, I think.
The top of the fucking church to that old
But they're only
world
supposed to go
church
up to like
tipped
5.
over. It tipped over on the other part of
Wow.
the church. I mean, that thing broke. And I was like, I thought it was gonna like make it. I'm looking at it, I'm like, that shit ain't gonna break. Yeah, right. It was so powerful, man. People couldn't even stand up.
Wow. That's horrible. Yeah. So what did they do wrong?
What?
Colombia. What did they do wrong? Aren't they on Trump's list of people to hate?
Yeah, didn't he say he was gonna go after Cuba too? I
Yep.
think it was Cuba,
I think
Colombia,
so. Yep.
Venezuela.
Yep.
Yo, Trump's a piece of shit.
So they're using their earth shakers probably on that. That could be.
How am I supposed to sit down with these people, right? Let's say these people don't give a fuck what we say or what we think or, hey, Trump, these data centers are killing all the fish and, it's fucking our water system up. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I could see him now. Who cares? Pay me my money. That's all they
Yeah.
think about. Money,
Yeah.
money, money. You don't care. If they cared, they know what's going on. They would stop it. But instead, they're building more quicker. And I'm supposed to forgive these people. I get it. I've watched the movie Wandering Warrior. It has such a good message. Like
Yeah.
you don't pick sides. You're the observer, and that's how you live in true inner peace and all of that. I know about that, but through the path I've taken in life, the system has consumed a lot of my friends because these people poison everything. And it's very difficult to rid that hate in my heart. That's the hardest thing.
Hmm.
If I was to walk away, I'd feel like I'm abandoning. Uh,
Well, they say
I don't
we
want
are here
to
for the experience, right? So I
say,
guess we have to
yeah.
experience the good and bad.
And I also feel as though the way my mother and my mom's boyfriend raised me in the powwows and
Yeah.
taught me about Mother Earth and to respect animals, to never hurt animals or trees or nothing. That we're supposed to protect Mother Earth, man. That's just what it is.
Yeah, we could
Um,
use a definite refocus on that one, you know?
Mother Earth is. People say we can't destroy her, but we're doing a good job. Yeah, these people have no intentions to do anything good.
Freaking microplastics everywhere. We shouldn't have even been given plastic, but they pretty much forced
Yeah,
it.
that either, man. Plastic's been terrible to Mother Earth.
Yeah.
Look what like Fauci. They sat him down. He
Oh
didn't
yeah,
have not one bit of guilt in his eyes.
that
None.
was
He did,
quite an event there. Yeah.
you watched it, the thing with Fauci,
Yeah,
where he kept saying, "I
I
plead the
watched
fifth."
5 minutes of it, which was well, I didn't even watch 5 minutes of it because it was the
You were
same thing all the way
disgusted.
through. You
You
know.
were disgusted already.
Yep.
I plead the
I knew
fifth
that
under
was
the
what he was going to do.
Constitution.
I knew he was going to do that anyway.
They all do it.
Classic Hillary defense.
Yeah. You know, they tell us to go fuck ourselves when it comes to the Constitution, but when they do the criminal activities, they sure want to use that motherfucker real quick.
Yeah.
I plead the. I wanted to just pull him through the screen and just choke him out. He said that like 100 times. I plead the fifth. I mean, hey, as a former criminal, right? I
Yep.
can't blame the guy. You'd be an idiot but I also never murdered people. You know, I didn't murder millions of people. Um, and get the way he was involved in is insane. Um, shit, I don't even consider anything I've done a criminal activity. I sold weed most of the time, which the fuck is that, man?
Yeah. How many of these people that we consider sick motherfuckers actually think they're doing good? Like, I can see,
Um,
I can see how some idiot could think that depopulation is a good thing. I could see how that could work in somebody's brain. You know, I can see in
which
some cases how some of these people actually think, you know, well, I'm kind of above the situation and nobody else will understand it like I do. So we have to do these things, to save the planet, and just they get sick and twisted over time. How many times does that happen,
Well, that hurricane, or not hurricane, that earthquake,
like I said, I truly think that people deserve second chances, but these people don't want to. You could just tell by their
Yeah,
demeanor.
yeah. Fauci is kind of a pretty unique case. Like,
He's very egotistical, man. He's about,
oh
when he's
yeah,
posing in those pictures, you could see his ego.
yeah,
And sometimes I question my ego, man. Like, is it revenge? Is it my ego? I always question myself, man.
yeah.
Like, I I want to get rid of the hate in my heart, but I just can't walk away. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is my ego.
Mm.
I don't know. Maybe one day I will be able to just say fuck it and
Well,
let it go.
it's a pretty hard thing to see injustice and just ignore it.
Uh,
A lot of people just aren't even aware of it.
Graham 9 says it. Don't give the Jews a second chance. Big mistake. No one has learned that in history. Time and time again, you see when you help them, they stab you in the back ASAP.
They did get kicked out of a lot of countries in the past.
Well, Venezuela didn't
Over
kick
100,
the
I think.
embassy out for nothing. Look what they did to the Germans. You know, that whole setup with all the history in America and all that was a crock of bullshit.
Well, apparently, the Jewish societies declared economic war on Germany long before the Second World War. It
And
was
we kicked their ass and they cried about it.
part of what started off the whole contention between the Germans and the Jewish people. But that was again fabricated by your average Zionist.
Yeah.
So how far
Right.
back in history does this Zionism go? Certainly, probably back to 1666 with Sabbatean Frankists, who were Jewish occultists who believed in overturning of all convention. So how far
Like,
back from there, I don't know. He might have learned it
like,
from somebody in the past, you know.
Bex and Dom are making a point, like saying, I'm being just like them, but I just don't see that because I don't poison people or do all this crazy shit they're doing to make their Zio world, you know, watching people suffer your entire life. It's like all this can be avoided and ended, you know. These people think they're the chosen ones and they'll kill everyone. As a matter of fact, I don't want to kill anybody.
For the good of
Why
the
can't we
planet.
why can't we live in peace and happiness? What the fuck? We ain't do shit to them, so what are they doing all this to us for? Because they're
Well,
fucking psycho, that's
yeah,
why.
they say it's for the good of the planet, you know.
Yeah.
Gates, his grandfather was in the eugenics department of the U.S. government. So
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
yeah,
Interesting.
so it's
That's where he picked that up from then. Okay.
yeah, it's a it's a generational
Huh.
thing with a lot of these people, and they
Interesting.
do believe these ideologies apparently. Like even Justin Trudeau was like he's totally convinced of the whole climate change and all that. There were stories of him on campouts with people, just like freaking out over people even having campfires or something. I can't remember what it was, but just total outrageous behavior. And it's because ideologically, these people may be just bent, you know, and they believe what they do is good and not evil. Saviors of the planet, even though everybody else is, totally mind warped and,
I
but
would love to sit down with a Zio, man. You know, someone that's truly entrenched in their ideological beliefs. Or I don't want to call it a belief because they truly think they're fully engulfed into it. So it's
yeah,
not like
well,
a belief. They're like into it. They're
yeah,
not like they're not sure. They're very sure of
lived
what
experience.
they think.
Yeah.
So I would love to sit down and be like, you really think what you're doing, you know, a lot of these corporations that have poison in the food and chemicals and stuff, we already know who's running them. Um,
Yeah, your health
all
for
the
profits is not a good thing, you know.
and all the spraying in the skies, these corporations that I've already shown go
Well,
right
yeah,
to
there's
Israel.
just a difference even just between Canadian and American food, you know. Our food is much different than yours, and European food is much different than ours.
Mhm. A lot of other countries ban the chemicals that are used here
Yeah,
because of the health issues it creates. And
absolutely.
they're also not stupid. Like they know at some point shit could hit the fan and they gotta have a healthy country. Like look at Russia, they're not dumb. They're keeping a healthy country, no GMOs. They banned all that shit because they know at some point shit hits the fan, they ain't gonna be caught with their fucking tail out. They're gonna have a healthy country ready to throw down. Um, America would be fucked. There's so many people here that are sick and on medications and drugs, fucking poison food, and it's a fucking joke, man. This place is done. This place is done. America, everyone's so dependent on medications. I
Well,
bet you
your
one.
food is changing as we speak because people are speaking out about it.
I hope
Like
so.
the
But I know
comparison.
9 out of every 10 people are on medication in
Your
America. I
food is
bet you.
changing, and even RFK there, he's had some good effect on the food industry as well. So there's
We'll
positives
see.
happening. You know, there seems to be some
We'll
positives
see.
happening. So I say like I say, we should have people complaining about the government, and we should have people that love the government, and you know, because that keeps everything in
We
check,
should have people
right? The truth will
rolling
sort
up on these people
the
and
truth will
pistol
sort
whipping
itself
them.
out if we make enough noise, right?
We need to extort them for once, run up on them. So you better
Yeah,
fix this shit.
You know, you perceive that they're doing evil, so you should be able to express that and say that. You know, and that's the way we advance. That's how we figure things out, and that's how we make things better. Is by people challenging what's going on and people, you know, having different ideas. That's the way it works. The best, anyway. You know, and you know, and maybe we can retrain people to, you know, that are doing bad things into not doing bad things because they finally realize, oh yeah, that probably could be a bad thing. Who knows, right? You might change somebody's mind. I don't know. Could happen.
Bill says no, Max. I don't know why.
Oh, no, no changes in the food, maybe.
You know, it's Naga, man. I got nothing but love and respect for Naga, but he disagrees with damn near everything, man. He'd be like, nope. Reminds me of Boy. Boy used
Maybe
to always be
Gandhi,
like,
right?
nope.
Yeah, they think they're Gandhi, maybe.
Oh,
Oh, the Gates and them, they might think they're Gandhi, right?
man. I remember when I heard that India had a death warrant out for Gates after what he had done. And it makes me wonder about this picture. There's a slight difference.
Yeah, yeah. Chin's looks pointier for some reason.
Yep, her chin.
Yeah, yeah. The
You
bottom
know,
picture looks
he
more like the Mrs. Doubtfire picture for sure.
the one on the bottom.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I seen something on that and I couldn't unsee it. I was like, oh man, why did I watch this?
Yeah, I don't know if it's true, but it's fun to speculate. You know,
Yeah,
it goes back
but
to
I wouldn't doubt it.
well, it goes back to the ancient theater, right? Where all roles were played by men, right? So
Hmm,
that's the theory of it. Is that, you know,
that's a good
going to
point.
be if you're going to be in the theater here, you've got to be a man. You know, so
Just
I
like
don't know.
Mark Zuckerberg played, I forgot the chick's name. He used to speak for Biden, I think. Oh, what was her name, man? I don't remember. I'll save it for next time. But when someone showed that, I couldn't unsee it. It was definitely Zuckerberg. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I forgot her name. I haven't heard about her since,
Is
which
that
is
the
odd.
redheaded girl?
Uh, Zuckerberg. Hold on. Mark Zuckerberg.
Nope.
Fuck, what was her name, man? Oh no.
Right? Could be Mark. Actors wearing suits. Who knows, right?
Damn. I bet you they won't show it, man, but of course not. Why should they?
Be much better if they were just actors in like flesh suits, right? Then you could just switch them out whenever you want.
No. Damn. Damn, his siblings look just like him. What's scary. Well, I'm gonna have to dig because it's obvious not here. I forgot the lady's name. Amy, maybe? No. Fuck. I gotta look for the email. Was it when Biden? I think it was Biden. Uh, Hope they don't boot me out. Wait a minute. Is this her? Yes, it is. Jen Psaki. Okay.
Yeah, I
This
remember.
is her. All right.
And she's Zuckerberg.
Yeah, watch.
Okay.
Took me a minute to find her.
Maybe they're like twin clones or something. Right?
Hey, that's a possibility. Psaki. What a name. She's got to be Polish.
Spelt all weird too.
We use this one. Once I seen this, I swear I couldn't unsee it, man. I could not unsee it. My mind was fucked. I forgot who used to put these videos out, man, but like I said, when I see it, I couldn't unsee it. People, and you know they do, Jen Psaki. You know, people, if you put her and Zuckerberg, I'm gonna make my own, so then people can't say, "Oh, it's edited." I'm gonna find a picture of her, and then a picture of him.
Yeah.
You know, people, you know, they could, but I mean, I
Oh wow.
mean, look at her on the left, and then they kind of blended it in to show
Yeah.
you. Hey, it could be true, it could not be true,
I'm not
but
convinced, but it's pretty
it
cool.
could be his
I like the
sister.
blending in the middle. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
I'm gonna do a better job and find like separate pictures that aren't like this.
Yeah.
But once the oh shit, the way the guy blended them together, even with Trump's son and what's M Machine Gun Kelly, that blew my mind. I want to find that video again. Um, and the guy is good. Like he did Tom Brady, and I forgot the guy which show it was in the '60s, but he had the butt chin and the moles and marks on the face lined up perfectly. I'm like, damn, this dude's good, man.
Have you seen Trump and General Patton?
No,
Yeah, they did a one with that. I think he might be.
I seen one with Elvis and Trump.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Sure. Why not? Right?
they because Trump's always shouting out Elvis. Now that doesn't mean he was Elvis, but these people fucking live for hundreds of years for all we know. What? How did the people in the Bible live hundreds of years, but we're not? It's because we're fucking being poisoned to oblivion and our health. And I think it has to do with frequencies too. Look at people in Japan and other
I think
countries.
the
They live
air
to be
was better.
130, 140.
Yeah. I think the air was better too and thicker. I think we had more.
Yeah, and there wasn't all this pollution,
Yeah. Yeah.
like
Better air.
microwave powers and shit.
A lot better air. Yeah. Like the pyramid, they say resonates at 432, so that's harmonious with us. So
Man, oh man. Life's like a box of chocolates. Somebody said that movie was a horror film. I agree with it. My name's Forrest Gump. He went through hell.
I should go get dinner.
I gotta jump off myself. I gotta get shit going. If I don't do it now, I'll never do it. It's why I didn't smoke. I'm gonna wait till I'm done and then I'll smoke. And I'll sink into the ground. But I appreciate everyone coming up. It was a very good live stream.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for having me up. Have a good one.
Have a good evening, Max, and peace to everyone who came up, and peace to everyone in the chat. You got to go live, Phil, at some point, man. I'll come through. But yeah, peace to everyone, man. Have a great evening. I gotta jump off here and get shit popping, like Overrun and Bakken. I was supposed to do my music today. Once again, I slacked off. I'm probably not gonna do shit, but I need to get my music going. But peace to everyone, man. I'm out like trout. Have a good evening.